Don't ship a bland personal website when you can launch something that is fun, entertaining, and creative. Having a memorable online presence is one of the best ways to stand out in a tough job market. So if you have a website that is stylish and creative and fun, you're gonna be so much more memorable than everyone else going for that job. A website that shows off your personality and has fun things like 3D elements and cool animations is gonna make people associate you with creativity and style. These kinds of websites get talked about and shared a ton, so let's build one for you. By the end of this course, you are gonna have your own slick portfolio site with 3D effects, great animations, and a whole lot more. And best of all, you're gonna learn a ton of 3D animation and design tips so that you can not only make this site your own, but then go build other websites like this. All right, let me show you what we're building. All right, let's take a look at the site we're gonna be building. As you can see right from the beginning, there's a lot of stuff going on, cool intro animations that we have. And first, I'm sure what catches your eye is these cool shapes over here. As we click them, you can see that they change color. They actually change material. So like it can go from glossy to not glossy, like that's not glossy. It changes color and it flips in a random direction. So a few random things here when you click. It also makes a random sound that you should be able to hear. So this is a fun little intro animation here. It even has shadows that actually respond. Well, like they are realistic shadows. So you can see how it like now moves that way. So really cool 3D scene here just to get some attention. You'll be able to change everything in this project. So if you want the pill shape to be in the center, you can do whatever you want. If you want them all to be donuts, you can have all donuts. Whatever you want, you'll customize it your way. Your name will go here. And as you can see, when we refresh the page, those letters come in randomly. So maybe the B comes in first, then the A, that sort of thing. It just has these random bouncy letters that come in, and then boom, the title creative developer or whatever you want to put here is going to bounce in after us. Just do that one more time. Have a lot of things popping in, and it's nice and fun. And once again, these are just random colors that we get, and you can change those colors and change the materials. Up here, we've got the navigation. So we have this about and projects and blog. As you can see, there's a cool hover effect that goes all the way up, and the contact button does the same thing. And if we go to about, we'll see that it stays underlined because that is the page that we're currently on. So that's a nice little feature. And you can see that as we mouse over the picture of you, that will soon be you, we get this little tilting animation, and it kind of has this like highlight as if a light source is passing over it. And so it's a fun little effect that we're going to be walking through. I'll show you how to use some mouse position effects there. And here is your whole about page that you'll customize, be it, about you. This is just some boilerplate text that we have here, a link to a resume if you want to put that somewhere. Here we have a really cool section that has this scroll triggered text that is a much more fun way to say what technologies you use rather than just like, a bulleted list. So what I use, you can fill these in with whatever. You'll be able to change the colors, add more lines, whatever you want. And it's just a fun thing to scroll through, and it even works on mobile so that they are centered as they scroll through. And then down here, we just have a very simple couple of slices here that we're going to be working on. This is just a good thing for your experience, and you can put a bunch more of these, but I just have one of each. So we have that section. And then if we check out the projects, we have a list of projects. And as you mouse over it, you'll see that it gets this cool little image hover effect. So as I move my mouse, the picture follows behind. If I go to blog, we have similar things where this picture will follow, and you'll see it change as you go from blog post to blog post. You can make this, anything you want. It doesn't have to be blog. It doesn't have to be projects, but that's what we have here. And you like that nice little blending effect as we go between those. And if we click read more, it brings up a nice little blog post that you will be setting up with a little bit of typography via Tailwind's typography plugin. So it's a nice, easy way to get good headings, good spacing between your lines, nice bulleted lists, all that stuff out of the box for free. So yeah, we have quite a few things here that will wow anyone coming to see your site to see what you're about. You'll be able to put your projects here, things that you've built, any blog post or anything that you've written, And of course the About Me with some really eye-catching effects there. And you just can't beat this intro hero section in terms of getting someone's attention right off the bat. Now, to do pretty much all the animations in this project, we're going to be learning GSAP, a massively popular and powerful animation platform. It plugs in really well to Svelte, and it is one of my favorite things to work with. I'll teach you a little bit of GSAP just to start with, and then we will use it in the SvelteKit project. Using Prismic, we're going to be using the incredibly powerful Three.js that runs pretty much all cool experiences on the web. If you see anything with like 3D or just neat effects, there's a good chance that Three.js is involved. But to make it even easier for us in SvelteKit, we're going to be using Svelte, which is basically using all the power of Three.js inside Svelte to make it a lot easier. So this is Svelte, and you're going to like its declarative syntax that makes it just a lot easier when you're using a framework like Svelte and SvelteKit to render components than the way Three.js does. It's just different. We can maybe dig into it a little bit, but trust me, you're going to like the way that we're going to be building with this. If you've used React 3 Fiber, Svelte is essentially the Svelte version of that, and it's excellent. We're going to be using Prismic for our headless CMS and page builder in order to store our content, but also in order to make building these page sections really easy and making our website modular so that we can move around each section as we need to. For example, here's that About page that I showed you earlier, and you can see that at the top we have the About Andy, then we have the What I Use, and then the Experience and the Education slices, and we can just move those around as we see fit, and then we can hit Publish, and the site will update. So with this, you're really able to create a nice modular website that you can continue to build. You can create new pages and use the existing slices that you've already built in order to create those pages. And this way, if you want to build this site for maybe a friend or a client, you can do that, and then they can come in and edit this content as they see fit, move things around without needing to come and bother you. Besides, let's be honest, hard coding content is just not fun. Of course, we're going to be using the fantastic SvelteKit. We're going to be using it with TypeScript so that we have nice type safety, so it's easier for us to develop with. And we're going to benefit from the unmatched developer experience that Svelte and SvelteKit deliver. We're going to use the super popular utility-based CSS framework Tailwind, and we'll be doing pretty much all of our styles in this. If you don't know Tailwind, that's totally fine. I will walk you through all that you need to know. And of course, the docs are here and they are fantastic. So anything that you're going to need to look up is right here in the documentation, but I'll be walking you through building the entire site with Tailwind. And last but not least, we're going to be deploying our website to Vercel. It is a host where we're going to be using the free plan, and it will take care of building our application, deploying it, and hosting it, and all that. So it is a nice stack that we have with Prismic, SvelteKit, Vercel, Tailwind CSS, Svelte, Three.js. We got a lot going on. It's going to be a nice, flashy, creative personal portfolio, and you are going to love it. Just to be clear, don't worry if you don't know GSAP or Svelte or Tailwind or anything. That is the point of this course. I will be walking you through each of those, so do not worry. The only things I expect you to come in knowing is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. From there, we can take it and we can get the site deployed, I promise. So let's not waste any more time. Let's get into it and start building this fun little website. All right, so now that we know what we're building and how we're building it, let's get to building it. First thing we want to do, though, is make sure we have these course resources open. This should be down in the course description. You'll find a link to this. The course resources for this site is really going to come in handy. Not only do I have the assets here that you will be downloading and adding to our scene or to our project, but we also have a component here that we're going to be copy pasting because it's a little bit, it's more complex than we need to type out. I have a lot of links to documentation. This is really the main reason. This will be really helpful for you as you don't need to Google and hope that you found the right thing. Any troubleshooting that you run into might be solved here. I can't update the video itself once it goes live, but I can add things to the troubleshooting part. The final code and live site will be put here, and extras. I know y'all usually ask for the theme or the font in the video. You can go here and find that out. All right, so to get started, we're going to open the Prismic docs because we are starting with Prismic. This will take you to the documentation that you can always come and reference if you need to figure out how to do something outside of this tutorial. But for the most part, we won't be using this because I'll be walking you through everything. But we can click this nice little Prismic button here to go to prismic.io. Now, we are going to be starting from Prismic because this will kind of bootstrap us with a really minimal template that has both SvelteKit and Prismic already wired up for us. So go ahead and create an account if you don't have one already. I'm already logged in, so that's why I have this dashboard button, but create a free account. It is, as I said, free. And then once you're logged in, go to your dashboard. And we should see here at the top, we can create a new repository with Next.js, Nuxt, or SvelteKit, or something else. But really, these are the three that Prismic integrates really deeply with. So if you're building a site with Prismic, you're going to want to go for one of these three. Let's click SvelteKit. And here are the three options that we get. We don't need a custom starter. So we have a minimal starter, a full website demo, or connect your own web app. This is good for exploring if you want to kind of see how a full site with Prismic is hooked up. If you already have your own web app, go there. But for us, we just want a new project, and this is a nice minimal starter that we can quickly start to customize, and we don't have a lot of like extra stuff to delete. So let's go ahead and select that, and you are going to name this repository. So I'm going to go and call it let's go 3D tutorial SvelteKit, just like that. You can call it whatever you want. This is going to be taken, so name it whatever you'd like. You might want to name it, your portfolio, something like that. This name doesn't matter that much though, because this is just going to be what it is on Prismic. Your users will not see that, so don't worry about what this is called. It doesn't need to be like a cool name to impress anybody. I'm going to give it a display name, just 3D tutorial SvelteKit, just like that. And then SvelteKit minimal starter, that looks good. We are using the free plan. We have unlimited documents, one user, 2 locales. That's like a language, right? API calls, 4 million. Hopefully you don't go above that. I doubt you will. 100 gigs of CDN, right? Like, it's a very generous free plan. So you will pretty much never get above this unless you are really doing some major moves. So don't worry about that. We don't even need a credit card to sign up. So we are set and ready to create our repository. So it's going to redirect us here, and we have welcome to your page builder. So this part of Prismic is called the page builder. It's where you edit and create your pages. But first we need to define the models for our pages in Slice Machine. So we click get started, and then it says to launch your starter. And that's what we want to do. We're going to copy it right there. And what we're going to want to do is go to a terminal. The code editor I'm going to be using throughout this course and the terminal that I'm going to be using is VS Code. You don't need to use it, but this is what I'm comfortable with, what I enjoy using. And I am in my repos folder here and have my terminal open. If you don't have that open, you can go to View and click Terminal, or you can hit, Control and backtick will open it. So if you just hit that, you can toggle your terminal. It's really handy. So I'm going to paste in that code that we got from our website or from Prismic, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to say, hey, do you want to install that? I'm going to say yes, Y, enter. And now it's going to go through and start to pull those packages down, and then it will continue to install Slice Machine and SvelteKit and connect it to that Prismic repository. So you see it knows the selected repository that we have. So 3D tutorial SvelteKit, and it is logging us into Prismic. So I need to hit any key in the browser to log in. All right, I'm logged in. All right, we're all set. It says initialization successful. Run Slice Machine. We're going to say no. I actually want to move us into that folder first. So I hit N, and I'm going to say CD, and then we want to go inside that 3D tutorial SvelteKit folder. I think actually that's the next step there, where it doesn't bring us inside. Okay, here we go. Run your project. So yeah, CD, your project name. So we're going to go inside 3D tutorial, just like that. And that should bring us inside that folder. And that's the folder that we're in right now. And if you have this installed on your computer, you can go ahead and type code, period, and it'll open that in a new VS Code window. If you don't have that, you can just go ahead and go up to File, Open, Folder, and navigate to that. It's a nice little shortcut. You can search on Google or whatever for how to open VS Code from the terminal. But I'm going to close this, and we're going to open 3D Tutorial SvelteKit, this folder here. And you can see we have, let me make this bigger for you. We have a SvelteKit folder. We have our custom types, which comes from Prismic. We have our node modules, which is just all the packages that have been installed. We're not going to be touching that. That's automatically handled for us by NPM. And we have our source folder. This is where pretty much most of the work is going to be done. Inside lib, we're going to have components and slices. Those are the page sections that we're going to be making. We have our params, which just handles our preview file. We don't need to really touch this. That's set up for us by Prismic. And then we have our routes, and this is where all of our pages are going to go. That's what this routes folder is for. And you can see we have this weird bracket preview equals preview bracket folder. And you might be going, what in the world is that? Well, preview has a Prismic has a fantastic preview feature. And to get around some limitations in SvelteKit, this is the recommended way for enabling previews so that everything within this preview folder will have access to that preview feature. You won't need to worry about this much. Just remember that your pages start within preview, but this won't affect your URL. It'll still be, so like this page.svelte will still be at the / URL. So if it's like yourname.com and then / and that's it, that's going to be this page. This is kind of like a behind the scenes thing that you're not going to have to worry about. So we have here our home page essentially, and then here we have any dynamic pages based on this UID that we're going to call in. We will also be adding those blog and project folders later on, but for now this is a nice little start. We have an API server file that is going to just handle, once again, our preview that opts us into it. You don't need to touch this. This is handled for you, but it's nice to know that it's there. Slice Simulator, something we're going to get into in a little bit. Once again, this is just a tool for Prismic that allows those live previews that you might have seen in the page builder earlier. And then here's our layout.svelte, which we have as kind of like the wrapper of the entire page. You can see that we have our head and we have our main of the document and then a slot for everything inside. So this is where we're going to be putting like our header and our footer so that we don't have to add it manually to every single page. Layout wraps any pages that we have inside here. We then have our app HTML, Prismic types, which are automatically generated for us. One of the best parts about Slice Machine. It's going to make it really, really easy for us. And then outside of that, we have our static folder, which just right now has a favicon and any kind of like assets like the sounds and the images that we're going to be using on this site are going to go into static. And beyond that, we have some Slice Machine config that was handled for us. As you can see, the repository has been wired up for us. We don't have to, type that in manually or configure that at all. And then Svelte is configured and, all the other things that we would expect. Check out our package.json real quick and just see that we have a few packages here. We have Prettier to handle just the formatting for our site. Vite is actually kind of the main player here because I don't know if you know, but SvelteKit is actually just a Vite plugin. I'm not trying to take away from SvelteKit. It's pretty incredible. But if you look, here's our Vite config and plugins, SvelteKit. So it's a full framework, but at the same time, it is a Vite plugin. So that's how powerful Vite is that so many different frameworks like Astro and Angular are running on Vite, and SvelteKit is doing the same. And it's really benefiting from a lot of the things that come with Vite. We have our, let's see, where's our Prismic stuff? I guess, so yeah, we have our client and our Svelte packages here. And then up here we have the Slice Machine adapter for SvelteKit, and we should have another Slice Machine UI. Yeah, here it is. So those are the Prismic packages that we have installed. And yeah, so that kind of covers that. Just want to make sure that you are aware. And then last but not least, when we run the dev command, it is going to actually call concurrently, which allows us to run multiple scripts at once. So we're going to be running npm vite dev and npm slice machine, which is the slice machine server, at the same time in the same terminal. So let's go ahead and do that. Say clear, and let's go ahead and run npm run dev. And you can see we have slice machine in purple and vite in orange. Your colors might be different. That's fine. But we now have two links that we can click. So I'm going to hold command and click the vite one, and we should get welcome to your new website. This very, very simple but tidy, nice little welcome message. And then I'm also going to click the localhost 9999, and this opens up our slice machine repository, or it opens up slice machine, the tool slice machine, which we're going to be getting into. But as you can see, we already have a page set up. Now, where is this content coming from? Let's actually go back to prismic.io and see that we have a home page and another page. So if you click into home page, you can close this. We'll be setting up the live preview soon enough. Don't worry. You'll see that it has a title of homepage, and the content that we see on that page is right here in this rich text block, and that's the only slice that we have on this page. So let's look in Slice Machine and see that we have page types. We have a page. We have custom types, which we don't have any of yet, and we have slices. And right now we just have rich text for slices. And so those three things, as essentially page types and slices, are going to be like the main things that we use to build our website. So I want to go ahead and start building this hero. We're not saving the best for last. We're jumping right into probably the most fun one right away. So let's go ahead and create a new slice. So back here in slices, go ahead and click create. And I'm just going to say hero. And target library is fine. We're not going to make any other slice libraries. That just the default one is fine for us. But if you want to organize your slices, if you have a lot of them, it can be nice to have different slice libraries. So we've created our first slice. What does that mean? Like, what has actually happened? Well, if we go back to our repository here, we can see that in lib we have slices, and we already had rich text. I didn't show it to you, but it was already there. But we just created hero. So inside hero, we have index.svelte, and you can see it's just got placeholder content. And we have mocks, which has nothing in it really. And then we have a model. And this is just the JSON that's automatically generated for us that describes the shape of our slice. Right now, we don't have any fields in there. All we have is a name of hero. And we just say that it is a slice. So this gets automatically generated for us. And as we add fields, this will change. And as we edit our mocks and add fields, this will change for us. And I'll show you how the mocks come in handy. But this is going to be the Svelte component that we are editing to build this slice. So let's come on back here, and we want to add some fields. And to add fields to a slice, you kind of have to ask yourself, all right, what does this slice need? Like, this is a bit of not a creative process, but more of like a it's a skill that you will develop. So here I'm seeing that we have the name and we have the title. I don't really want any of this in the CMS. This isn't like CMS content. I'm going to be coding that and putting that into the Svelte component directly. But here, I want to have a first name and a last name separate because they're on different lines, and I want to handle them differently. So I'm going to have a field for the first name, field for the last name, and this will just be one field to itself. So we need 3 text fields. So I'm going to click Add Field, and here we are given a few choices. So we have a group that can be a repeatable set of fields. We'll come back to that later. We could do rich text, but with this, we actually need... We don't need all the features that rich text provides. I actually want to just keep it really simple and only get back a string. So down here, I'm going to choose key text, and I'm going to call this field first name. And you can see down here, it names the field ID for us. We can just keep that. Click add. There are no real settings to key text, so there's like not really much of a point of coming into the edit field. We're going to add another key text field. So I'm going to say last name. And then we're going to add one more key text field, and I'm going to say tagline. And that's just going to be whatever you want to put underneath, creative developer or like cool person, whatever you want. And so we have those three, and now we can go ahead and click simulate. And that's going to open this slice simulator file over here, or I should say window over here. And we can see that we have placeholder component for hero, variation default, slices, and that is exactly this content here. So placeholder component for, and this is a variable slice type, which we're going to get passed in right here from export let slice. And the variation is just the default because we don't have any variations on this slice type. So now what we can do is we can grab this first name, last name tagline and pull it into our SvelteKit slice. And we go ahead and click show code snippets to show slice primary first name, slice primary last name, etc. And we're going to go ahead and bring that in here. So I'm going to wipe out placeholder component just like that. And I'm going to paste in slice primary first name. And we can put that, we'll leave it outside of a span or anything for now. I'm going to copy last name. I'm going to copy tagline and paste those all there. It's probably just go all on one line when we look at it, but yeah, dress, shoe, loud. So I'm going to change the first name, last name tagline over here. I'm going to say Andy Bryant. And then tagline is creative developer. Just like that. I'm going to save mock content so that doesn't get wiped out on next go around. And we can see that we can start building out our slice, even though it's going to be based on content that's in the CMS with this mock content. So we can already start to style against that, which is really cool. All right, so what we can do to just kind of start to mark this up a little bit, we want to wrap the first name and last name in an H1, because that's going to be our H1 for the page. And then for the individual first name, last name, we want to go ahead and put a span around each of the first name and last name like that. Let's see if formatting will take it. Yep. And then another span. It's like that. And we are set. And we're going to also put one around slice primary tagline. Make sure that's outside of the H1. We're going to just wrap it in that. Now the spans won't actually do a break because those are inline elements, but soon we will create that break. But at least we have Andy Bryant, creative developer, just like that. Now we want to style some stuff, right? Unfortunately, we don't have Tailwind added yet. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to open up my terminal again, and you can either stop your server here or just create a new terminal here that you can install Tailwind with, but I'm just going to do it here and stop it. And we're going to go to our course resources and grab the Tailwind docs. And this is install Tailwind CSS with SvelteKit. This is exactly what we need. Create your project. We've done that. So we can move to step 2, install Tailwind CSS. Go ahead and grab these, copied, and we're going to paste that into our terminal just like that. That should run and we should be set there. Nice. So come back here, enable use of post CSS in style blocks in your in your Svelte config.js, import Vite preprocess to enable processing style. So go ahead and copy this line and go to svelte.config.js down here. And that is already at the top for us. So we're already set there. And then preprocess, Vite preprocess, we are already set. Cool. So we don't need that. We can skip that step. Better to double check though. Configure your template path. So let's go ahead and make sure that in the Tailwind config.js file, we have this set up right. So go ahead and copy that line, the whole line, and head to your Tailwind config.js that should have been created for you in the previous step of installing Tailwind. And here we need to add that content line and get rid of that one. And there we go. So that basically tells Tailwind where to look for any files that might contain Tailwind classes. Next, we need to add the Tailwind directives to our CSS. So I'm going to copy these and then go back to our project, and we see that we don't actually have any CSS files. So I'm going to close all of these, then open source and see we have app.html, but no app.css. So go ahead and create a new file, app.css. Hit enter and paste in our Tailwind base components and utilities, hit save. And then we need to import that. So inside routes, go ahead to layout.svelte, which once again wraps every page underneath it. We're going to go at the top and just say import. And we're going to go quotes .. app.css, just like that. So we want to go ahead and import that CSS file so that it shows up on every page, which was the next step in there. And then we want to start our build process. So let's go ahead and do that. npm run dev, and that'll start up Slice Machine and Vite once again. And we can go ahead and see that our homepage now doesn't have like any styles to it. See how it is just kind of plain? That's actually a good sign. That is the base from Tailwind taking over. That basically wipes out everything on the page so that you can start from scratch. So you're not having to override the styles that the browser already starts with. So that wipes everything out. And if we go to our Slice Simulator, we should see that we have pretty much the same. Andy Bryant, creative developer. But now we'll be able to add our utility classes to our component in order to style it. So just making sure this is all saved. All right, so right now our slice is looking like this, but we want it to look like this. And even shapes aside, there's quite a few things that we need to do to get it there. First, we want to have everything on a darker background. So let's start there by making our simulator make the background to like a dark color. So to do that, we want to go to our routes, find Slice Simulator, and open the page.svelte in there. And you can see it's a really simple file because it's bringing in the Slice Simulator component. And this Slice Simulator component actually takes a background prop. You can say background equals and just say 222222. It's like a nice dark gray that's pretty close to the background, at least the shade that we have in the background. Like it's kind of that shade, but it's not going to be the same blue. But we should be able to refresh. Oh, we might need a hash there. And there we go. We have this dark gray, and that's what we want. Our text is still there. It's just dark. So we're going to be fixing that next. So if we go ahead to our index.svelte, we can start to style this h1. So click in there, and we're going to say class equals MB2. So this is margin bottom 2. And for the start here, I'm going to be explaining a lot of the Tailwind classes, but after a few minutes, I'm just going to say MB2, MT3, or whatever, right? But for starters, I'm just going to explain that MB is margin bottom 2. And if you ever need to know what it is, you can see here that it helps you out. But that's going to be because I have the Tailwind extension. So if you go to extensions in your VS Code and type Tailwind, it's like that. You want to install this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Make sure that's installed because, as you can see, it shows you a whole lot of useful stuff there. So it's a free plugin, obviously. Make sure you are using that. So we're going to start with MB2. MD, which means on medium screens and above, we're going to have a margin bottom of 8. And then text hyphen, and we're already getting into some tricky stuff, but this is going to be a pretty nice text effect. What we're going to do is we're going to do square brackets like that. And that is how we do custom values in Tailwind. This is us saying that we want to create our own value that isn't part of the default Tailwind style guide. So we're going to say text hyphen and then brackets. We're going to say clamp, which I'll explain in a sec. And say parentheses, and inside here we're going to do 3 rem, comma, no space. Stay with me, all right? I know it's a tricky one to start with. 20 vmin, comma, no space, 13 rem. And I'm going to pause just to explain this. So what this does, let's see if it even tells us. Yeah, so what this does is, well, yeah, I guess you could have guessed what that was. But clamp actually allows you to cite a minimum and a maximum value, and then in the middle say like the target value that you're going for. So 3 rem is the absolute smallest that our text is going to become. It can grow to a maximum of 13 rem, which is pretty big. And then 20 vmin is a viewport unit. So as our screen shrinks and grows, right? So like on big screens, it's going to grow all the way up there. And then on small screens like phones, it's going to shrink down. And we'll see that in action quite soon. Hit space on the outside, font, extra bold. We're going to use that. And then we're going to say leading is none. Tracking is tighter. and text no wrap. So if you hover over tracking, that is the letter spacing. So it's going to have a little bit of a negative letter spacing. So the letters are tighter together than they normally would be. And the leading is the space between lines. And it's just going to be a line height of 1, which is nice and tight. And we're going to have text no wrap, which just makes it so that it's not breaking your name into multiple lines. That's just a bad look, right? So let's go ahead and save that and see how that looks so far. So there we go. We have a nice chunky Andy Bryant, looking a lot better already. It's still dark, but we will take care of that. No worries. In fact, we're going to do it right here. So in this first span, go ahead and say class equals block and then text slate 300. So Tailwind has a whole bunch of colors built in. We are going to be using the slate family of grays. And yes, it has multiple families of gray. It's not just regular gray. We're going to be using the slate ones. And so 300 is 300's pretty light, as you can see. If we were to change that to like a 900, you see that the little preview gets pretty dark. So we're going to do 300 right there, and block is going to make it so that these go onto different lines. I'm going to go ahead and copy this class down to this second span for last name, and I'm going to change that one to 500, and I'm going to hit save, and we'll see how that looks. Nice, looking much better. It's not exactly what we want. We want to have a little bit of negative space there. So let's go ahead and say, in this span here, we're going to say hyphen MT, another hyphen, and then the square brackets, we want a custom value. I'm going to say point to EM. And the EM is important. I know we used rem up here, but EM is going to be a relative unit to the font size of the text. So basically the margin top is going to be a negative margin based on the size of that font. So as this changes size, it's not going to have a much bigger gap or smaller gap on any different size. So if we hit mobile, we'll see that everything shrinks down and the spacing is the same as it is on desktop, right? So we have nice responsive text thanks to this clamp here, this bit of responsive typography that we've added. And you can see that on any size, it fits and it looks nice. If your name is a long one, you can go ahead in and change these values however you need to, right? But overall, if your name is somewhat in this ballpark, this should be looking good for you. I will just say that we are using the slate grays, but this is your website. So feel free to follow exactly what we're doing. But once we're done with the tutorial, go in and play with it. Like, see if you like zinc better. And if you don't want to use blue for your main color, you can go ahead and use amber, right? So like, this is how I designed it. This is, how this site is built, but you're not Andy Bryant. So feel free to make this site your own. I just want to say that once at the top here, and I'm not going to say it again. I could belabor the point, but please, please, please choose your font, choose your color, do whatever the heck you want. This is your thing. Don't just feel like you have to follow it exactly to the letter. All right, let's finish up by giving this tagline a little bit of style. So class equals, I'm going to say block so that it is just nice on its own line. Now we're going to use a background gradient. This is going to be a little bit of a cool technique that you can use other places. I don't know if you can tell, but it's real subtle, and I love subtle things like this. But there is an actual gradient on this creative developer tag, and it just gives it like a nice little like shiny gold feel. So we're going to say BG gradient to top right, or TR. So BG gradient to TR. And then what we need to do is we need to say what color it goes from and what color it goes to. And then we can also state if there's a color in the middle, and we are going to have one. So in Tailwind, we're going to say from yellow 500 via, and that's like the color in the middle, yellow 200. So here's a little helper here, and I'm gonna say to yellow 500 again. So it gets a little bit lighter in the middle, and then it gets a bit darker on the outside. And if we go ahead and save that now, we're not done, but if we go ahead and save that now and go to our slice simulator, we'll see that, yeah, it does have a gradient to it. See how it has that like a very subtle gradient? Oh, kind of subtle, not super subtle. But yes, we can see that our gradient is working, but clearly not the effect that we want. We want it just on the text. And for that, we're going to say bg clip text and hit save. And we're going to go back to it. And I don't know if you can see, but like it's not great. Like you might be able to see a little bit of like a yellow border, but that's not what we want, right? So to get it to show, we actually need to say text transparent, like that. And if we hit save there, now we're getting that gradient. Clearly we need it a little bit bigger, but I just want to show you how that gradient trick works. First, you put a gradient in the background, then you use this background clip text, and then you make your text essentially disappear, and then it gets filled in by that background. So cool gradient trick that you can use on text all throughout the site if you would like. We want to do a couple things to this text though. So I'm going to say text to XL, font bold, uppercase, so that it just gets transformed no matter if we put lowercase or uppercase in the text box in Prismic. Say tracking, hyphen, and we're going to use our trick again of 2em so that it is relative to the font size. And then we're going to say on medium screens and above, MD colon text for XL, like that. So go ahead and hit save, and boom, we have our nice creative developer just like that. Now, the only reason it doesn't look great, in my opinion, is because it's actually a different font. You might be able to recognize that we haven't added our font yet, and this is a very different font. You can tell mainly by the A. So that's like a nice little tip. If you're trying to compare fonts, things like the A are usually a nice giveaway. Very different A than this one, right? So yes, this looks better because it's just designed for that font. This one's looking a bit funky. With that said, let's go ahead and add our font. So if you go to the course resources, we have font source here, and this is a wonderful website where you can look for pretty much all of the Google fonts in addition to some other ones, and you will be able to install these into your project directly. So we're gonna use this instead of Google Fonts just because of how it actually embeds it as a local font. So you can click Urbanist on font source there to fast forward to the font we're using, or just type Urbanist. There we go. And if you click in here, we get the font preview, and we see that it has different weights, and there's an italic toggle that we're not going to be using for our project, but it's a great variable font that we can add to our project. So if we go to install, this is what we're talking about. We want to go ahead and do npm install and grab that. So I'm going to toggle back to my project. I'm going to open up a new terminal here and just go ahead and paste that in. And there we go. We have it now installed. If you check our package.json, we have somewhere in here, maybe at the top. There we go. Okay. Urbanist from font source. So now we can go ahead and add that to our project. So open up your layout.svelte here, and at the top, just under app CSS, we're going to say import, and then at font source variable urbanist, just like that. So now that loads the font into our project, but it doesn't set it to our text or anything. So in app CSS, come on down underneath the Tailwind imports and say body, and we're going to say urbanist, or sorry, font family, urbanist variable. Make sure you spell that just as it should be, like that. And if you're not sure, you can just go ahead and copy the actual text here and paste that in. We can just do that instead, and we get urbanist variable, and it'll fall back to sans serif if it can't find that. If you want some other fallbacks, you can put them in the middle here, but this should work just fine. If we go check out our simulator, let's refresh it. And there we go. We have that different A, right? So that's how you can kind of tell, like, it's working. So that looks great. There's our Urbanist font in. And yeah, the best part about using font source is that if you use Google Fonts and paste that code in so that it actually fetches the font from Google Fonts, that's making a request to Google. And that can get a bit dicey with things like the GDPR laws and other things. So this keeps the font local so that it loads with the rest of your code, with the rest of your HTML and your CSS. It just installs it as a local package. And it's good for performance and security. All right, next I want to go ahead and start to build out the actual framework of this slice, because as you can see, this is nicely centered within the window, and ours is just kind of off on the edge. So let's add some classes first to the section at the top here. So go ahead and say class. I'm going to say px, which is padding on the x-axis, so the left and right, px4. And then on medium screens and above, we're going to say px6. And that maps to 24 pixels. So once again, if you're ever curious about what these mean, just go ahead and hover over it, and it's a really handy little bit of feedback. Then inside here, we're actually going to create a new div, and just type div and tab, and class is equal to mxAuto, and that just is margin left and margin right auto, and width is full, so that gives us width 100%, and max width 7XL. And that sets a max width of like 120, 1280. There we go. And I'm going to move this div closing all the way to the bottom so that this div is just inside the section there. So we have section div h1 and then section div span at the bottom, just like that. So if I save that, we should get a bit more centering, hopefully. I'm going to make this width, so you see how it's 1280? I'm going to make this like 1600 or so, and we see that it is doing that nice bit of centering. And then if we go small, like down to mobile, we still get a bit of padding on the side because it drops down to that padding X4. And so it looks good on pretty much every screen now. And we are going to be able to put something to the right of it. That's going to be our shapes, but already it's looking a bit better than it was before. All right, so let's add another div. This div might turn out to be unnecessary. We can combine it with this one, but for now, let's just add another div. And the way I'm going to do that this time is I'm going to just type a period and say grid and hit tab. And you see it gives us a div with class grid. That is the plugin Emmet at work. And it is it's really handy for creating lots of HTML or CSS quickly. So I have section div div, section div div. But inside this grid class, I'm going to continue with min height, and then we're going to do brackets because we want a custom value. I'm going to go 65 view height. So that is 65% of the viewport height. That's basically like the screen essentially. So we want that to be the minimum height for this element. And we're going to say grid columns 1 or grid columns 1, items center, and then on medium screens and above, grid cols 2, just like that. And so now we see that we get this on the second column, and this stays in the first column. We're going to have to wrap the text in its own div so that we can have the shapes over on that side. So let's do that now. Now, one thing to be aware of is that we want the shapes to be on top if it's on mobile. So for that reason, we're actually going to put the scene first in our HTML and have the text after, and then reverse that with CSS if we are on a bigger screen like this. So in our code, we can go ahead and just kind of map that out for starters. So I'm just going to say div, I'll say period relative and hit tab. And then I'm just going to say like shape scene for just to have something in here so that it's actually just like, visible. And inside relative, we can say Z10 row span 1 row start 1 and negative MY10. So if you put a little hyphen before any of these values, it gives you a negative number because you can't put it here. It's going to be like my -, 10. So for negative values, put it at the front. And then aspect, which is the aspect ratio, we're going to do a custom one here. It's going to be 1/1.3. So just a little bit off of being a square, but not too far off. So overflow, we're going to do hidden. You're going to see on medium screens and above, col is span 1 and on medium screens and above, call start to, and that's going to place it within the grid, and then medium screens and above, MD, MT 0, so margin top 0. We're going to save that, and we should have something. We should see shape scene. Yeah, so shape scene's up there. It's getting a little wonky, but don't worry. We will kind of bring it back to reality in a moment. But we do have our shape scene kind of mapped out there. And now, as I said, we want to wrap the H1 and the span in a div. And for that, we're going to say period, call start 1. And we can put another period and say MD row start 1. And then hit tab, and we have a div with those classes on it. So it's a nice fast way to create those new divs. So that div should wrap around the H1 and the span. If we hit save, we should see that bundled together a bit more. We still have shape scene at the top there. Let me see if refreshing does it. Then we still have it up there. So if we inspect this, it should make a bit more sense. So if we inspect, we see, if we toggle the grid, we see that, yep, we have this grid, this 2-column grid, and shape scene is just at the very top left of that grid. It seemed like it was centered, but it is just at the top left. And this is looking good. This is what we want. And then here we can put our shapes. So you're probably itching to do that. So let's go ahead and not delay the Three.js part of this any longer. So if we go to Svelte docs, we can pull this up. Let's go to the documentation, and we have this whole introduction here that walks you through what Svelte is. It's a renderer and component library for using Three.js in a declarative and state-driven way in Svelte apps. It explains that Svelte is comprised of 6 distinct packages, so you only import what you need. We're going to be mainly using Svelte Core and then Svelte Extras, which is a really nice package that's going to give us some cool things out of the box, like our shadows and this floating effect and a couple other things. So it's really handy that we don't have to do a lot of coding because Extras does it for us. So if we go to installation here, you see that if you don't have a project already, you can spin up one that already has some stuff in it. But for us, we want to manually install Svelte in an existing project. Come down to the packages. We want Svelte Core and we want Svelte Extras. And we're going to go ahead and copy this install script and go back to VS Code, open up my terminal, and I'm doing it in this second window. I'm going to hit enter, and it will install Svelte for us. All set. We have a couple more steps down at the bottom underneath the install. So we want to go to our Vite config and copy this SSR script. So down here, go to the Vite config, and where do we put this? Just inside the config. So it's at the root level of the config. So we can put it right there and put a comma, and that should be set. So this just stops it from being externalized for SSR by Vite's externalization step. So 3 doesn't play well on the server. It's a client-side thing, so we would get errors if we try to run it without this. And then we want to adapt the tsconfig.json. So under compiler options, we might need to paste this in module resolution bundler. So TypeScript config, let's see, module options. Sorry, I mean compiler options. And we want to have it so that module resolutions bundler, and it's already the case, at least for me. If it's not for you, go ahead and paste that in. But we are set here already. So we are up and running there. We might need to refresh or stop our server and start again. But Vite's usually pretty good about this. So let's continue on and see if we actually hit any errors. So for this component, we are actually going to be creating several small Svelte files, and you'll see why. But first off, let's just start off with a new file called scene.svelte, capital S in the beginning. And here we're going to say script, and we're going to go inside the script tag itself and say lang equals TS. So that's the language is set to TypeScript, and now Svelte will hold us accountable to types and things. So we're going to go ahead and say import brackets canvas from an @Svelte core, just like that. And down here, we can go ahead and use that canvas. And we are going to actually be wrapping around a different Svelte component that we're going to import. But right now, on canvas, I want to throw on shadows, just like that, to obviously unlock some shadows. But what we're going to be doing now is creating a second Svelte component, and this one will be called shapes. .svelte. And inside here, we're going to be putting pretty much our main scene inside this file. So we're going to do the same thing, script, and we're going to do lang equals ts. Once again, inside here, we want to import, we're going to say brackets t as Threalt, and then from at Threalt core, just like that. So it's going to take the T export from Threalt and just rename it to Threalt, so it's a lot more clear. I don't love the T thing that they use. It's just not as clear as just saying Threalt. It's a bit wordier, but more clear. So let's go with that. Then we are going to import asterisk as 3, all caps like that is the standard, from 3, just like that. Go ahead and hit save. And then down here, we're going to say Threalt dot perspective camera, just like this. And we're going to add some attributes to this, but just so you know, every single Three.js scene and Threalt scene and so on needs a few things. You need a scene, and that's what we basically set up here with this canvas. And then you need a camera in order to capture and record what is happening. You're going to need some lights or some form of lighting, and you need stuff in that scene. So we're going to have some shapes in there. So there's just a few parts of every Three.js scene that you're going to need. There's always a bit of boilerplate at the top of like adding your scene, adding your camera, adding your lights. But overall, Threalt is going to take care of a lot of the boilerplate stuff that we would have to write otherwise. We're going to start off with saying just make default, just like that, so that you can have multiple cameras in your scene. It's a lot easier if you have like that. I'm not sure why that happened. Let's get rid of that. Make default. We're going to say position is equal to, and we're going to say brackets, curly brackets and then square brackets, 0, 0, 25. So that takes an array, and we want to say position the camera at 0 on the X, 0 on the Y, and 25 on the Z axis to move it back quite a bit. We're going to say aspect ratio is going to be 1, and that makes it a square. I'm going to say field of vision, and this is basically how wide the angle is, and we can play with this in a bit. I'm going to set that to 30. Near, and this is how close are you going to, or like how close does something have to be rendered in the scene, right? So we're going to say pretty near to us, like it's 1 is a good number for what we're doing. And then far is just going to be 40. This is basically the draw distance for going in the back. You might see in some video games where like if you're far away from something, it just doesn't show up, and then as you move closer to it, it kind of pops into existence. That's what this essentially is. The further back this is, and if you have a lot of stuff in your scene, the more processing you have to do. For us, we're only going to have like 6 things in our scene, so it's never going to be a problem, but that's just part of setting up your camera. So with that, we are set with our perspective camera. We can hit save here, and then we can go to the scene, and we can import shapes like that. Mine auto imported. If yours didn't, go ahead and import it from .shapes.svelte. I'm gonna hit save, and we shouldn't see anything. It just shouldn't. It shouldn't be showing anything because we don't have anything in there to show, right? Like we don't have any lights. We don't have any shapes in there. But I do just want to check and make sure that we are getting a canvas. Are we not? We are not, because we still have shape scene in there. So let's go back to our index, and instead of shape scene, go ahead and remove that, and we're just going to start typing scene, and hit enter. So that should auto import at the top, and it did. Now we should have a canvas. I'm gonna hit reload in the Slice Simulator, close the editor, and inspect over here. And indeed, we have a canvas. There's not much going on there, right? Like it knows that shapes is inside it. So we see that bit, but we don't see anything else really. But we also do see that the data engine is Three.js. So this has installed successfully and it is working. We just need to keep adding to it. So just so we don't go much further without seeing something on the screen, go ahead back to the Threalt docs if you still have them open, and go to next page, your first scene. You'll see that we pretty much have what it's recommending here. And then for creating objects, we have that import from Throat core. And then we have this T-mesh box geometry mesh basic material part. Go ahead and copy that. We're just going to paste that in down here. We need to change the T dot to Throat. I selected T dot and then hit Command D, or sorry, I hit Command D 3 or 4 times. And now I have several cursors here, and I can start typing THRELTE like that and fix our import. With Three.js, to create any object in it, you need 2 things. You need geometry, which says to Three.js, hey, this is the shape of this thing, right? It's the vertices and the points and the faces of the thing that we are building. And then you need to give it a material. So it's basically like, hey, here's the skeleton of it, and then here's like the skin or like the wrapping of it, right? So the material and the geometry are necessary for pretty much anything you make in Three.js, and this mesh is just a nice way of like encapsulating both of those. So we have a throat mesh with a box geometry, in other words, like a cube, and a mesh basic material, just a simple material that you can do a bunch of things with. If we hit save there, we should be able to come over to the simulator and we see a square. We are looking at it dead on, so it's not all that interesting or anything, because we're just seeing the one side to it. If we were maybe to move, let's see if moving our position a little bit changes. Yeah, you see how it has a slightly different angle to it. It's not like a perfect square anymore because it's moved down to the bottom. But the mesh basic material just gives it a very perfectly bright shading. So this is good. This is good. I'm going to set that back to 0. We're not really going to use this. I just wanted to make sure that you saw that, yes, we are using Three.js already, and that we have made some progress, and it's this easy as putting something in your scene like this, and you should be able to go through and add more properties to it. But for now, we're going to remove this, and we're going to make one final Svelte component here, and this one is going to be nice because we're going to use this one component to represent all of the elements that we render to our scene. So I'm going to create a new component and say geometry.svelte, like that. Like before, go ahead and say script, and then lang equals ts, and open up that script tag. We can come back to shapes and import both of these, so that we have import 3 as Svelte and import asterisk as 3 from 3. And that should be all we need right now, I think. But we do have a couple of props that we want to define. So to define props with Svelte, we want to go ahead and say export, let position, and we're going to type this as number. So that's how we're typing it with the colon. And then we're going to set it as a default to 0, 0, 0. So that is the X, Y, and Z. They should just be yelling at us to say that it's not used yet, so that's fine. You can ignore that. We're going to say export let geometry, and we're going to type that as 3. I think all caps 3. Yeah. 3.buffer geometry, just like that. That's going to be the type of it, and we're going to set that as a default to new 3. Icosahedron geometry. Hopefully your autocomplete comes in so you don't have to spell that. And we're going to set that to 3. That's just going to be the size of the icosahedron, and that's one of these. I think it's that one. I'm not sure. We can find out. So coming back to that, we have the export let geometry, and last for our props, we want to say export let rate equal 0.5. That's gonna be like the speed at which this rotates and moves around the screen. So to create that mesh for ourselves, we're actually going to use the Svelte.mesh like that, and we can go ahead and just close that up. And inside here, rather than passing something as children, we can go ahead inside here and start to declare our props to the actual element itself. So if we go ahead and say curly brackets geometry, that will reference this variable here, and it will default us to this icosahedron geometry. And then we also need a material, right? So let's go up here and just for now say const material is equal to new 3.basic, mesh standard material right here. And we're going to pass that an object that lets us set the color, the roughness, the metalness, etc. So for now we can say color, and we can say something like cornflower blue, like that. Whatever color you want, it could be red. We're going to go ahead and add a roughness, and that's going to be, let's say 0.1, so not very rough. It's going to be pretty smooth. And then we can also add a metalness of, let's say 0.5. And if we save that, we can then add that to our Svelte mesh. We go in here and say material. And if we save it, we need to then import it into our shapes.svelte. So come in here and just say geometry, and that should auto import from geometry.svelte. And then here, make sure you have shapes, and then, importing the scene back here. So if we do all of that, we should see a unlit object that is definitely not cornflower blue. Why is that? Because we need something to light up our scene. This mesh standard material is not like the basic material. If we change it to that, you'll see that it does light up and that it is a cornflower blue. But this basic material doesn't react realistically to lights or anything. Standard material does, and it's basically saying, hey, I have no lights in the scene. So for our final scene, we're actually not going to set up any real lights in our scene. We're going to use what's called an HDR or an HDRI in order to create this really nice lighting setup. But for now, just to kind of see how lighting works in Svelte, let's go ahead into our scene, into our shapes component, and we're going to say Svelte. If I could spell it, THRELT. It's not a usual word. I'm going to say directional light, and then we're going to go ahead and close that. And then inside here, we're going to say the position is equal to curly brackets, then square brackets. I'm going to say 0, 10, and say 30, just like that. And if we save that, I don't know why that keeps importing at the top of mine. Hopefully you're not getting that same issue. But now we see that the directional light is indeed lighting up our icosahedron. However, it's not very bright, so let's go ahead and say intensity is equal to, let's go 8. We see that, there we go, that's much brighter, maybe a little too bright, maybe a little overblown. 2? There we go, not bad. So we see that we do have a scene, we have lighting, we have cameras, we have objects. That is what we need for a Svelte or Three.js scene. We are rolling along. Now let's start to abstract out this geometry scene a bit more and start to add some of the fun details that we have in our final product. Now, if we look at the final product, we see that we have these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shapes in different positions, but they also float around. So it's kind of like that. They have like a general home base where they've been placed, but they also float around like within that home base. So in order to do that, we want to kind of wrap each element in a div, so to speak, that positions them in this spot. Like I want to make sure that this donut is always placed front and center or front and left. And yet I want it to move inside there. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a Svelte group. So I'm going to say Svelte.group, and we're going to set the position of this to the position that we passed in. Only thing we're going to do is we're going to actually multiply it by 2, just so that we don't have to pass in like big numbers. We can just do small tweaks in the shapes file, and then the enlargement or the expansion of that number will happen here. So we're going to pass this a function, say position.map, and in here we're going to do an arrow function. P is going to be the argument, and we're going to say P times 2 is what we're going to return. So basically, we're returning whatever the position passes in times 2. Going to close that, and down here I'm going to Close the throat group. We now have the throat mesh inside the throat group. This right now isn't any different than us just putting the position on the throat mesh, but you'll see in a little bit, we're going to put the float inside here so that throat mesh can move around as much as it wants, but still be like anchored to that position. So let's go ahead and add that float. We're going to say float, and you should see at the top, it has an import from Throat Extras. We hit enter, and this is our first import from the awesome Throat Extras package. We go ahead and close that and move float beneath Throat Mesh. Let's see what it actually does as a default. It might need to reload the page. It doesn't seem to do anything as a default, so let's add some more properties. So we can start off with speed. We're going to set that to 5, and we're actually going to multiply it by this rate. So this rate is going to allow us to reach in and say that certain shapes move faster than others. And the main reason is I want this big shape to move slower than these tiny shapes, right? Like that makes sense. Like small things will move faster. This one I want it to feel like a bit heavier, a bit slower. So it gives a nice effect that these are kind of spinning fast in the background, but this has some weight to it. So for that reason, we're going to multiply by rate for speed. And then we also have a few other properties like rotation speed is equal to, we're going to say 5 times rate. Rotation intensity is equal to 6 times the rate. These are just numbers that I came up with after tweaking with it. You can tweak your own and figure out what you like best. And float intensity is going to be also 5 times the rate. And if we go ahead and hit save there, we can come back and we already have a pretty cool looking floating effect, right? That's what this float element does for us. Like that's how cool this extras package is that we didn't have to figure out like all of the math stuff that goes into making something float this smoothly. And see, we also have a little bit of shine. You see that? That's coming from the smoothness of our material here. So yeah, we have a nice floating animation, and that's looking really slick. And we can position it wherever we want, and it's going to float inside that area. So let's go back to our shapes file, and let's actually create the geometries that we're going to be using here. We can move the directional light up. We're going to delete that in a little bit once we have our environment in. But for now, let's go ahead into geometry. And we're going to create our first one. I'm going to call this one, I'm going to put a comment here and say gem. All right, because we're going to have these 5 elements. I want to make it clear which these are, because things like icosahedron and dodecahedron aren't like super obvious to me what they are. So I'm calling this one the gem. Say position is equal to curly brackets, square brackets, 0, 0, 0. That's going to be our big one in the center. I'm going to say the rate is actually going to be slower, like I said, so it's 0.3. And then the geometry, this is going to be new 3, all caps, icosahedron geometry, and we're going to set that to a size of 3. Yes, that is the default for what's inside, but it's better that we just say it explicitly here. So we have that geometry. We are passing in those values. We should only see a change in the rate. The rest is the default. And yeah, it's moving a bit slower if you remember. But that's looking good. So if we do that again and say change the position here to, I don't know, 5. You see it moved a lot closer. Let's actually do this 0. I'm going to move this one 5. Maybe just 1. There we go. Now we see that we have 2 in there. Very cool. But this one actually isn't going to be 1. Let's set this position and let's give it a comment, because this is going to be our pill. And this is going to have a position of 1 and negative 0.75, and the Z is going to be 4. This has a rate of 4, and like I said, these numbers, do whatever you want here, but this is just the scene that I promised you. It's going to be a capsule geometry. It's a good name for it, right? And this takes a few properties to determine the size and shape of it on a few different metrics. So we're going to say 0.5, comma, 1.6, comma, 2, comma, 16. So go ahead and save that. If you're curious, you can check out what the values of this map to in the docs. So either in the Svelte docs or in the Three.js docs. But you can see there it is. It is out front. It's not looking as good as this just yet because it's still that same blue and the lighting kind of sucks. But we are seeing that it is working. We're able to pass in the geometry, able to pass in the position, and change the rate as well. From there, let's go ahead to soccer ball. And for this one, I'm going to go ahead and copy our gem out. I'm actually just going to do that a few times now. So let's go ahead and just stub out the rest of it. I'll say donut. I'm going to paste in our geometry, and I'm going to say diamond. And paste our geometry. Cool. So let's go to the soccer ball. The position is going to be -1.4, 2, and -4. And for the rate, it's going to be 0.6, going to move a little bit faster. And the geometry is going to be a dodecahedron geometry with a size of 1.5. All right, great. So if we save that, yeah, we see we have our stacked up donut and diamond, but we have our soccer ball in the back. It's not an actual soccer ball. That's just what I called it to help me like understand what I'm talking about a bit more. The donut is a good name for this one. We're going to say position is -0.8. And and then -0.75, and then 5. And the rate is going to be 0.5, and the geometry is going to be torus. And this takes a few values, torus geometry, like that. It takes a few values. The first one is 0.6, then 0.25, then 16, and then 32. And then we have our donut there. Once again, if you want to play with any of these, like if you want to tweak that second value, you see it makes a much fatter donut. We just want to set it to 0.5. You get a nice, big donut. Any of these values, you can go ahead and tweak to make yours more unique, more whatever you want it to be. This is just, once again, the scene that I designed, but this is yours to play with as you like. Last one, diamond. So position is, I'm just going to wipe out all three of these, 1.6, 1.6, 1.6, and then -4. The rate is going to be 0.7, and then the geometry is octahedron geometry, like that. And the value inside is 1.5 for our size. We see we get that diamond in the background. And there we go. We have our 5 shapes floating pretty much the way that it's going to float at the end. Only thing we need to add now, much better lighting. The materials all kind of stink. They're all the same. I'm clicking on it and nothing's happening. And yeah, we need to do a few things, but we are getting there. Oh, also some contact shadows. Let's go ahead and add that right now because that is a nice, easy little addition that we can throw probably under this directional light. Let's see. So contact shadows. It's going to be an import. If it didn't automatically import, it should import from Svelte extras, just like that. Then I'm going to say position is equal to curly brackets, square bracket 0, -3.5, 0. And I'm going to say opacity is equal to 0.65, and scale is equal to 40, and blur equal to 1, and far equal to 9. So I'll talk about a couple of these. The position, so the way contact shadows works is it pretty much just renders kind of like a plane, right? Like a geometry plane where it's just gonna be like a flat surface, and that's the position that we're actually saying. So it's basically where is the ground, and I'm saying it's 3.5 units underneath the 0, the origin of this scene, right? Opacity is like how dark is the shadow. Scale is how big is that? And yeah, so that's if we crank up the blur, it gets really blurry, right? We just have a 1, so it's not that blurry. And then I think far is like how far away does something have to be to still make an effect on this scene. If you crank up the opacity to like a 9, it gets really dark and it's just a bit too much. But yeah, 0.65 seems to be the sweet spot. There we go. We got our contact shadows. It's that easy. Once again, Svelte extras makes this so easy to add cool stuff. And actually, I want to guide you towards this, because maybe you find some cool stuff in here that you're like, oh man, I can make the scene even better than what Alex made it. So I'm trying to see. Interaction, we're going to be adding some of this stuff like interactivity, but there is other stuff here. Where's float? Yeah, so float, that's what we're using. You can add a sky texture pretty easily. Soft shadows, I think is what, oh no, we're not using soft shadows, we're using contact shadows. A little bit different, but yeah, also a nice effect, right? So you have all these different effects that you can use in your scene. Stars would be pretty cool, but you don't have to write any of this. It's just really, really handy. So back to what we're doing. Next, let's go into our geometry and make it so that we get some random materials. To do that, we want a function that basically picks a random material. So let's first set up an array of objects that define these materials. So I'm going to copy this out of here. I'm going to just go X, and I'm going to say const material params equals an array, and I'm going to paste that first one in there. So we can keep cornflower blue. If you want to paste another one and just say like purple, you can do that. We'll add our colors in later, and I'll add the roughness of like 8. So it's like a very dull shade to it, and remove the metalness. So with that, we have our material parameters, and now we can say function get random material, and that doesn't need any arguments or anything. We're going to return a new mesh standard material. I'm going to get rid of this const material. Return new mesh standard material from 3. And what we're going to put inside here is we're going to use GSAP's random utils to call one of these material params. It's a super handy utility function that GSAP offers. So GSAP, if it doesn't auto import, it's not. So go ahead up to the top here and import GSAP from GSAP. And then back in our get random material function, we're going to say GSAP dot utils dot random, and then we're going to pass the array of material params like that. Then down here, instead of material, we're going to say material equals, because we have this because this is a shorthand for geometry equals geometry, but material is not going to equal material anymore. Material now equals get random material. We call that function. And so now we should have our cornflower blue and our purple in just about equal. Oh, let's see. What did I do? Right, we didn't install GSAP yet. That's super funny. I forgot that this is the first time we're using it. So go ahead, control, or go into your terminal. I'm going to say npm install GSAP, just like that, and that should fix our problem. It might not fix it there for a little bit. That's fine. But over here, if we reload, we should see, yep, we are now picking a random material, or yeah, it's getting a random now as we go through. So let's build out our material params array. We could go through and type a whole bunch of different things in here, but instead I popped it in the course resources. So if you head over to that doc, components and code, material params array, if you open that up, you have this const material params, and it has these few values. Let's copy that and come back here. I'm going to paste that in. And as you can see, like, this isn't anything different from what we've just done. So it's not like you're missing out on any education. It's just typing these values is kind of weird. Now, this 0 and like the funny X is kind of a Three.js way of saying colors. You could also just as easily do this in quotes. So it's like this, and that should work just fine. But this is just kind of like the Three.js way, and probably other applications too, but that's the main way that I use that. So if we head back to our simulator, now we see that they're ugly still, like this doesn't look as good as our final product, but we are definitely getting some random materials added to our scene. The more you refresh, the more you'll see that is the case. So that's working well. We have a bunch of different materials. Feel free to change those colors as you'd like, but let's wait until you are seeing them in their true beauty, because right now the lighting stinks. And if you've learned anything about photography or anything, the light really matters, and this directional light ain't cutting it. So we're going to be getting rid of this, but to do so, we need something to replace it with. And if you go into assets, I need you to download this portfolio assets.zip. And inside that, you'll find just 3 files, but this is the tiny HDR that we're going to be using. I made it really small because it doesn't need to be all that great. These are some basic shapes, and we want our whole scene to load as fast as possible. But this will do it for giving us a pretty nice lighting setup. We have 2 other textures. We'll be using this for the background and using this for the favicon and some other things. But small room HDR is what we want. So go ahead. I'm going to come back to the project, and we want to go to our static folder, and next to favicon, I want to go ahead and drop these 3 right in that static folder, and then I will handle the favicon later. I'm not going to get distracted like I can sometimes do. But now we have our small room HDR in the static folder, so that's going to be at the path of / small room HDR. So in our shapes file, let's get rid of this directional light, and instead we're going to say environment. And it should import from throughout extras, just like that. So you should have context shadows and environment. And I'm going to say files equals to quote small room.hdr, and path is equal to / and format is equal to HDR, just like that. And we're going to close that. And now it should import that small room and treat every bright thing inside it as if it were a light, and it's casting rays into our scene. Let's go back to our simulator. Look at that. Look at the difference. I should have actually kept in here. I'll go back and keep it in real quick just to show you. Let's keep that and then redo it. All right, there we go. So I'm going to keep the directional light. We'll toggle back and forth. Let me see if I can just, I'll save this and you'll see the immediate, like what a difference, right? It's just night and day there. Oh my gosh, so much better. And we didn't have to set up lights in this perfect way. We didn't have to position them and set their brightness or anything. You literally just throw an HDR down and you get fantastic lighting. If you search the internet for HDRs, there's tons of free ones. I just liked this one for the field that I was going with, but there's ones for outside, the forest, this, that. But see how simple that is to just throw this environment component in there, link to the small room HDR, and man, that is so nice. All right. Let's go ahead and add some interactivity to this component, because right now, if I click on it, it doesn't do the thing that we want it to do. It doesn't even respond in any way. We don't even know that it's happening. So in Svelte, if we use this interactivity function, we can call that in our main scene component, and we will now have access to the click, pointer, and wheel events for our Svelte app. So we want to go to our shapes file, and right in here, we want to go ahead and inside context shadows environment, we want to import interactivity, just like that. And then here, inside the script tag, we want to call interactivity and call it as a function. Go ahead and save that. And then inside geometry, we need to add an on-click to our Svelte mesh. So I'm going to open up this right here. And inside here, we want to first say interactive, just to let the mesh know that it should be interactive. And then on:click, we're going to say handle click. We don't have that function just yet, but we will. And let's go ahead and make it right now. All right, so inside the script tag, we want to say function handle click. And inside here, we're going to get an event. And we're going to type that as a mouse event, just like that. It shouldn't be any kind of import. This is just a standard HTML kind of thing. And then inside here, we want to check to see if what we're clicking on is a Three.js mesh object before we do anything else. So we're gonna say if object in event. So that'll check to make sure that the event brings us back an object, and event.object instance of all lowercase. We're going to say 3, all caps, dot mesh. So we're checking first if this event has an object on it, and then once we know that it does, check to see if that object is a 3 mesh. Now, if it is, we're going to open up these brackets, and we're going to say event.object.material, where we're editing the material of this mesh, and then we're going to say get random material. So if we save that, we should be able to go back to our slice here, and as you click, it gets a random material. You might get like 2 purples in a row, so if it doesn't seem to work sometimes, that's why. Because the random function doesn't check what it had before, so it might give you the same material back. All right, so this is pretty cool and all, but unfortunately it's not giving us that fun bouncy effect like this final version is. Here we are using GSAP to animate this fun little bounce, and we really want that kind of an effect because it just is so much more satisfying than a simple color change. So we are going to be getting into GSAP for the first time. Over here in the course resources, you'll see that I have a GSAP simple demo and the GSAP docs. You can go ahead and open both of those. And the docs you can just use as your own reference point if you want to change any of the animations or add more animations later. The docs are fantastic. Everything about GSAP is fantastic. And then we have this simple demo that I'm just going to run you through a few of the basics of what we're going to be working on today. I give you this demo so that you can go ahead and play with it as you wish. And I have a whole bunch of code that's just commented out that you can go ahead and uncomment. So let's go ahead, uncomment this and see it run. And we should see this square move to x100. And so that means it's going to move 100 units over on the x-axis, which is left and right. If we were to make this a negative 100, it would move left. And you see that we are calling this function GSAP.to. And that basically means, hey, we want to move this element, and we are calling it by its class. And you can see here, class is square. And we're saying this is what we want to do to that element, right? It's a very, very simple one. Let's do something with a couple more properties to it. So here you can see, not only are we moving it over, but we're going to rotate it, and we are setting a custom duration. The duration by default in GSAP is 1 second. This one's going to take a little bit longer, but we're still animating the same element with the same .to. So let's go ahead and run that. And there you go. Took a little bit longer. There was a spin. It still moved to the same spot. And because it's 360, it kind of came back to nice and flat. Let's go through another one. Here we have a custom ease. And you'll see that as we run this one, it's going to have a fun bouncy effect to it. See, much more interesting in terms of how that ends, right? It kind of like bounces past and then it comes back to it like a rubber band. Now, if we look at this GSAP from to, this allows us to say, hey, I want you to animate from this set of properties to a different set of properties. So it's like, I want you to go from the color white to the color black. And so like, if you transition that, it'll go through like all the grays and, turn black. So we're moving our circle this time, and we're taking it from opacity 0. So it's going to like go invisible for a second, and it's going to move, I believe, down on the y-axis. So it's going to go down, and then it's going to turn to opacity 1. Y will be 0. It'll come back to its starting point, duration 2, and it'll take a half second to run. So I'll actually have this one go also, so we can notice the delay. So go ahead and hit run. It hasn't happened yet. There we go. It rises up nice and slow. It's exactly what we expected there. Now, if we have many animations in a row that we want to run. So I want the square first to move here, and then once it's done moving there, to move here, then to turn red, then to spin, right? Like it's like step 1, step 2, step 3. A timeline, a GSAP timeline is perfect for that, because otherwise you have to really fiddle with timing where it's like, all right, if I want to change it to like after 2 seconds it does this, and oh, all right, I need to change the other one. This is great because it calls one function after another, after another, after another. So when this one finishes, then it moves on to the next one. So if we come down to run timeline, make sure everything else is commented out, and we run this, we should see the square move, or at least do something, right? the square, the square, the square, and then after that, the circle. So let's run this and see what happens. So square changes color, moves, spins, stops, circle shrinks, and falls. There we go. And you can investigate this code a bit more, and it is going to repeat because it has a repeat of -1. That basically means infinite. You can set that to any number and it'll do that, but -1 makes it go forever. And then it pauses on the repeat for 3 seconds. So this is just like really, really basic GSAP. Just want you to kind of see like, okay, this is how we specify what we are animating by passing a class or an ID or even just the actual object itself right here. And then here we can set all kinds of different properties and even like our own custom variables. GSAP is great for just changing one value to another value. It's super versatile, super fast. Can't recommend it enough. So let's go ahead and close out of this. I'm going to leave the site. I'm not going to save it. And we can head back to our hero as well as our code. So if we head to our handle click right here, we actually are going to push the material part a little bit down. And here we're going to do a GSAP tween. So I'm going to say GSAP.to, and we want to say event.object.rotation. Because that's all we are changing here. And we don't need quotes or anything because we're actually passing it the specific object. And we are going to put curly brackets after that to pass it an object with whatever properties we want to animate. Now on this rotation property, you see that it has an X, a Y, and a Z, or at least it doesn't say it here, but just trust me. So we have an X that we want to animate. And here we can say, just for starters, use backticks because we'll be editing it soon. But I'll just say plus equals 2. And then we can go ahead and say the same for Y. Backticks plus equals 2. So whatever the value it is right now, we are going to add 2 to that. And then Z is plus equals 2, just like that. And then afterwards, we can say duration. Oh, I needed a comma here. Duration is going to be 1.3. Ease is going to be, and we're going to type this out, elastic, inside quotes, out, and 1, 0.3. Now, oh, why did it say back? Why did I change it back? Autocomplete can be funny sometimes. In GSAP, let's see if we can find real quick. Ease, no. The search is a little bit like compartmentalized. So let's see. I'm just gonna go ahead and GSAP ease, just like that. And Google helps me out and it gives us this ease visualizer. This is such a fantastic page. It's gsap.com/docs v3 eases. And this is wonderful for you figuring out exactly the ease that you want to use in your project. We're using Elastic, and you can see like this ball is kind of like what we're animating. And so it gives it that springy kind of feel that you see when you click on these. And so by choosing that Elastic, we get that fun bouncy feel. You can do bounce, but that's more like a ball hitting a floor, where this is more like a rubber band like hanging in space, right? But there's all kinds of nice eases that you can play with. And even down here, there's more properties and things that you can choose. So we can have a less springy ease, or we can have a super springy ease. So totally yours to customize. Just want to show you where I pulled this value out of. Got it right from the GSAP ease docs. And so we have that ease. Now we're going to go yo-yo true. So that is going to make it go to the end and then come back. So it's going to do plus equals 2 and then kind of come back from that. So if we, if we go here to our shapes, we should see, yep, it does a little bounce. There you go. So if your shapes are moving around, that's pretty nice. Only thing is it gets this weird, like it gets stuck sometimes, and it's going to be always this plus 2, plus 2, plus 2. And I don't love like the uniformity of that. I think it's going to look a lot better if we have a bit of randomness there. So what we're going to do, I'm going to erase this 2, and I'm going to put $, and then curly brackets. And inside here, I'm going to call GSAP .utils.random. This is such a handy function. I use it all the time. And we're going to get a number between 0 and 3. And so if I go ahead and copy that for the other values, it should just be random, random, random. And just for the record, this will be a different value than this and this. Like it's not going to be the same value. Those will be 3 different random numbers. Now, if I click it, it kind of gives me a bit more of an unpredictable result. It can go a little bit, it can go a lot. It's kind of like a more fun and random result. So there we go. Have a bit of randomness, a bit of, I mean, like there's a lot of randomness, right? Like the colors, the spin, all of it. So that's looking pretty good. Now here's another thing that's missing from ours is this fun, like bouncing pop into existence animation that we have here, right? Like boing, boing, boing. It's nice little fun intro here. It exists, right? It just kind of comes in whenever it's ready. Not nearly as fun. Let's add a nice little transition there to bring our shapes into existence, right? So head to our shapes.svelte, and what we're going to do is we're going to use another one of these Svelte extras, and this one's called transitions. And we're going to do the same thing we did with interactivity. We're going to call transitions and call it as a function. Go ahead and save that. And then back in geometry, we need to create a transition called bounce. So I'm going to say const bounce is equal to create transition, and I should import from Svelte extras like that. And I'm going to add an arrow function here. So we're going to have parentheses with ref inside, arrow, and then open up your curly brackets just like that. And this is going to return an object that contains some properties on how this animation should go. If you check out the Svelte docs, you can see that we have this create transition, and it is returning an object with a tick function. So we go through and we say what happens on every single frame, and then we set the easing, we set the duration, we set the delay. The delay is just how many milliseconds it takes before the animation begins. So back in our code, say return. And we're going to have the curly braces. We're returning this object. The first one is tick, and that is a function that takes in t for time, I think. And then we're going to say if parentheses t is greater than 0, we're going to say visible is equal to true. And I think we need to set that the visible property. So go ahead up here, just under your exports, and say let visible equal false. And what this does is this lets us hide everything until the JavaScript is loaded until we are bouncing that animation in. And so we actually want to come down to our Svelte mesh also and say visible. And that's going to make it visible equals visible. And so if that is false, this will not show up even if it's like loaded in. That way bounce can be the way that it loads in. Now still inside this tick function, we want to say ref.scale.set. We're going to set that to t. So it's just going to scale it up by the same value on all axes. Now we're going to have a comma after that function, and we're going to say easing elastic out. And that should come from Svelte easing maybe. Yep, that's exactly right. So elastic out, that should auto import from Svelte easing, and comma. We need to set the duration and the delay. So duration, we're going to set that to a random number. So GSAP.utils.random. I'm going to say 800, 1200. And then we're going to say delay. We'll say GSAP.utils random. I'm going to put that between 0 and 500. This way, some of our shapes will pop in right away, or at least close to right away, and some will get a little bit more delayed, and that's what adds that fun, like pop, 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 pop kind of look. So we have this bounce transition. Now we just need to set it on our mesh. So all you have to do is come down to your Svelte mesh and just say in equals, and I'm going to say bounce, like that. If we hit save, hopefully your mesh kind of stacks now, so it's easier to read. And if we go back to our hero, let's see if it's working. There we go. We get some fun bounces in. I'll stop refreshing it so that it's not like flashing for you. But you can go ahead and refresh your own and see how that bounce entrance works. I'll show my code a little bit more in case you got a little bit behind or lost. Make sure you have your visible up here and that you add visible here. Yeah, that should cover that. Now I think the last thing we need to do is to get our sound effects going, because right now it's quiet. It's not bad, but let's get some sounds in there. If you go to our course resources, you'll see at the bottom here I have Kenny assets, and that should open up this page right here. And these are a bunch of sounds that you can use in your projects without any attribution, any money. Like, they're completely free. You can donate to support these great assets, but we have UI audio down here. And you can come in here and click this just to hear what kinds of sounds are in this. All right, so that's UI audio. We have a few others that we can play with. These impact sounds make a lot of sense to me though, right? So let's check those out. So you get the idea. There are a bunch of impact sounds that you can get here. And once again, it's a Creative Commons CC 0 so that you don't have to, there's basically no copyright on it, right? So you can use it for whatever you want. Now we can go ahead and use these audio files. All right, once you have that downloaded and unzipped, go ahead into audio and you'll see that we have a whole bunch of items here. Now we're gonna pull a couple of these in and see how they work in our project. So I'm going to go to the static folder. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to say sounds just to organize this. And inside that sounds folder, let's try a couple of these. My computer doesn't play them right here. So I'm going to try maybe a wood heavy 000. So I'm going to drag that over into sounds and let's see how that sounds. Pretty good. Yeah, it's like one of those thumps that we have. Impact wood heavy. Is there like a light? Here we go. Let's try light 001. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, that's one of those sounds. And then like a medium. Let's go. You can add as many sounds as you want. You can add any of these. These are just the three that I'm choosing. Yeah, so you have a light, medium, and heavy. I'm going to go and rename these so that we can it just be a little bit easier. I'm going to say rename this to hit 1. Let's say this is medium, go to hit 2, and heavy will be hit 3. That way we can just, type that a little bit easier. But now we have 3 of our audio files, and we need to now reference those inside our project. So if we go up to the top, we can create a array that has these sound effects. I'm going to say const sound effects is equal to array, and we're going to say new audio, which is a built-in API. You don't have to import this from anywhere. And we're going to say parentheses, string / sounds, because it's coming from the root of our project, /hit 1.ogg. And I'm going to put a comma here at the end, and I'm going to copy that to 2 lines, change 2 and 3. So now we have this sound effects array that we can reference, and this audio file should play when we call that function. So if we go to our handle click event, right here at the top, we can go ahead and say gsap.utils.random. Told you we use it all the time. And we're going to pick a random item from that sound effects array. So random can either go between 2 values, or you can pass it in array and it says, all right, how about this one? And we're going to say sound effects. And then at the end of that, because this will return that audio object, we're going to call the function on that and say play, just like that. So if we save there and head back to our simulator, we should hear some sounds. Very cool. I mean, like how cool is it that it's that easy, right? You just get to use a built-in API, say new audio, pass it a string, and then say, let's play it. Now, as you can see, like these tend to repeat a bit because there's only 3. So feel free to add, well, don't go too crazy because your users will have to download each of these files. They're pretty small, but still, it's not a free thing. So maybe like 5, 6, whatever you want. But that pretty much does it for our shapes and how they are, entering, how they're animating, the sounds, the texture change. You can go ahead and play with any of those values and have a lot of fun with it. Now, only thing we don't have is Andy Bryant and Creative Developer animating in. So let's go ahead and use some more GSAP to bring those in for us. For that, we're going to close our geometry, close our shapes, and close pretty much everything in mine, except for the index.svelte under hero. So we're back in our hero index file, and right here inside the script, I need to split out the letters from first name and last name. And here's why, because when you inspect this, this is just one element that has some text inside. We need it to be 4 separate elements, one for A, one for N, and so on, right? So these need to be a whole bunch of different spans that we can then animate individually. So that is our current task. Let's go ahead and here in the script tag, say const first name letters. We're going to just say equals slice.primary dot first name. So we're grabbing that first name, and if that exists, we're going to say split, and we're going to pass an empty string to say split everywhere. Like if you pass a space here, it'll split between words, right? We want to split on everything. And if that doesn't exist, then just we want to quote. So we don't want to pass nothing to what we have down here, or we're going to have a function in a second. So that's what we want there. And go ahead and just copy that and change a couple things. I'm going to say last, and that should be just fine. So now we have an array of ANDY and BRYANT. Now, if we go down to where we are showing the first name and last name, let's change a few things here. First, we're going to check with an if block. I'm going to say if first name letters dot length and last name letters dot length. So we want to check and make sure that those exist in the first place. And then at the end of this span, we can close that if block. And what we need to do is basically replace this first name string with a bunch of spans for each letter. So just wipe out slice primary first name. And inside here, we're going to do an each block. And we're going to say each first name letters as letter. And then inside, we're going to say span class equals, we're going to say name animation inline block and opacity 0, because we're going to be animating this in. Well, okay, let's keep opacity off it. Let's just keep that to 100 for now, so that we can see that we're doing the right thing. And then we're going to say inside here letter, and that should create a span for each of our letters. Let's go ahead before we do the last name, save it and check it out. Inspect your Andy over here, and I can already see there's little lines in between each, but we have one for N, one for D, one for Y. So no changes visually, but our markup has changed. Great, go ahead and do the same thing for your next one. And by that, I mean your last name. Gonna wipe this out and paste that in, change first name letters to last. The rest should stay. I'm gonna hit save. And now we have a bunch of different Bryant spans as well. So there's my Y span. Great. That's the first step to animating letter by letter. Then we want to create an animation that plays once the component has mounted. So we're going to call on mount. I'm going to import that from Svelte. Let's move that to the top there. And on mount takes a function. So I'm going to do a arrow function inside here. And we are going to say that we want a timeline. So const TL, just short for timeline, equals gsap.timeline. And call that as a function. Now we're going to say TL.from2, and we are going to pass that name, dot name animation. So we're going to target anything with the name animation class. Remember, each of our spans has that class. So we're targeting all of those elements, and we're going to say we want to animate from a beginning bunch of values of x is equal, or x colon -100, opacity 0. Rotate is -10. So it's going to kind of like spin in a little bit just to make it a bit playful. And then in our second object, so you see how we have the string and then one object, and then this is the to object. We're going to say x0, so that brings it right back to its starting point, like where it actually should be. I'll say rotate 0. I'm going to say opacity 1. And then we want to give it an ease. We want to give it that fun elastic ease. So I'm going to say ease, quote, elastic, and you can say out. I'm getting a little bit of help from autocomplete here. And we're going to give it 1, 0.3. Once again, check that ease page if you want to change it. Duration of just 1. That's the default, but it's good if you set it manually so you can see what it is and easier to change later. Transform origin. We're going to set that to left top. And that changes the pivot point for things like rotations so that it's going to rotate from that top left of each span rather than like center or whatever. So that's nice to specify. And then delay. We don't want it to happen right away because we want to make sure that they notice it, that it doesn't like start animating too quickly. So we're going to have a 0.5 second delay. And now we can go ahead and save, and I'll show you the result of this. And then I'll show you the next fun GSAP thing that we're going to use. So go ahead, reload the page. It didn't even, It might be happening too quickly. Or let's go ahead, head back to opacity 100 here. Change this to opacity 0 and see if that helps our effect show a bit more. No, it's not firing. Let's see why. I found it by checking our console. GSAP is not defined. Funny that I'm not getting an error here, but I never imported GSAP, so very important. GSAP from GSAP. So now, there we go, looking a lot better. So we see Andy Bryant kind of like bounce in, right? So it all comes in from the side. That's fine, but we want individual letters to be animating in. So right now, it's animating every single letter the same way at the same time. But it just makes it feel like you're animating the entire block as one. So GSAP has this fantastic feature called staggering. And here on the GSAP docs, we can go ahead and see this is what we're talking about. So without much code on our end, we can have really cool effects like this. So we can go from center, we can go from one end to the other, or we can choose random. And this is what we're going to do for our letters, just to have it, once again, be kind of random. We're doing a very playful hero section, so we want it to be not too predictable and not like super like clean and crisp like that. So we are using this stagger property, and it's really nice and powerful. See here that within our tween, so with our timeline, we have our .to, and then we're going to pass it this stagger property with an object, and we get to change a whole bunch of things, including like which kind we're going to do for random and others. So let's go ahead and add that into our scene. After delay, go ahead and say stagger. I'm going to pass this an object. Inside the object, we're just going to use a couple of properties. We're going to say each, which means that each element should animate over the course of 0.1 second. So it's pretty fast. And we're going to say from, and we're going to say random. And that is our, like that could be either center, edges, end, random, or start. So we're choosing that random value. Now, if we head to our hero, boom, that's exactly what we want. That's really cool. Yeah, nice and bouncy. It's just the stagger features, a whole bunch of features in GSAP just make it really, really simple to get a really wonderful result. So now that we have that, we are going to now animate this tagline in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give this span a new class. I'm going to say job title, or you can say tagline, whatever. We just need a class to reference from GSAP. And I'm going to add opacity 0 onto here. So say opacity 0. And that's a nice way to make sure GSAP is animating your content in, because this will show up before the JavaScript is, compiled and run. So you want to make sure that the CSS prevents it from showing, and then you can show it with your JavaScript. So now let's head back into our timeline. And so we're using a timeline so that I can wait for the name to animate in, and then on top of that, or after that, I should say, animate our tagline in. So after that from to, I'm going to say another tl.from2, and we're going to call that this time on .job title. And we're going to pass that to objects. I'll just break them out right there. And for this one, the effect is that it's a bit bigger, and it comes from a little bit down, and it's bigger, and it kind of like shrinks into place, or like it like lands with a bounce. So you'll see Andy Bryant, and then boom. So it kind of goes like that. So if we head to our first object, we can say y20, opacity 0, and scale is 1.2. So it's a bit bigger than its actual size. And then for the 2, we want to say opacity 1, bring it into full view. We're going to say y is 0 to put it back to where it was. Duration is be 1 second. Scale, make it its actual size of 1. And then our ease, we can go ahead and grab this ease from up here. So you have to type that again. So ease is going to be the same elastic out. Just like that. If you hit save, we should be able to go back, see our animation in full, and then boom, Creative Developer. There it is. We just have a few GSAP function calls, and not too complicated of some animation properties, in my opinion. Like if you're struggling with this, that's totally fine, totally normal. You know, it's always something to pick up for the first time. But in terms of like the complications here, it is basically like either the X or Y axis. Can you see it or can you not? And then how big is it? Or is it rotating, right? So just a few simple things that you can add to your scene and get some fun results. So I think our hero is pretty much done, but there's one last thing we want to do here. We want to go into our H1, and because what we did with these spans is, you know, not proper HTML in terms of, well, just about anything, but it's fine as long as we give an ARIA label to help out screen readers, because if you put this through a screen reader, it'll come in and say A, N, D, Y, B. It'll spell it out, and it won't be very clear like what's going on here. So in our H1, we want to say ARIA label, and we're going to set that to slice.primary.firstname plus, I'm going to put a quote with a space in there just to separate out the first name and last name, and then slice.primary.lastname. And so now if we save that, that should allow any screen reader to come in. I'm going to inspect the H1, and our label here is Andy Bryant. So that should take precedence. And so when it comes to reading your H1, it's going to say Andy Bryant, and then it's going to read Creative Developer, because Creative Developer is not part of this H1. And so we are kind of like breaking our HTML and then fixing it with that ARIA label. Later on in the course, we will come back and do a bit more accessibility with checking to see if they have prefers reduced motion on. But for now, we're going to leave this as it is and kind of do that step at the end with a bunch of components at once. So let's move on to pulling this component into our homepage. So I'm going to head to Slice Machine back here. We haven't seen this for a little bit, but here's our slice. We want to make sure that we can use our hero on our page type. So I'm going to go to page types. I'm going to click page. And right now, the only slice that we can use on our hero is the rich text slice. I'm going to click add slices, and we can create a new one here or use a template or select existing. And that's what we want. We already have our hero made. We're going to click that, and we'll add a screenshot in just a second. So I'm going to click add. And now we can use this slice within this page type. I'm going to go to review changes, and I'm going to, don't worry about the screenshots for now. I'm going to push this all up to Prismic. And so what that did is that sent that model for the slice and for the page type up to Prismic, and I'll just open it there, open a new window for it. And now we can go into our home page, And we have our rich text here still, but I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. I'm going to say delete to the rich text, and I will click preview the page. Or sorry, I'll click add slice. The button just took that place. I'm going to say hero right here. So we have our first name. I'm just going to use my name so we can make sure that it's working and it's not going to be the default of Andy Bryant. And I'm going to say cool guy. I'm going to hit save, and we're going to hit publish. And now if we go back to our home page and I reload this, awesome. Awesome. The background's obviously not what we want it to be, but we see that our hero component is looking great. That worked really, really well. Obviously, if I was using cool guy and my name and stuff, I would tweak these values a little bit so that it's a little more, I don't know, centered or just positioned well. But I'm going to go back to Prismic and change it to our Andy Bryant and creative developer. Save and publish. And cool, if I refresh, we have Andy Bryant, creative developer. Yeah, it just looks a lot better. So if you don't have a Y or a G or something that hangs down, you probably want to move this a bit closer so you can reduce like the top margin. Let's see, might have, no, I think it's this margin bottom. So like if I didn't have that in my name, I might say margin bottom like 2 so that it comes up, right? So it'll look a bit better. So tweak these values if you don't have I believe it's called a descender when you have something like that. So that's looking really good. Now we need to start to build out like the rest of our site. I kind of jumped into one of the fun parts of this just to make sure that like I'm not saving that for last and you're just sitting here bored through, well, hopefully you won't be bored. So let's just get into the fun stuff and let's work on the design of our site. Let's get the background in here. Let's get the nav bar. Let's get all that stuff. Hey, if you're liking the course so far, I would really appreciate it if you left a like and subscribe to the channel. It really helps us out, helps us to, show it to more people and also to build more courses here. So if you want more fun things like this, please leave a like, and thanks for watching. Let's get back into it. So let's start off by setting our background color to the proper color. Go ahead into source app HTML, and this is where our body element is. We want to add a class here. Class equals, and we're going to say relative, min h screen, and bg slate 900. Relative is so that in case we have any absolute positioning, which we will with certain elements, that is like the bounds for that. Min height screen just makes it so that you don't get that thing where the footer comes all the way to the top if the page is a bit small. So at least we have that. And then the background slate 900 is our background color. So if we come back here, we see that it's already looking a bit better. If you did what I said in the beginning of dragging your favicon and all your other textures in here, you should have a favicon in your static folder. So you can go ahead and change this favicon.png to an SVG, and it will now reference that file, and you should have a little hexagon there. Hexagon? Yeah, not octagon, hex. Cool. Next, we want to add the background texture, this repeating noise texture, as well as this little like spotlight gradient to this file. And by file, I actually mean the layout.svelte in your routes directory. So open that up. And down here we have a main slot main, and this is we're gonna put a couple elements over the next couple parts. So we're gonna have a header up here. So we can just go ahead and say header and say header, just to kind of like mock this out. And we can do the same with footer. So I'm gonna say footer, just like that. And then under main, but between main and footer, we can add a div with class equal to background gradient. And this is something that we're going to go and create actually in our CSS for once. We're not going to use Tailwind for this one. We're going to say absolute. Like I said before, we need that relative to position this. We have inset 0. And if you're not familiar with inset, it is the same as doing top, left, bottom, and right, all just packed into one value. So you don't have to have those 4 properties. You can just say inset 0 rather than top 0, etc. So inset 0, negative Z50, We want it to be all the way in the back. And we want to say max height, max height is screen. So that the biggest it can be is the screen. I'm just going to make this close itself. And then we want one more, we're going to add one more div, but I'm going to save it and show you how that's looking. Are we seeing it yet? No, you know why? Because we don't have that background gradient. Let's close that loop and add that background gradient class into your app.css. So .background gradient, open that up. And then in here, we're going to set the background to radial gradient, just like that. And then open that up, and we're going to say circle at top center, comma, and we're going to add 3 values in here. So we're going to say HSLA, parentheses, 222, 80%, 60%, and 0.5. And then outside of those parentheses, press space and 0%. So this is handling the gradient. We are saying like at the center of this, at the absolute center, we want this color. And now what I want you to do is go ahead and copy that twice, because we're going to have very similar lines for the other parts. At about halfway, so we're going to say 50%, we want to change this so that the hue is going to stay 222. The saturation, though, is going to drop down to 0. And we are also going to, I had a typo. We're also going to drop the luminance down to 0. And we don't want any alpha, so we're going to get rid of that entirely. And we're going to do the same with the next line. So actually, I'm just going to copy that second line and make it doubled. And now we have 100%. So these two lines are identical except for the 50 and the 100. And this is where we're getting that glow for our gradient. So if we go ahead and save this, we should now see, yeah, there we go. So you see how it is that gradient in the center. At about 50%, it's going to this darkness. And once we get all the way out there, it's completely dark. So the positioning, of course, is based on what we put here. If you want to change yours to the bottom, go for it. It could still look cool, right? Like if that's what you want, go for it. I think just at the top, lighting typically comes from the top, of everything. The sun lights in your house. It's pretty common. So it makes more sense to have lighting up there. So now that we have that set, let's go ahead and add our noise texture in. We're back in layout.svelte. So we're going to say a div, and we're going to give this class equal to pointer events none. And that's just so that we don't interrupt any of the clicking on those shapes or anything else. We just want this to be ignored by any clicks. Pointer events none. I'm going to say absolute. I'm going to say inset 0, negative Z40, because we want this above our gradient. I'm going to say H full, height full, BG hyphen square brackets. Now we're going to add a custom value here. So URL parentheses single quote noise texture.jpg, and that quote, and outside of the bracket we can now say opacity 20 and mix blend soft light, just like that. So that's going to add a little bit of like if you've ever played it in Photoshop with like overlay and multiply and enlighten, it just changes the way that this will interact with the colors behind it. So you go ahead and save, and you have that nice looking setup. You can go ahead and play with this. It's not gonna make a huge difference, but the blend soft light it's the style that I liked out of all of them. So yeah, looking really good. We have a little bit more to do here. We have this nav and we have this footer. So let's get to that now. So when you're building a site with Prismic, you want to make pretty much everything that you can into a slice so that you or your editors have a lot of flexibility once you are inside the page builder to move things around, to edit content, that sort of thing. But what you don't want to make a slice is anything that kind of like will either be locked on every page at the top and bottom, like a header and a footer. So we're not going to make our footer nor our navbar header into a slice. Instead, there's going to be separate components that will still fetch data from Prismic in order to populate things like Andy Bryant and to handle our links and to also handle these links to our social media feeds. But we just don't want to make that a slice because that'd be a pain also to have to add the nav bar first to every page. And like, what if you forget that? That's just ridiculous, right? So, all right, so before we mock this out, let's see what we need. We kind of need a section over here. We need our navigation items in the center here, and then we're going to need some social media icons on the right there. So basically one div that contains the whole, or sorry, one footer element, and then 3 groups in the middle or inside. So let's just start off with footer like that. And then inside we're going to have a wrapping div that's going to contain those 3 items. So we're going to say .container and hit tab there. And then inside here, we're going to create a div that's just called name, or sorry, has a class of name. And I'm just calling it that only so we can kind of see what it is at a glance later. It's not going to actually have any style. We also want a nav with the class of navigation. Once again, just for naming it, so we can come back and see it later. And we also want a div called socials. And if you didn't catch it, if you start it with nav or any other element besides div, you can create that element. But if you just put a period and then hit tab, it will create a div. It defaults to a div. So we have our 3 groups. I'm just going to put Alex here for my name. I'm going to say profile and socials, say Twitter, even though that's not a thing anymore. So just to mock out our data here. Now that we have something, let's put this in our layout.svelte and replace our little footer here with footer. And we should be able to auto import it. And there we go. So if we hit save and go back to our version, we should see down here, Alex profile Twitter. So right now in our Prismic project, we really only have a page type and some slices that belong to that page type. We don't have any way to like create a settings that can span across all the documents. So if I want like one OG image to be used on every page, I don't have anything like that just yet, but I can use a custom type. So custom types are for models that your editors can use to create menus or objects in the page builder. Basically, if it's not going to be a page, it's something that you want to put into a custom type. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a type, a single type, because we want this to be the one settings document for the entire website. So it's called the settings, like that, hit enter, and it will create that custom type for us. So just like with a page type, we can add fields. We can even have a slice zone, but if you're using a slice zone, you're probably making a page. So this will usually be off for you, but it's an option that you have there. So let's see what we want. We want to add the person's name, or your name, and then we want to have a setting for links. And we also want to have a toggle that says whether it is a CTA button or not, because we want to be able to say, hey, this one is a fancy button. So let's go ahead and build that out. In add a field, we want to add a key text because we just want this to be a string. So we're just going to say name, and that will be, Andy Bryant. Then we want to add a field that's actually a group, which is a repeatable set of fields. So this is going to handle the nav items. So I'm going to say nav item, just like that. And inside here, I want to click add a field here, not up here. I want to nest it inside this group. So in here, I'm going to click that and choose link. I'm just going to call this link. And then I need a label for that link because links only handle like the URL part. They don't handle what text is said. So we also need a label. We're going to call a key text and call this label, just like that. Now you can go about this 2 ways in terms of adding this button here, this contact button. You can either add a Boolean here that says CTA. And so if you see this toggle, that becomes a button. Only thing with this is if you're handing it off to someone and they want to make everything a button, or they want to just kind of spam it in between and kind of break your design system, it gets to be a little bit hairy. What I actually want to do here, I'm going to delete this field. I'm going to get rid of that Boolean. We are going to, outside of nav item, add a new field, and we're going to call this one, well, I'm going to have a link. We're going to call this one CTA link. And then CTA label for a key text, CTA label. So we're kind of hard coding this in a sense. We will check to see if it exists before we try to render it. But really, we don't want more than one call to action button. It's kind of like a hard rule for a call to actions. So totally up to you how you want to handle it, but this is how we'll be doing it for this course. We also want to go ahead and handle our socials. So we can do like a Twitter link. You can do a LinkedIn link. I'll throw a couple of these in here. So I'll say add field and link, and we'll just call this GitHub link. If you don't have GitHub, well, okay, hopefully you have GitHub, but what I was going to say is if you don't have one of these socials, you can leave it off. LinkedIn, link, a bit of space, like that. And then, and I didn't mean to name it. Yeah, I messed up the label. And we also want to maybe put in, I'll call it Twitter link. But, you know, just so that X link, I don't know, it's a bit confusing when you see it still, at least for me. Last, we want to create a new tab here. So up next to main, go ahead and hit the plus sign here, and we can add a new tab, and I'll show you what that looks like in the page builder. We'll say metadata, and this will be our meta title, meta description, and OG image. So go ahead and add a meta title with a key text. Hit enter. Another field, we can go ahead and use a key text for meta description. And once again, I'm using a key text because I don't want the editors to even think that they can add any kind of formatting or anything like that. It's a very clear thing that this is just outputting a string. And now we want an image. So go ahead and choose image. We're going to say OG image. And that will be like what is shared if you paste it in Slack or paste it on Twitter. This will be the default for the site. So we have our main with all these things, and we have our metadata. And now this will kind of be the one document that we use across our site. We don't need to add this custom type to a page. That's a thing only for slices. We can just go ahead and push this settings custom type. Hit push, and then back here, let's give it a refresh. And when we hit create new, it should give us an option. So it says, hey, you can either create a page or settings. Once we create this though, it won't give us that option again because a page is the only thing that we can create. But right now we can create a settings document. So go ahead and do that. First, go ahead and call it settings up at the top. And here you can go ahead and put your name. I'm going to still keep using Andy Bryant as our example name. And here you can start to, okay, so we have one other document here, and right now there's not really anything on it. But right now I'll just link to that so that we have something in our nav. So I'll say link to a Prismic page, and I'll say another page. That's just that second page that was created by default. And what do we want to call this? We'll say that that's the about page. Cool. And then we can go ahead and add a CTA link. This is just going to be we're not going to create a real contact page in this course. So this is just to kind of show you how to create this button, and you can fill in this contact however you want it. But GitHub link, I'm just going to go ahead and pop this in. I'll pause and fill these in. All right, I added my URLs, and I can go ahead and hit save. I am going to come back and add some metadata, so let's go ahead and do that. So let's say Andy Bryant, creative developer, like that. And Andy Bryant is a creative developer with svelte skills. Let's just say that. And OG image, we can just throw anything in there. It's just going to say oops, because I don't have anything in here yet. But I'm just going to go ahead and pick this because it's kind of the sort of right size for an OG image. I'll add that to page, and we'll come back and fix that later. Or we'll replace it with something good later. Go ahead and hit publish. And now we have a live settings document that we can query from our SvelteKit project. So we want to use this data in the layout.svelte file, and it's going to be like universal data where any content that we fetch per page is going to be used just on that page. So we want to fetch like the name of the website. That's going to be on the outermost file. That's going to be at the layout.server.ts. So right now, the only thing it has in here is this pre-render auto setting. We're going to leave that. And what we're going to do is we're going to import create client. Now be very careful here, very careful. Prismic.io/client is not where we want this to come from. We want it to come from lib/Prismic.io. So make sure you choose the lib one. yours should look just like this. And I'll show you why in a second. So import that create client. We're going to now export an async function called load. Oh, I'm getting a little bit of help from something. There you go, I turned off Copilot. And now inside this load function, we want to say const client equals create client. And we're going to call that just like a function. You don't need to pass it anything. And then we'll say const settings. This is going to be the settings object that we get back. We'll say equals await client dot get single. And we're going to just pass it the string of settings. And if you're not sure what to pass it, you can go ahead and hit control space. And we only have two options because all of this is typed. So you get help because like our only two types that we can fetch are page and settings. And so if you choose something that's not like dog, it's going to say there's no dog thing for me to fetch. You need to either pass me page or settings. So the level to which Slice Machine and Prismic in the client types this for you is wonderful. Like we haven't touched much TypeScript stuff yet, right? It's just something that is automatically generated for us and we just benefit. So go back to settings, although a dog type would be pretty cool. And now all you want to do is return an object, and inside that we're going to say settings. And that's essentially like saying settings is settings, right? But just say that, return settings, and now we are going to be able to get this settings object inside our layout.svelte. To do that, we just need to export a let data. So we want to say that pass in data basically, right? And then here in footer, we can go ahead and pass in, let's say settings. I don't think we've set this up yet, but we can just say data.settings and see how it's typed. We know it's there, but footer's saying, I'm not expecting this. So why are you passing me this? I'm gonna hit save and footer can complain, but let's go over to footer and have it expect this. So in here, I'm gonna say export let settings, and I'm gonna type this so that, it's helpful and so that we are able to reference each of the properties within this footer document. Otherwise, if it's just as an any, then we don't really know what's on settings and it can help us out. What we can do is we can import something called content from Prismic.io/client. So we're going to say content and see, there you go. There's that import. It says import type content from Prismic.io client. And we're going to say content dot. And here you see we have our hero slice, our page document, the rich text slice that it came with. And look, settings document is here. So we can go ahead and choose that. And now we have the proper type for these settings. So we never had to make those types. Only thing it's complaining about now is that, hey, we're not using it. So we can now set this up. First, let's change the text color so that we can actually see it. So say class on the footer and make that text slate 600, just like that. Quick save. And if we go into our name div, we can create an A tag. And it's going to do the href for us. We're going to say / because it's just going to take us to home, right? That classic pattern where you click the logo or the name at the top and it brings you to the home page. I also want to put a class on this. We're going to have a few things here. So class equals text XL, font extra bold, tracking tighter, and text slate 100, transition, colors, duration 150, and hover text yellow. Let's go 400. So this is going to start as rather white text, and then as you hover over it, it'll change into this yellow 400, and it'll take 150 milliseconds to kind of like fade from those two colors. And now inside this A tag, we want to say settings.data.name. And you see how, once again, this is all typed, so we know we're not messing this up. You hit save, and let's just check that out in our homepage. There we go. Looking real spiffy. That's awesome. And yeah, that's what we expect. That little nice little hover effect. Nothing too wild, but it's pretty good. And once again, this is coming in from Prismic. That's what kind of close this loop for you. We are fetching this settings content from Prismic, and I just love how few lines we had to write, right? Like we got our client. Oh, and I need to show you where this is coming from. So we are importing it from lib/prismic.io, and you might be like, what is that? This is a file that's auto-generated for us, but we will be updating it to change our paths, like our routing from Prismic pages. We will handle it here so that Prismic links work right. But it also sets up a client for us, and that is just basically a function that we can call, and it already knows what our repository name is and a few other settings. So we don't have to set that ourselves. It's already set, and it's just like you are able to fetch your content and keep moving and not really slow down. But it's here in your code in case you need to change it, in case you need to do something to it. We're not like encapsulating it and shoving it into some node package, right? Like it's right here for you to set up if you need to. So yeah, that's where that's coming from. And you can see that here we're creating something called create client, and we're using prismic.createClient. So I just want to make sure that we don't import that one. Instead, we're using the create client that we are exporting from this file. So that's where that comes from. We fetch it in our layout.server. We return settings to the layout.svelte, and then we pass it from there into our footer, and then footer is able to use it to output a name. A little bit of like, I don't know, hot potato, or just, passing it all around. But once you get the hang of it, it starts to come a bit more naturally. And if you don't have it correct, types will help you. They will definitely be your friend here. All right, next we want to make this little slash and then copyright 2024 Andy Bryant. So let's head back to our code, and right after the A tag, we want to put a span. And inside here, we're just going to put a /, but we're going to do some things to it to make it look a little bit better. So class, we're going to say hidden, because on mobile we don't want to show this. It's going to stack instead. We're going to start hidden on mobile. Text 5XL, so it's going to be a good deal bigger than the actual text there. Font extra light. Leading, we're going to say actually 0, because we don't want it to take up like any space. Text or like on the vertical, we don't want to pushing things out. It's just a decorative thing. Text slate, and it's going to be 400. And on small screens and above, inline is going to INLINE. There you go. It's going to be an inline for display inline. And now we see that, yeah, we have that big slash. It's not centered yet because we still haven't added any classes here to use flex and justify center and all that stuff. But we see we have that slash. Next, let's go ahead and do that copyright. So on Mac, if you hit Option G, that'll insert the copyright symbol. I believe it's Control-Alt-T on Windows. You might have to look that up. But yeah, once again, Option G on a Mac. I'm going to say new, capital D, date, parentheses, .get full year, and call that function as well. That'll give us 2024 or whatever year you're watching this. And then after that, we're going to say settings.data.name. Just going to use that same value again, because that's how copyrights work, right? Whoops, I forgot to wrap this in anything. So go ahead and type p dot text-sm dot text-slate 300, just like that. Hit tab, and now we have our paragraph that wraps around that stuff, and that's looking good. Once again, don't worry that it's stacked. We will handle that in just a second by going to name, and after that, we're going to say flex call. That's going to be on small devices. Items center, justify center, gap x4, gap y2, sm:/flex row, sm:/justify self start. So if you go ahead and save that, there we go. That's looking really nice. It's more centered than you might expect. That's only because these other two elements aren't like pushing it around, and we have like no bounding because this is just going to go to the edges. So we're getting there bit by bit. But in case you need any explanation here, we're using display flex, and on small devices and above, this is set to row. If we go smaller than that, it'll be stacked in columns, and then that's when we want to get rid of that slash because it won't make any sense there. And we're centering everything and giving it a nice little gap on the x-axis, and then the y will kick in if it's stacked on top of each other. And we want this to be on the left or at the start of the parent div. So justify self start is how we do that. Speaking of the parent div, we can go ahead to our container, and just so you know, this is actually a Tailwind class. Tailwind doesn't have many of these classes, but there are some classes like container that actually do other things besides just that one thing. Tailwind's a lot of utility classes that do one thing, but here's one that kind of handles a few things for you. And if you don't like these values, you can actually customize these within the Tailwind config file itself, but we're just going to roll with that. So we're going to say container and then mx auto, flex, mt20, flex call, items center, justify between, gap 6, py8, sm flex row, just like that. All right, if we hit save there, now we are seeing it much, much better. So we have that content over there, our profile, and Twitter over on that side. So that's what we're mostly expecting. We will bring it in a little bit more, see how this is more in line with the hero on kind of both sides. We will fix that in a little bit, but right now this is already looking better. Let's keep going. So now let's handle our navigation. One thing you need to know about navigation is that if you have several navigation elements on the same page, it's really helpful for screen readers if you give it a name that helps them distinguish, maybe like a sidebar navigation from a footer navigation from a heading navigation. So let's go ahead and say aria label, just like that. I'm gonna say equals footer navigation. Cool. That's just a good little bit of accessibility there. Now go ahead and delete profile and open this up. We're going to start our list of navigation items off with by making an unordered list, or a UL. And I'm going to say ul.flex just to get that class going already. So I don't have to type class equals. And inside here, I'm going to say items center and gap 1. So it's just going to give a little 4 pixels between each of these items. Now inside UL, what we want to do is we want to loop over all of these nav items. Right now we just have the one where it's just, another page, and we're going to say the label about, but when we're done, we should have about projects blog, and then contact will be that extra CTA. But we want to loop over the array that comes back with this nav item. So we're going to make an each block, say each, and we're going to say settings.data.nav item as, we're going to say, so we're going to destructure this so that we have link and label, just so it's easier. We don't have to do like item.link, item.label. And then we also want index off of this. So as we go through, it'll start at 0 and so on. Now we're going to make a list item in here. And inside that list item, we want to use a Prismic link component. This is the first time we're using this, I believe. And I'll show you how this works. So say Prismic link, just like that, and auto import that from Prismic Svelte. And there we go. It should look like that. And now Prismic link is going to not take an href, but it's going to take a field. And we want to pass it the link that we have on that nav item array, or on that nav item object, I should say. And then we can go ahead and inside that Prismic link, we can pass the label. So it works mostly like a normal link, but the reason we use this is because this will take a field like link. If you're linking to a different page, you don't want to hard code that and say like /about, because what if you change that later? The beauty of using Prismic link is that it will figure out the proper URL based on this Prismic IO file that we have set up, and it'll automatically link to other Prismic documents correctly. So if we save that, I'm trying to think, will this work right now? About. So if we click that, we should get, yep, another page. Welcome to the other page. Go back to the home page. Boom. So that is working already. And if you hover it, you see that it takes us to another page. All right, so we're going to say class equals block px3 py1 text base font bold text slate 100 transition colors duration 150 hover colon text yellow, and we're gonna make that 400 just like the link above. So we save that, and here we have our little about, and it has a nice little hover effect. Cool. That's looking pretty good. Let's just compare it to the first. Yeah, and we're going to add our slashes now as well. So to do that, we need to check and make sure. Let me just go back real quick. We only want to do it in the middle. So we can't say like render the link and then always put a slash after. We have to make sure it's not the end of the list. So right after this li, we can check for that. And that's why we grabbed this little index here. So we're going to say if index is less than settings.data.navitem.length -1. So if the index is less than the length -1, then we go ahead and we can render that slash. So I'm going to say span dot, it auto-completed it for me. Span dot text -4xl. I'll go ahead and, because that auto-completed didn't work. So I'm just gonna say span. What is with the stereo spanner node? Why does it want me to use that? I don't want to. I'm gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Span, there we go. Going back to basics. I'm gonna put a slash in there and then class equals text 4xl, font thin, letting brackets 0, and text slate 400, just like that. And we're going to say aria hidden true. Equals true, just like that. And we should probably put this on the other slash as well. Where was that? Around here somewhere. Here we go. So pop that aria hidden true on the first slash. That only makes it hidden to screen readers because we don't need to read this like / right? It's just stylistic. So there we go. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's the finished product. Let's check ours. And we don't have any slashes because why would we, right? So let's go ahead and quickly add a second nav item, link to web page. Let's say Google, and we'll say label Google. Save, publish. Just want to check our slash. There we go. Looks good. About or Google. People need to know about Google. So if you link them to it, Google will be very grateful. Let's continue by finishing off and adding some social icons. To do this, I want to show you one of my favorite packages that we can use to get icons really easily. It's just really nice. So come over to your course resources, and you should see unplugin icons here. So go ahead and open that. I'm holding command and clicking that, and also open icons, or however you say that, .js. So we should have these two tabs open now. So in unplugin icons, this is just like basically like the mother lode of icons. There's 150 popular sets, 200,000 icons. You got Bootstrap, you've got Material, all the icons that you could ever want are here in just this one package, but it's not a bulky package for your project. You're only going to import the icons that you actually need. So come on down and find this install part, and we're just going to get this plugin, npm I plugin icons. Grab that. We're going to go back to our code, or to our empty terminal, paste that in, and once that's set, we are going to come back to the docs, and we want to find a little bit of SvelteKit. So here's SvelteKit. The plugin icons plugin should be configured in the vite config configuration file. So we're going to grab this import icons part. I'm going to go to the vite config, and I'm going to import this at the top. I'm going to close the terminal. I don't need that anymore. and we see plugins, SvelteKit, icon. So I'm going to grab just the icons part and let's say compiler svelte. So plugins, SvelteKit, comma, icons, just like that. Now there's this great extra feature on plugin icons where you can auto install whatever you need. And I love that because it doesn't make me have to go and find the package. It just does it for me. So go ahead and say auto install true, just like that. So we can close our Vite config, and then back in our footer, we're going to be importing some icons up here. So let's go find them. Over in icons, we have just, whatever we want. There's so many packages you've never even heard of. There's colorful ones, etc. The package that we want, though, is going to be Font Awesome Brand. So let's find that. Say Font Awesome Brands. There we go. So let's go, Font Awesome 5 brands. That works. So we want to find an icon for GitHub, LinkedIn, and X, right? So GitHub, like that. Great. I'm going to grab this one. If you click on it, it brings up this little menu at the bottom. And you can see, you can just grab a raw SVG, all these different things. You might think, okay, I'm going to do Svelte, but actually what we want is unplug in icons. It has a button for that. If you click that, it should, it says copied. It should copy the import for you. So go ahead and paste import FA brands GitHub from, and this little thing is going to probably confuse your VS Code for a little bit, but we can fix that. First, let's just go ahead and change this name to icon GitHub. I like that pattern a lot more rather than these weird names. So underneath or down below, we're gonna just go ahead and render that out. I just want to see it. So GitHub or icon GitHub, just like that. And get rid of Twitter in the first place. And if we check out our homepage and refresh, there we go. We have a tiny little GitHub icon, but we're getting some other errors. It doesn't seem to be working. So let's go ahead and fix that. Nope, actually no problem. Just needed a better refresh. So now that we have the icon rendering, let's go ahead and fix this real quick so that we don't get yelled at the entire time. So open up your tsconfig.json like that. And down here we see we have plugins. We're going to say comma. We're going to say types. And we're going to make that equal to an array. And inside there, we're just going to pass one string unplugin icons /types /svelte. Just like that. So unplugin icons /types /svelte. Saving that should immediately fix it. So good, that worked well. And now what we can do is we don't want to just render out a GitHub icon, right? I just want to show you that the icons work. Oh, and one more thing I want to show you actually is that text slate 100, they are default set to get the current color. So to change the color of your icons, you just need to change the text color of its parent. So if we go to our project, you see how now it is a lighter color. So we're going to use that to our advantage with some hover states and things like that. But just so you know, you don't have to pass colors in here. Just set the text of its parent and you're set. All right, now we're going to actually build out these socials. And because they're so similar to each other in how they're structured here, we're just going to check to see if they're filled in. And then we're going to render a link and then the icon inside there. We're just going to do it once and then copy it a few times. So we're going to start off by saying if, and you're going to use a helper from Prismic called isFilled. Now, I'll show you how to use this, but we probably have an error up here. See how this starts out with import type? That's because content is a type, but isFilled is not a type. So if you leave it like this, it's going to assume that both of these are types, and it's not going to work right. So move this type inside here. So it's type content, comma, isFilled. If yours is already like that, great. But just make sure it looks like that. So if isFilled, and what this helper does is it checks for each field type to make sure that it is actually filled in. Some fields that we have, like rich text or images, have multiple properties on that object. So if it's not filled in, it might still return an object and not something like null or undefined or something that's clearly falsy, like an empty string. So we want to use this helper function whenever we want to check to see if something is filled in. So isFilled.link, and inside here we're going to say settings.data.github. See, I think it's called GitHub link. I'm not sure why it's not working in here, but that should work just fine. So our types aren't cutting it inside there. But let's go ahead and check if filled. That should still render out our thing because we have a link in there. Cool. Then inside here, we're going to use another Prismic link. So Prismic link, like that. And that should auto import from Svelte if you, oh no, we already have it. So, or maybe we didn't, I don't know. But we're going to say field equal to settings.data. Oh, it's importing all kinds of stuff. Settings.data.github link. There we go. Now it's working. Our types are back. And I'm just going to close this real quick to wrap it around icon GitHub. But we want to add a couple more things to it. We want to add a class to it. I'm going to say class equals p2 text 2xl text slate 300 transition all. I'm going to transition a couple things. Although, yeah. We're doing a couple. Duration 150, hover scale 125, and that's why we're doing all, because you also want to do hover text yellow 400. So if we go ahead and save that, we're going to come back to it in a sec, but we see it's a lot bigger and it's not scaling up. Why is that? We don't have a transform on it. So if we type transform, that should, no, why is that not scaling? Did I type it wrong? Duration, where's my hover scale 125? I'll check this out. Just realized because it's an inline element, so it's not going to catch those transforms in the way that we would expect. So what we want to do up here in our socials is that we could either make this block itself, or with socials, we can say inline, flex, justify center, and justify end, because when it's on smaller or above, we want it to be all the way to the right. Otherwise, we want to center it with everything else. So if we save there and refresh, we should get that fun little, it's not like the coolest animation in the world, especially compared to our other stuff, but it's something nice, you know? And yeah, now we have that. We can go ahead and copy that a couple of times and fill that out for both LinkedIn and for Twitter. Sorry, 1 second. We want to do one more thing because this right here is terribly inaccessible. A screen reader is not going to know what to do with that. So aria label equals, and we're going to use curly brackets. And we're going to say settings.data.name plus quote space on GitHub. So it'll say Andy Bryant on GitHub, just like that. So if we now inspect it, we can see that on the A tag, we have aria label, Andy Bryant on GitHub. So that's a nice little label so that, they're not just stuck hearing an empty link. Now we can go ahead and copy it. So I'm going to pause this and come back with both the X and the LinkedIn done. Go ahead and do that yourself. Just before you go, quick tip just to come back here and just do LinkedIn and grab whichever one you want, unplug in icons, and yeah, same deal. Just keep coming back here for your icons. All right, I've got mine finished, and I'll be honest, I could not find the actual new X logo, so I just used the old Twitter bird. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. You just might need to look in a different package. This one might not have been updated for the new X, but it is so tough to look for. So yeah, it's not too fun, but I'm sure you'll be able to find it. See brand. There should be other brands in here that you can lean on. Let's just see if there's an X one here. Nope, see, it's just not a great name. Anyway, I'm sure there's one out there if you would like to use it. I'm just not going to spend a ton of time trying to look for it. There we go. So simple icons. There it is. You know what? I'll grab it. So plug in icons. Luckily, we don't have to do any install. It'll just install automatically. And I'm just going to say icon Twitter. And that should swap right out. Hit save and back to our homepage. There we go. Worked perfectly. So the X problem has been solved. And if we check this out on mobile or just on small devices, we see that it's stacking pretty nicely. Yeah, this looks great. So we can go ahead and call the footer done, I think, for now. And we can move on to the header, which is a bit more complicated, but we're going to crush it. Let's do it. All right, if we take a look at the nav bar on the final site, we can see that it looks a little bit different between desktop and mobile. Not too different, but we do tuck away some of these links into this little menu, and it opens, and it's pretty much the same content, but just a very different look. And when we navigate to one of these pages, it closes, it slides over again, and we navigate to that page. That will bring us home always. And yeah, that is what we want to build now, and we can get into that. So let's come back into our components, and we're going to make a header, header.svelte, just like that. And in this header, we can start our script tag, and lang equals ts, open that up, and just down here, we can say header, just like that. And then we can just type Andy Bryant or whatever your name is. And we just want to say export, let settings. And we're going to type that as content. And yes, from Prismic client, just like that, dot settings document. We are using that same settings document, and we want to type as we have that import. So from here, we can go ahead, save this, and in our layout.svelte, we can swap out our header here for our header. And we shouldn't really see much of a change. But if we go back to our code, see our homepage, yeah, we have Andy Bryant at the top. Perfect. So just want to get it in there so that as we're building it, we see our changes as we go. So going back to our header, I'm going to close these other things. All right, then go inside your header and open this up a little bit. We're going to create a nav. And inside that nav, we're going to create two nested divs. So one div and then another div inside that one. Don't worry, we're not going too wild with this just yet. But inside here, this is where we're going to be putting our name. So a href equals / I'm going to say aria label is equal to homepage. And we're doing that because the link of like Alex Trost or Andy Bryant doesn't really describe where you're going. And this just is a bit more descriptive. Let's say class equals text XL, font extra bold, tracking tighter, text slate 900. And that's it for that. So then we want to do settings.data.name. But we are not yet passing in settings. And we'll see that if we go over to our layout.svelte and look at header, it's saying, yeah, I'm not getting that setting, so you got to pass that in. And we see right here, we can grab that same property and pass it just like that. Now header and footer are both getting that settings data. And if we go back to our page, we see Andy Bryant at the top, and that is coming in just from our settings file. Or sorry, our settings object. So that's looking good. Now, right next to that, I want to create a button, not a link that looks like a button, but an actual button. This is what's going to handle the open and close of our mobile menu. So we are going to do a couple things here. We are going to first style it. So class is equal to block p2 text 2xl text slate 800, oh, that's a 9, and MD hidden. So on medium and above, you don't even see this, but on smaller screens, it will be a block element. Going to close it. We'll add more to it in a little bit, and I'll just say open for now. It's not going to have text. We're going to use an icon in a little bit, but just want to get that on the screen, and we don't see it. I was wondering why we don't see it, because it's a little too big, or our viewport was too large. So it's there, you barely see it, but it is there. And we're gonna have a white background. Let's go ahead and actually add that white background now to our second div, or the div right inside the nav. So nav and then div, let's style this just so we don't have so much dark text on dark background. Class is equal to, let's say flex call justify between rounded BLG BG slate 50 px4 py2 md m4 md flex row md items center and md rounded xl. Oh, I have it lacking. I'm lacking a space there. So that looks good. This BG slate is really what we're going for. But while we're here, we might as well style out the rest of this element. We're using flex. We are spacing out these elements by using justify between to put them on either end. And we have a couple of rounded properties. This rounds it just on the bottom, and that's what's going to take over on the small screen so that it is square up top. But on larger screens, we want it to be round all over. And so we have this. So if we save that and take a look, there it is. It's way too stretched out, but I don't really mind right now. And then you see on smaller screens, it goes all the way up to the top. So this is what we're looking for right now. With this button, we need to handle a little bit of state. So we're going to come up to our script, and we're just going to say let open equal false. And then we want to make a function that we can call whenever we click a link on mobile to close the menu, because we don't want it to stay open when we've navigated. So function, I'm going to say on link click. And we'll use this a little bit later, but it'll come in handy. We might as well just put it in there now. So we have this let open. We're going to use this on button in a couple of ways. First, we're going to say aria expanded, and we're going to set that to open. And this is just a nice little accessibility feature that lets any screen reader know, or just assistive technologies know that the menu is either open or closed. We also want to put aria label and say open menu like that. And we also want an on click. I can put that after the class maybe. So I'll say on click equals curly brackets, and then we're going to make an arrow function so that it only gets called when when on the click. And I'm going to say open equals true, because this button will only be visible when the menu is closed. Otherwise, it gets like painted over. So we're not going to see any real change right now because we don't have anything happening when open is true. But we can test that out in just this. Actually, you know what? We can just say open here, and it should go from false to true. So right now, it's really hard to click this button. You see, I did get it, but for the most part, it's covered, and that's because it's covered by our canvas right now. Our canvas has a higher Z index than the menu at this point, so we need to change that. All right, so we need to go to our header and change that. We're going to add a class, and we're going to say top 0, Z50, MX auto, max width 7XL, MD sticky, MD top 4 to give it some spacing, some margin from the top. And we're going to say relative, because that is what's going to give us like it's going to actually set it above the rest of our content. So now if we come over here, we have false, but we can click it and it will change to true because the canvas is no longer blocking that element. So that's a lot better. We know that this is working. I'll just keep it as open without the curly braces for now. Now that we've styled a couple things, let's go ahead and hit this div just outside the A tag. I'm going to say class equals flex items center and justify between. And now that's looking a lot better already. So we kind of have our beginning of the mobile nav bar built out, but we can see that we don't really have much for desktop, and we don't have an actual mobile nav that pops out. So let's work on those two next. Right outside button, we have this div. We're going to return and make some space here. I'm just going to add some comments here. I'm going to create a comment and just say mobile nav. And then underneath, I'm going to say desktop nav, just like that. And inside, we're just underneath the mobile nav. Let's go ahead and create a UL element, an unordered list. And we'll style in the open and close functionality right now. So let's go ahead and say class equals. This is going to be a long string. And right off the bat, we need to make sure it is inside curly braces because we're going to need to have some dynamic values in here. So we're doing curly braces and backticks to define this class. So go ahead and say fixed, bottom 0, left 0. Actually, we should be able to do inset here. Let's see if that's the case. Inset 0 is going to say all 4. We'll come back to all 4 if we need to, but I don't think we do. Z50 flex, flex call, items end, gap 4, BG slate 50, PR for PT 14, transition transform, duration 300, ease in out, and MD hidden. All right, let's go through some of these. So fixed is going to make sure that it is fixed to the viewport. No matter, so like if you scroll or do anything, it's still going to be covering the viewport. This should give us top, bottom, left, right 0. Let's see anything else we need to touch on. These are just padding values. Transition transform lets the CSS know that, hey, we want to make any kind of transform thing. So if we move this content, we want to make sure that that is animated. Our duration is 300, and you can set a custom ease with Tailwind. We haven't touched on that yet, but this is the ease that we're going to use here. We have MD hidden. Now, we need this to change if we have, depending on this open value, right? Because I think if we save right now, we just see a white screen, and we can scroll, but we are covered by what we just created. Now, we want to say $, curly braces, and in here, we're going to check if open, question mark, we're making a ternary. We're going to return, translate, X0. So if it's open, then just keep the item where it is on the x-axis. But the reason we are saying that is because obviously the other is going to be translate X, and we're going to say curly brackets, or sorry, square brackets, 100%. So it's going to completely slide off to the right if open is false. And that's really how you do it. Open, slides in. We cannot close it though. So you have to refresh your page to close it. So let's add a close button. Inside the UL, we're going to create our first list item. So LI, and this is going to be a button pretty similar to this button up here, but the opposite. So ARIA expanded can still be open. We'll say this is close menu, and we want to say open is false, and close. You can say that, and the rest might be good. Let's change some of these styles. So wipe out these styles. Yeah, we'll just wipe them all out so we don't have to pick and choose. So we're going to say, let me fix my quotes. We're going to say fixed, right 4, top 3, block, P2, text 2XL, text slate 800, and let me see if I can get that right, and MD hidden. Awesome. So if we check that out, we should be able to toggle from open to close back and forth all day. Looking really good. And of course, you can customize this part right here. If you wanted to slide in from the top or from the left, you can figure out how to change that aspect. You can also change the ease, do whatever you want, but this is what we're doing. Now we want to iterate over the array of links that we get back from Prismic and create this cool effect. See how each link has that yellow bit come up? We're going to be doing that and rendering out each of these links as well as our CTA button. So under that first LI, go ahead and create an each block. Each, just like that, settings.data, settings.data.nav item as, I'm going to just say nav item like that. Inside here, we want to say li class equals first mt8. This is really cool. This allows us to say, if you're the first item, have a margin top of 8, but don't apply that to anyone else. So just that first item. So just to see that this is working, we can go ahead and do nav item.label and render that out. And we should see close, about, and Google, right? These aren't links yet. They're not really much of anything, but we can see that the iteration is working and we're getting our data just fine. But we now need to create a new component. Here's why. In our links here, we want to make sure that, let me actually show you on desktop. When you are on that page, we want to show you that this is where you currently are. We want to keep that state. So we need to make sure, or we need to find out what page is currently active. And the best way to do that with all these different links is for each link to be its own component that has a little bit of state in Svelte. So that's why we're going to create essentially like a navbar link component. So go ahead into your components and do exactly that. Navbar link.svelte. Open up a script tag. Say lang equals ts. And right away, we want to set our props for this. So we're going to say export let field, and we're going to type this as a link field. And we should do that from Prismic client, just like that. And import type link field. So move this inside so you don't run into any problems maybe later. Next one, export let label is a key text field, just like that. And now it's importing both of those. That's great. We also want to export let on link click. And this is going to be an event or a function that gets an event. And that's a mouse event. You don't have to import that. And that's going to return void. So that's just a little bit of TypeScript typing here. You don't have to worry about that too much. And then we want to export let type. And this is just going to be whether it's desktop or mobile. And I know that it's oversimplifying responsive design, but for the sake of opening the menu, like having a mobile menu or desktop, this works just fine. And basically we're just going to use this to display either styles for our desktop version or the mobile version. So now we need to find out if this is the active URL. So we want to say const path equals as link, and we're going to import that from Prismic client like that. And we're going to call that function and pass it field. And now that should give us a URL path. Now we're going to make a reactive property and say is active. Sorry, I kind of glossed over that. You're going to say $:: to say that this is going to be reactive and that we should expect this to change. You're telling Svelte that, and we're going to say equal path and $page.url.pathname.includes path. So let's talk about this. So isActive is going to be a Boolean. We first need to check to see if there is a path. And then we're going to get the URL path name from Svelte and just check if that includes our path. If this is true, then this is the page that is active. And just make sure that you have auto imported or type it in yourself, this page from $app/stores, because that is how we're getting that page information. That's a little bit of SvelteKit magic. All right, we got all our logic set up. Now let's go ahead and say if type equals desktop. And inside here, I'm going to close the if. Inside here, we want to call a Prismic link. And that should be the last import for this component. And I'm going to say class equals group relative block overflow hidden rounded I need to space this out. Rounded, then px3, py1, text is base. That's just an even 16. Font is bold. and text slate 900. And need to close that off. But inside there, we're going to have our label, and we're going to put a few more things around it. I just want to close it first. Go ahead and spread this out a little so it looks kind of more like that. Did Prismic link not import? Right, it needs a field. So after class, go ahead and just say field, because the field is already named that, so it should be good. And then we want to say on :click equals on link click, that other prop that we have. And last but not least, we want to say aria current is equal to curly brackets is active, question mark. If so, return page, because that's essentially the true for aria current. Otherwise, undefined. We don't want to really show that property on every link unless it's active. So we have that. Now inside here, we have our label, but we want to do a fun little trick with this. That little yellow thing that pops up, that is just a span that we are animating behind the text. So we're going to create one span for that yellow animation, and then we're going to create another span to wrap around the label itself. Let's go ahead and just say span. Oh, I screwed that up. There we go. And I'm just going to wrap the label in that one, and I'm going to create one before it. There's a span like that. And in this span, the span that has nothing inside of it, we're going to say class equals, and we need to do curly braces because it's going to have some dynamic properties like our last one, backticks. Let's say absolute, inset 0, z 0, h full, rounded, bg yellow, 300, transition, transform, there we go, duration, 300, ease in out, group hover, and I'll talk about this group property in a second. It's really cool. Translate y0, and then we need to do our $ curly braces and say is active, question mark. Then we want to, if it is active, we want to translate y6. If not, so colon, quotes, I'm going to say translate y8. So we see here that we have a few translates here. Group hover, this is relating to this. So if a parent has the group class on it, any child can kind of tap into that. And now this is basically saying, okay, if you are hovering on this parent, then I'm going to do something, and we can put pretty much whatever we want after this. So if we're hovering, we want the span to come up and just be right where it should be, right in the middle. Otherwise, we're either going to translate it by 6 or 8. 8 moves it completely out of the box, and actually I'll show you. Let's see, we haven't wired this up just yet. But here, over in this kind of final version, I've just removed the overflow hidden from this one block. And you can see that the span just hides underneath, right? It just slides down. And that's all it's doing. This one, because we're on the blog, is a little bit more up to make that underline. But really, it's like that's the entire trick. But it looks pretty cool when you have that, right? Like, so it's just a little magic trick, but the overflow hidden is really doing a lot of heavy lifting. So feel free to remove that to understand this a little bit better. And once we have this all wired up, I will do the same. So for now, we're going to go into this span and say class is equal to relative. And that should be it for that link. And now we want to go ahead and do the same thing for if you are on a mobile device. So I'm actually going to get rid of this if and turn this into a colon. No, oh, sorry, I can leave that, but instead space it out because we're going to need to close it at some point. But I can create colon else, just like that. And we don't have to put another if for mobile because it's like the only other option. But yeah, you pretty much know that this is going to be the mobile version. We can go ahead and copy this Prismic link and put it down here, but there's gonna be a few things that we need to change about this. So first off, we want to get rid of this PY1 and this text base. We want to change that to just text 3XL, and we don't need any padding on the y-axis. The rest can stay. We're actually going to keep just about all these values, and that's because the inset 0 makes it so that it just fills the space that it's in. So we change the font size, but we don't really need to change the size here, but we do need to shift it more off of the screen. So for this not active, we want translate Y18. So go ahead and save that. And is there anything else we need to touch here? I don't think so. I think that's about it. So we are set there. If we go back to our home page, right, we actually need to import these links in the first place because I don't think they're even, I think we still have our just solid text. Yeah. So go into your header, and we're going to use this wonderful new navbar link instead. Navbar link, and it will tell us what properties it needs. So I'm going to hit Control Space, and we have field, label, on click, and type. I'm going to start with field. And you know what? We did it before. I'm going to do it again. Instead of nav item, I'm going to destructure that and say label and link, just to make this easier. So field equals link. That's the field we're doing. We went label is equal to label, and on link click is equal to on link click. Make sure that's in curly braces, just to save you a little bit of text. And then type is mobile. That's the first one we're doing. And look, now it's happy. We can go ahead and save that. And let's see if we have anything there. So we have something. It's kind of working, but clearly not. So let's see what's up. All right, I figured it out. I had to go to the Tailwind docs, and I saw that there is no translate Y18, and I just misread that. And instead, we can go for either 16 or 20. So if you're confused, inspect, figure out what's going on. I didn't see any kind of transform happening on this link, so I went digging and just like, why is that not making any difference? So that is why. And now we see that we have this cool little effect that pops up our hover effect. We can go ahead and hit close, and now we can hopefully see a desktop version when we add that to our header. So let's go ahead and do that. Under the desktop nav comment, go ahead and create another UL. And we're going to open that up and add a class. On here, we'll say relative Z50 hidden flex row items center gap 1 BG transparent and PY 0, and last but not least MD flex. And inside here, we'll go and kind of do a similar thing. Each settings, we might be able to grab this right here. Go ahead and grab this, each LI and navbar link, paste that in here, and let's see if we need to change anything. We just need to get rid of this class, and of course, change the type to desktop. Save that, and nice. All right, we have our about, we have our Google right there. Looking pretty good. Now, both of these, both the desktop and the mobile, are missing one key thing, and that is our button. We have a nice clickable button there, and we want to add that to both our mobile and our desktop settings. We are going to create a new component so that we don't have to rewrite that code all the time. So button.svelte script and lang equals TS. Open that up. Let's declare some of our props. We'll say export. Let link field. We'll type that as a link field. Import from Prismic client. Move the type inside. Looking good. Next, we'll say export let label. Want that a very similar thing to our navbar link, right? And we'll say key text field. Very similar purpose here. Export let show icon as a Boolean. And we will set that to true as a default. And that's just going to be the little arrow icon at the end. It's not super necessary, but it's a nice little customization, right? we'll say let class name equal, as a string. We're typing as a string, and we're going to set that equal to quotes. Now this is a way to add classes from the outside to your button. So if you need a little bit of margin on the top, rather than having to create a whole new button, we just pass a little bit more styling here. And we'll say export class name as class. And this just allows us to not have to put class name on the object. You'll see we'll just put class, but here it'll kind of do like a transmutation and change whatever we pass in as class to class name so we can use it here and not get confused. So now that we're taking a Prismic link field, let's go ahead and use Prismic link. Right there, import that from Prismic Svelte, and we'll say field is equal to link field. We could have probably done field, but that's fine. Class is equal to, we're going to do curly braces and backticks because we want to handle this class name bit. And we'll say, we're going to have quite a few classes here because, you know, it's a button. It's got lots of styles. So group, relative, flex, wfit, items, center, justify, center, overflow, hidden, rounded, MD, border 2, border, slate 900, BG, slate 50, PX4, PY2, font bold, transition, transform, ease out, and hover, scale 105. So just a little bit bigger, just 105%. And now, so now we want to also have a $sign, curly braces, and at the end we're just going to put class name. So if we pass in a string, that'll get written at the end of this. And we can go ahead and close with angle brackets, and we have our Prismic link there. Oh, what just happened there? I'm not sure. We want to open it up, and inside here we're going to put a couple of things because we're going to do the same trick that we did in our navbar link in terms of that yellow things sliding up and down, right? In fact, we might be able to copy most of that over. So let's actually open our navbar link and grab this span that is doing nothing but being a yellow blob or block and copy that out. Let's see if we can't use that again. So I'm going to paste that right in there. And then I'm going to create a second span, just like we did before, and put inside that our label. And I'm going to make a class on this span, say relative, flex, items, center, justify, center, gap 2. And that gap is because there is going to be a label and potentially an icon. So there'll be text and an icon that we can import in just a minute. But right now, let's save this. Right, we don't have this is active, so we can get rid of that. We don't have to worry about that, but we still want the, we want to keep, so is active, no. So we want to keep the Y16, but I'm not sure if that's the value we're going to want to use. Let's actually see, I think we want Y9. Okay, so change that so that it has group hover, translate Y0, and then regular, translate Y9. Let's save that and see if this is working. Let's go to our version. And right, we haven't imported it yet, so let's do that. We have our button. I'm going to save this, and we want to import this into our header. So right after this each, we want to create a new list element only if, let's say if, is filled dot link. We're going to pass this the settings dot data dot CTA underscore link, I believe it's called. And if that is true, if that comes back as true, then we want to render our button. So button, we want to make sure we import that. So button, I didn't hit enter or anything. There we go, button.svelte, that's what we're looking for. Button, we want to say link field. is equal to settings.data.cta link, and the label is equal to settings.data.cta underscore label. And we're going to give that a class of ML, so margin left 3. And that's that handy bit where we get to pass in a little bit of extra styling. We can just have this auto close, or not auto close. It can just self close. Settings, there we go. Fix that. And is filled, I think got imported as a type. Yeah, it got imported as a type. So just be careful of that. That can throw it off a little bit. So is filled needs to be a function, not a type. And that should work a lot better now. Here's our contact, and it's looking great. That's exactly what we want. So wait, is the other one? Yeah, it has a little yellow bar at the bottom. Just making sure that it's matching. Now let's get our icons in. For a few of these, I've been using these Google Material icons. You can find it at iconsjs.org, collection IC, or you can really search for whatever you want. I mean, there's so many good options, but if you want exactly what I'm using, you can go to the ones at IC. There's a few Google Material icons, so like, I don't know why, right? There's a bunch of these, and a lot of them are made by Google. I don't know. So Google Material icons. And let's start with our menu. We should get something here. Cool. So let's pick one of these, which is a good one. All right, this one right here. I'm going to grab the baseline menu, copy the unplugin icons import, and at the top of my header, I'm going to import IC baseline menu. I'm going to call it icon menu, like that. And I'm going to do the same thing for a close. And let's see, where's just the straight up X? Baseline close, perfect, they kind of match. Unplug in icons, copying that, and icon close. Cool, so now I can go to my open, erase that, paste in icon menu, and I'm gonna copy that and go to close, and instead of icon menu, icon close. Save that, head to our home page, and we won't see it here, but once we go smaller, we have our menu button and our X. Looking good. We didn't add the button here. Let's do that real quick. I forgot. We should be able to, for the most part, copy this over and just put this right after the each here. And all we need to do is get rid of this margin left 3. I don't think we need that because it's stacked in a very different way. So if we save that, refresh this, and there we go. Got about, Google, and contact. Looking good. Let's close that. And yeah, cool. So we have our icons added to our header. Let's add our icons to our button now. It's saying that, hey, you're not even using this show button thing. What's going on? Sorry, I mean show icon. So let's go ahead and do it. So if show icon, we want to show that icon. Let's find one. All right, in the same pack, I'm going to say arrow, and I want this like, there we go, up, arrow, outward. So baseline arrow outward is the one that I have. Plug in icons, and at the top of button, I'm just gonna paste this in here, and I'm gonna say icon arrow. And it's just gotta do that. And it's that simple. Come check it out. And there we go. Looking really snazzy. Love it. And, you know, feel free to put whatever icon you want in there. If you want to put the icon before, you know, as I keep saying, this is your site. Make it cool. But one thing we need to check is, does our is active thing work? If we go to the about page, it's not really like, you know, that's not what it's called, but it recognizes that it is on the right path. So it highlights that. So basically it just tells us you're on the about page. If we navigate back, it disappears. See how it just slid out? That's really nice. So that's working perfectly. Now that we have our header and our footer set up, let's get back into developing some other slices. On our other pages, we have this like information slice, the what I use slice, and a couple of these experience slices that we can now get to. So let's get into it. We're going to start with this biography slice here. So if we go to Slice Machine, we can create a new slice in the Slices tab, and I'll call this Biography. Like that, and there we go. Our slice is created. Now let's take a look at the slice and see what fields we need. So we need a heading. I'll do just a key text for that. We want some rich text, like, as many paragraphs as we want. So there'll be a rich text field. We have a button here, so we need a label and a link. And last but not least, we have this image that we're going to need. So in Biography, go ahead and add a field, and we're going to choose key text, and I'm going to call this heading. Next, add another field, and we're going to choose a rich text, and I'm just going to call this description. Add another field, and this will be our button text. So this is going to be, or our button label. So I'm going to say key text, button label, and add a link now, button link, and we will finish with the image. I was going to say image, or no, so let's say avatar maybe. Yeah, avatar. That way it's a little bit more clear what this is supposed to be. You can also do like profile picture or whatever, but there we go. So we have those set up. We want to add these, add this one slice to our page type. So select existing, and we have biography. We'll add screenshots in just a sec. And there we go. Slices are added to Slice Zone. We can review those changes. And here we see that we're going to upload this new biography slice, and we're going to modify our page. The missing screenshots is just, it's not a real error, so we can ignore that for now and go ahead and hit push. And that will now be up in our, not in our settings page or our settings document, but inside our homepage. We could add it here. We don't want to, but it is addable to this. We have our hero, our biography slice. But you see how we're already getting confused about like which one is which. We should start to add our screenshots. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the final version, and I'm going to just take like a Mac OS screenshot first of the hero. So I'm going to hit Control Command Shift and then 4. And what this will do is this will give me a nice bounding box that will copy this image to my clipboard, and then I can paste it right into Slice Machine. So if you're on Windows, it'll be like a print screen button. And if you save it to your desktop, you can just drag it in. But let's go to our slices and our hero. I'll click Update Screenshot, and I'm just going to paste that in, and that works wonderfully. So I'm going to close that. We now have a hero screenshot. I want one for my biography. I'm just going to go here to the About Andy and do the same thing. Take a screenshot of that and paste it in right here. And now if I review changes, we should have two. I might not have realized we have that one just yet. There we go. I just reloaded the page, and now we hit push. And if we go back here, we should be able to see, yeah, they're loading in. There we go. Much more clear what we are adding. Great. So if we head back to another page, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to change everything here. Like, we don't need to delete this and create a new page. There's no harm in just changing it. So I'm going to change the UID to About, and I'm going to change the titles to About Andy Bryant. All right, we're going to delete the rich text that they have. And now I'm going to add our biography slice in with this nice little screenshot. And I'm going to go ahead and add our text. So About Andy, I'm going to copy all of this and just paste it in. Feel free to do the same. You don't need to write your own biography right now. And then button label, I'll just say contact me. And button link, I'm just going to choose Google. Like, we're not setting up a contact page, so. And for the avatar, I already have a cropped image that we can use. If you go to the course resources and open the assets, I've added this picture of Andy. You can view the original or just download it. And then what you're going to do is you're going to drag it in once we open this. So we're going to open up the media library, and I'm just going to drag the Andy profile picture in here. And I'm going to add some alt text here. Andy Bryant. We don't need to say like a picture of. We can say like headshot. And that works well. If you want to add some tags, Prismic has a great tags feature that allows you to kind of organize your pictures and your content here. So check out this tags feature and add like better titles and things like that so that you can take advantage of the search. But for this project, we're just going to go ahead and add to page, and we have our avatar there. I'm going to hit save. We should have every field filled in, and I'm going to hit publish. And now if we go to our localhost version and we go to the about page, we should see placeholder component for biography, because when we create a new slice, it comes in with that default text. So open up our slices folder, go to biography, and we have our index.svelte that says placeholder component for slice. All right, we're going to leave the section part alone for a moment because we want to come back to it in a second and work on basically an abstracted bounding component that we're going to put across all of our slices. But to start with, we'll say div, we'll say .grid. Oh, that's not grid. There we go. .grid opens up a div with class grid. I'm going to continue and say gap x8, gap y. And that's going to be 6, md colon grid cols, and then we're going to do square brackets to do a custom grid here, and I'll show you why in a second. So we're going to say 2fr, comma 1fr. If you're not familiar with grid units, these FR units are fractional units, so the first column is going to take up twice what the second column takes up. So that's like a ratio kind of thing. So 2 to 1. And that's it for that div. And we are going to create an h1. And inside here, we're going to say slice.primary.heading. And we can render that out in there. And we're going to create a div outside of the h1. We'll style this more in a second. We're actually going to create another object, or sorry, another component there to help us abstract away our headings. But for now, let's go period. Col start 1, and that'll create a div with col start. Make sure it's just col, and inside here we need to call our Prismic rich text, because our description is not going to return just a string. It's actually an entire object, and we need Prismic rich text to render that for us. So Prismic rich text, import it from the Svelte package and pass it a field, and that is going to be our slice.primary .description, and close that. Cool. Outside of that div, we want to call our button, because we have this resume button. I think for us, we said contact me, but you can change it to whatever you'd like. We'll say button, and we're going to import that from libcomponents button.svelte. Inside here, we're going to say link. Actually, I'm going to close it first and then say link. It's the autocomplete works a little bit better if you close it to start with. So slice.primary.button link. So that's our link field. And then our label is going to be slice.primary.button label. All right. And last but not least, let's go ahead and render our image. So we want to use Prismic image. This is a great component that helps us render out any Prismic images and gives us a lot of power around that. We'll say field is equal to image. No, I'm sorry, slice.primary.button link, or avatar, there we go. Slice.primary.avatar, apologies. For class, we're actually going to give it a custom class here just for naming and animation purposes in a little bit. Avatar image, h full, so that's height 100%, width full, and object fill. And we can now add on some imagix params. So every image that comes from Prismic uses the imagix CDN. It's spelled IMGIX, like that, and see how it's auto-completing for me. So the imagix CDN gives us some powers, and here I just want to say that the quality should be 90. I want it to be a high quality image and not compressed too much. And there we go. We have that Prismic image. Let's see how our component is looking. So it's pretty interesting, right? We don't have all of our styles in. We don't have things where they really should be just yet, but we have everything rendering out. Our About Andy is inside that H1 if we inspect. Yep, it's inside an H1. That's what we want. We have our rich text, which doesn't look that great, but we're going to be using some Tailwind typography in just a sec. We have our button that, when allowed to roam free, apparently doesn't look so great. And then our picture is coming in larger than life. And we have a few things that we're going to do to make this look much, much better. Let's start at the very top. We have this section with no styles on it. And what I want to be able to do is to just call a component, and that handles the essentially the bounding and the centering and everything that we have here. It keeps it so that all these slices are in line and that they're centered, and it has some padding on the side when we're on mobile. So we're going to create a new component to handle that. And we're going to make that in our components folder because we want it to be used by multiple slices. And we're just going to call that bounded.svelte. Inside here, do your script, and then lang equals ts. And we're going to say export let tag equal section. So this means that by default, this bounded component will be a section element, which is really what we want most of the time. But we also want an escape hatch just in case we want to change that. All right, now we can come down to our markup and we'll say svelte : element. And this is the way to create a svelte element that doesn't have like a locked in type or like a tag. So you can create kind of anything from this. And we'll say this equals tag. And that way we can set it to section through this mechanism. We'll also say curly braces, ... $, rest props. And this basically lets us pass anything to this bounded element without having to predetermine it first. So not something you want to do to all of your components, but it is a nice way to make sure you're handling everything that you throw at your component. I'm just going to close this real quick so that it stops yelling at me. And then inside this element still, I'm going to say class equals, and we're going to use the curly brackets and the backticks, because we need to take in any class any styles that are passed in from a parent, because we might have some margin or some other need later. So I'll say px4, py10, md px6, md py14, and then lg py16. So we want to handle the padding at different sizes pretty well. So that's why we're getting into such detail with like the no responsive thing, medium, and then large. We want it to be really good across a lot of sizes. Then we'll do $ curly brackets, and I'll say $ props.class. And this is a SvelteKit thing that the double $ just allows us to grab the props, and if there's a class on there, we will take that as well. But it's something that you can see in this quick Svelte REPL that I found. So just shows a simple component that we're importing, and we're passing class custom class on it. And because here we have $ props class, it gets added to this div with class, and then we are styling that inside. So it just shows how you can pull things off of $ props. And that's what we're doing. To then center it inside here, because we don't have any centering mechanism. This is just handling padding. We want to have a div inside here. I'm going to say period mx-auto, period w full, period max w 7XL, and I'll hit tab on that, create that div, and inside here we want to use a svelte slot. So just say slot like that. And this is, if you're familiar with React, this is essentially children. So whatever we pass in to our component will show up here. And we will, so essentially everything that we have inside of this section will go inside this slot area. And if you look around the whole project, that is how it all works. We have a slot here, right? Like it's all working because of slots. So come back to bounded, we should be set with this component. Now in index for biography, we can now import bounded. Hit enter and make sure it changed at the bottom too, and make sure it imported right. Yep, that looks good. If we save this, now we should see, I think I have a bug in my CSS. Let's see, yeah, with full, make sure you have a space there. And that looks a lot better. Okay, so now we have it aligned to that side, and it'll also align a bit over there once we move our avatar around. But we have a really handed bounded component that's really small, and we're going to be using this throughout the rest of our slices. And for starters, let's add it to our footer because I don't love how that's sticking out. So in footer, go ahead and just change footer to bounded. And then we're going to say as footer. And that should give us, oh, we have an error. Oh, hold on. My auto import or autocomplete thing didn't change the bottom, so it was not happy. There we go. Now we have it aligned beautifully. That's so much more satisfying. But this right here is not satisfying. So let's go ahead and fix that up. We're going to start with this heading, but we want to use that a couple more times, right? So we don't want to have to hard code this and then use that again and again. So let's abstract that away with a heading component. We're actually going to grab that from here, and I'll show you why. So come to the course resources. It is one of the few components we have in here, heading.svelte. Go ahead and copy that, and we're going to create a components or a component in our components folder called heading.svelte. Paste that in, and we can talk about this briefly. So we start off with this CLSX, and this is a helper that we're about to install that will combine classes for us to make it nice and easy. You can see we're calling this CLSX function to combine this string, and we have a lot of logic here, and CLSX handles that really well. And we can also pass the class name at the end, and this little helper function will make one tidy string for us. The other reason why we copied and pasted this rather than having you type out all of this, just, yeah, it's a bit arduous, right? H1, H2, H3, like there's not a lot here, but we can talk about it. We wanted to lock down the tag so that it's not everything, but it just is one of the H1 through H6, and it's going to default as an H1. And then we have this size property that will allow you to change the size and get some different styles. So it's not that this is a super complex component, it's just that it would take like a few minutes to type out something that's not all that interesting or groundbreaking, especially after we just did our bounded element. So we just need to install this CLSX helper, and we're actually going to use that in a couple other places too. So npm I CLSX. And once that's installed, our error should go away briefly. But we can go ahead and use this in our biography file. So instead of H1, we're going to change this to heading. Let's make sure it imported. It did. I'm going to say size is going to be, and if you need help, the beautiful part about typing it makes it easy to not mess up. And we're going to say class equals call start 1 to position it properly. And then if we head back to our page, we see our styles for a big about Andy. And if we inspect that heading, we see that we have our heading styles here. And then at the end, we have that call start 1. It got tacked on nicely. But if we look at section, the bounded section, we see that we have not really a nice string because it has an undefined at the end. That's because that props.class didn't actually get anything. So it's just going to return undefined. And then we have undefined in our styles. And that's just, it's not going to do anything unless we create a class called undefined, but it's just not great. So we can actually tweak our bounded element, and we'll say import CLSX from CLSX. And then here, we can close this string a little bit earlier and put the backtick there. And we can call CLSX in the front, open the parentheses. You got to delete that close parentheses. So CLSX, the string, we're We're going to put a comma at the end of that string. We can get rid of the $ brackets because that's just to work within the backticks, and get rid of the bracket as well. Get rid of the backtick and the bracket and just close that function. So it should be a CLSX calling, we're going to call CLSX. We pass it a string, comma, $ props.class. So CLSX, you just keep passing it, comma, comma, comma. It can take as many props as you need to pass it, and it will just string those along. If it gets anything that's like falsy, it will just ignore that. So if we go back, we should see, is this the right section? Yeah, it's our undefined is now gone, so we don't have that hanging out there, but we can still pass something on that class. So it's a lot tidier. This CLSX function is super handy. But it is not the only handy thing that we're going to be using right now. We're going to actually install something else to get really nice typography. We have this Tailwind typography plugin link in the course resources. Once again, this isn't like a master list of like secret links. It's just going to save you from a Google search is essentially why that list is there. But this Tailwind typography is a super handy plugin for Tailwind that allows you just to throw this one class on there, and it handles a whole bunch of stuff. Add beautiful typographic defaults to any vanilla HTML you don't control, and it gives you here, if you go to this live demo, you can see just how nice the typography is out of the box. So like instead of you having to go in and be like block quote, italics, this and that, it gives you headings, it gives you lists that all look really nice, and you don't have to do anything. So that's what we want to do here. And also you can customize it, but we're not going to do that for this course. Grab this installation code, and we're going to paste that in our terminal, hit enter, and it's already installed. Then add the plugin to your tailwind.config.js file. So plugins require Tailwind CSS typography. So if we head to our Tailwind config file, I have this plugins array. I'm going to paste that here, and yours should look like that. Inside the plugins array, require Tailwind CSS/typography. I'm going to save that. We shouldn't have to refresh or anything. But inside my biography component, I can start to use these pros classes. So on the div that holds our rich text, right after call start one, I'm going to say pros, and we'll take it a little bit by little bit. So let's check out pros, and we see, okay, it's already different. It's gone from like pure black text to lighter, and the spacing is a lot more satisfying, looking better. But we are using like a dark mode kind of site. So what we want to do is say, after that, say pros, and then invert. And that is going to do what you think, right? It's going to basically handle a dark mode style. So it's going to give you white text, or at least light text. Because Tailwind has all those different colors, we can also specify which gray we want. So we'll say pros and then slate. And that will give us, it'll change it just barely. Like you probably can't detect the change, but for headings and other things, it's nice to have it that same color. And it's a little bit small, so we want to go ahead and say pros XL, and that will scale up all of, you see how it says 55 rules? That's because there is a lot that comes with that change. See all the things that change? This is what we would have to do without this plugin to get text that looks as good as this, right? Like it's so detailed. I don't want to have to mess with it. So pros XL, and already looking a lot better. If we close this, we see that it's looking really nice, has some good spacing. It's just easy to read. It's such a great plugin. Highly, highly recommend you check out pros in just about every project you use with Tailwind. All right, so we have these two that are looking good. Our button is fine. It just needs to be moved over here, and that's going to happen once we handle our avatar. I'm going to close this Tailwind Labs thing, and here you can see that we have quite a bit going on with the avatar itself. So we don't want to put all that code into the biography component. We're going to abstract this out into its own component so we can handle it a little bit better, but only the biography component will use it. So we're going to put it in the biography folder here. I'm going to call it avatar.svelte. And inside here, let's actually grab our Prismic image and pull it inside avatar. So put it down there because we'll have a script thing up here. Script, and we're going to say lang equals ts. All right, we need to import this Prismic image, and we should get a quick fix, add import from Prismic Svelte. If you didn't get that, just go ahead and type import brackets from @prismic.io/svelte. We also need to define some exports so that we can get some props in here. So we're going to say export let image, and we're going to type this as an image field. So that should come from Prismic client. I'm going to move the type inside, even though we won't use any other imports from client, I don't think. It's a bit more clear and it saves us from messing up later. We're also going to say export, we're going to say let class name. I'm going to set that as a string, type it as a string, and set that as a default to an empty string. So let class name typed as string equal string. And then we're going to say export class name as class. And that's the same trick we used before. So it should look a little familiar. So we want to change this slice primary avatar to just image, and it should be happy now that it knows what it's expecting. So that looks good. Now we want to surround our Prismic image in 2 divs here. I'm going to start the first one and then put that underneath, and then do the same for this second div, and I'll explain why. So this first element, we're going to say class equals, and we will do CLSX, and we'll import that automatically. Don't do from MJS if that is what your auto import did. Just CLSX from CLSX. And we are going to call that, and in here we're going to say relative H full W full. So this takes up all the space that it can, and then it's going to be a relative positioned element. And that is important because we're going to have an absolutely positioned element within this. And then we just want to take this class name. So in case we pass anything from above into this, we want to be able to handle that. Now on this second div, we also have class, and we'll say avatar, but we don't need the CLSX. So we'll say avatar because we want to animate this later, and I just want a good name to animate that by. Say aspect square, that will give it a 1-to-1 ratio. And we want overflow hidden because this is the element that's going to have the rounded borders and just basically contain the image and crop it a bit. We'll say rounded 3XL, border 2, border slate 700, opacity 0. Not opacity 0 just yet because we're not animating this in just yet. And now we want to add some extra styling to our avatar. And what we can do is come down here and say style and open up some style tags and type period avatar and open that up. So inside here, we want to say perspective. I'm going to put that to 500 px, and then perspective origin, we're going to say 150%, 150%. So that'll make a little more sense once we are animating, but I want to get those styles out of the way right now. Now let's go ahead and import that into our biography component. We're going to say avatar, just like that, and we need to pass it, say an image, and that image is going to be slice.primary.avatar. If we hit save, we should see at least the rounded borders. We have that little border around the edge, and it's taking up the space that it wants to. And that's because unlike everything else here, like the call start one, this is just hanging out. It's going where it wants to. So say class equals row start 1 max width SM MD, so medium screens and above, call start 2 and MD row end 3. We will explain this. So this is going to start in row 1 and it will end in row 3 on medium screens and above. On small screens, that doesn't matter, so that goes away. And on medium screens and above, we want it to actually start in column 2. But on small screens, it's going to just stack up. So now we see that it is in the second column. Let's inspect it real quick, but keep our inspector small so that it still stays in that column. Let's take a look at the grid here. If you tap grid, you'll see that this is the grid that we set up. This is the 2:1 ratio that we have. And this element right here has been told to go all the way to the end on larger screens. So it's going to start in row 1, and on larger screens, it's just going to take up all of this, even though it's not actually like it doesn't have anything there. And that's why the button gets sent over there. We can explicitly say, hey, button, stay in row 1 if you'd like, but this way it is pretty nice. And it snaps all the way up to the top otherwise. So looking pretty good. Now we just want to animate it. So let's go ahead into the avatar. We're going to have all our animations inside here. So we'll start off by saying import GSAP from GSAP, as well as import on mount from Svelte. Nope, not Svelte transition, just Svelte. Cool, I'm gonna move that up to the top just because any Svelte or SvelteKit imports I usually put at the top. And that on mount is what we need to make sure that we're calling animations only once everything is rendered in the client. So we'll say on mount, call that and pass this an arrow function. And inside this arrow function, we want to use GSAP. So we're going to say GSAP.from2. We're going to provide first avatar.avatar, and then we'll provide it 2 objects. I'm just going to create those, and then we'll open up the first one. Inside this first one, we want to have this basically transition in. So we'll say opacity 0. And we'll add that back to our picture in a second. And we'll say scale is 1.4. And in the second object, open that up. We'll say scale is 1. Opacity is 1. Want it to be fully visible. Duration, 1.3 seconds. And the ease is going to be power 3 in out, like that. And I think we need to add opacity at the end of this avatar class. So opacity 0. Once again, so that we can let JavaScript animate this in and it doesn't flash. Now, if we go back and reload our page, nice. So it's a nice little transition. We need to now handle mouse movement. So we want it to not only kind of rock back and forth as you go over it, but also have this little highlight. So let's do a couple of things. Let's check for mouse movement on the window, as well as getting this original div as a component that we can then do some things to with JavaScript and with GSAP. So we're going to start by saying bind this equals, I'm going to call this component. This is going to be a variable that we set up here. Under class name as class, we'll say let component. And we're going to type this as an HTML element. That'll make our lives a lot easier because we will know what properties we have on that. So inside the on mount, make sure you're inside there, but just past the GSAP from 2, we're going to call window.onMouseMove, all lowercase like that. And we pass this a function. So we'll say E inside there. And inside here, we want to say if, we need to check to see if component exists. If not, we're not going to have a good time. So if no component, then return. And we can just say no component, no animation. But if we get past that, then we have a component. So we need to check for its space, basically its bounding rectangle. So we'll say const component rect equals, and we'll say component as HTML element. And I know we already typed it, but it gets a little bit funky in here. So this is just a thing to make TypeScript happy here. Get bounding client rect. So call that function. And we now have our component rectangle. and we'll say const component center x. And from that, we'll say component rect dot left plus component rect dot width divided by 2. So just a little bit of math. We're getting the position of the left side of that component along with the total width of it, and then dividing that number by 2. Or sorry. First dividing the width by 2. So I could maybe map this out. So if this is like our browser window and this is our avatar picture, we first want to find how many pixels over is this left side. And then we know the width of this. So if this is like 200 pixels wide, we want to add half of that, 100, to this value to get right here in the center. We just need the center of X to know what to pivot on, but that's what that math does. Now we want to check how far is the mouse from that position. So we're going to say let component % equal, this is going to be an object, and we'll say X. And we're going to first have E, this event from the on mouse move. So whenever the mouse moves, we pass in that event, E.client X minus components center X divided by component rect dot width divided by 2. A little bit funky here, but this just basically makes it like gives us a good number of how far away the mouse is from the center of the image. And we're going to get an actual value there. So we're going to say let dist from center X equals 1 minus math.abs, or absolute value. So it's always going to return a positive number. Component % dot X. So we are going to get something between 1 and 0 here, from subtracting this from 1. Now we want to animate based on that. So we'll say GSAP.timeline. And instead of just calling it and assigning it to TL, we're just going to chain on this timeline. I'm doing this to show you another way to use timelines. You don't always have to say const TL equals. You can just call a GSAP timeline and then chain 2 on top of that, and then another 2 and another 2. It's pretty cool. But inside this timeline, we're going to call some defaults. So pass it an object, open that up, and we're going to say defaults. And this saves us from having to add the same ease over and over again. It can be a real pain in the butt if you have like 10 different like from twos or whatever, you want to pass the same ease to all of them. Timeline makes that easy. So easy, haha. Defaults takes an object, takes an object duration. 0.5. Overwrite is going to be auto, and ease is going to be power3.out. Now this overwrite thing is, see if I can explain this well. It's basically something that you want to add if you're having a lot of actions firing one after another. This kind of helps like with race conditions where you don't want a previous animation triggering after one that was called after it. So yeah, it just lets the new animation come in and say, hey, I'm in charge now. We're moving it to this position, and you don't have to like wait for other ones to finish. So that can be handy if you have a very fast moving animation and it's acting up. See if overwrite auto fixes that for you with GSAP. Now we have our defaults. We're going to chain a 2 on this. And we're going to say .avatar, and and then we're going to pass an object. So in this object, we'll say rotation, and we'll use a GSAP utility class or a GSAP utility function, GSAP utils .clamp. And if you're familiar with CSS clamp or just the concept of clamps in general, this will be familiar to you. But first, let's go ahead and put our values in. -2 to 5 times component %.x. All right, so what clamp's going to do is it's going to make sure that this value never goes below the min or above the max. So if this is, if the value of this is 0, clamp doesn't really have to do anything. If the value is 1, it's fine. If it's 2, it's fine. If it's 3, the value that it returns is going to be 2. So min max is essentially what that's doing. And then duration, we're going to have a 0.5 duration. We shouldn't, no, let's not specify that because we have that as our default. We don't need to. So if we save this, hopefully we will see some kind of a change. All right, no, that's the final version. There we go. We have this little rock back and forth. Now, if you want it to be more dramatic, you can change these values. So you can make this like 8 maybe. I don't know, let's see if that works. Yeah, so like it's only going -2 on this side, but it's going to 8 degrees max on that side. Let's see, 88. Let's see if that actually works. No, because this value would need to increase. So 25. Yeah, so you can tweak those values if you want, but I'm going to revert them to what we have designed for the course. So looking pretty good. It's just a subtle animation. We don't want to go too wild, but we're missing our highlight. The little highlight that once you mouse over, it kind of like shimmers in the light. So let's go ahead and add a div right after our Prismic image. So inside the other divs, it's going to be a sibling of Prismic image. We're going to call this highlight. So we're going to start that class list with that. It's going to be an absolute. It's going to inset 0, hidden, because we want to animate this in. Width is full. Scale is 110. BG gradient to top right. The way that Tailwind does gradients, we touched on a little bit with the text, and we're going to do it again, but this time it's not for a text effect. This is how we are creating the little gradient. From transparent via white, so we want white in the middle, and then to transparent. So it starts and ends as transparent with white in the middle. I'm going to say opacity is 0 because we want to animate this in ourselves. And so if we come up to just after the 2 of avatar, we're going to chain another 2. Well, I'll actually put it right after 2. And we're going to say highlight and pass that an object. Now in this object, we want to affect the opacity based on the distance from center. So I'll say opacity is dist from center X minus 0.7. That's just going to affect the intensity of it. So it's not super like bright and just, totally covers the image. We'll say X is -10 plus 20 times component % dot X. I'll explain that in just a sec. And then the duration we don't actually need. And the only thing we want to do, we want to also add something we haven't touched on yet. It's called the position parameter. So when you're using timelines in GSAP, what would typically happen is this one's going to run first, and then when this is complete, then this one will run. But here's the thing, we want this to run at the same time. And the way we can do that while still having this timeline is we can pass a number or a string, but it's going to be a number here, right after our object. And that is going to say where in the timeline is this going to play, or rather, should this play like a second after it should, or a second earlier than it normally would. But for us, we're going to make both of these at position parameter 0. And now if we come back, we still don't have the highlight. Let's see if reloading does anything. Maybe that hidden class is what's doing it. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. So remove that hidden class. Can't remember why I had that. But now we see that gradient and it grows. And the thing is, I wanted to move it just a little bit. And so that's why we have this X, -10 plus 20 times component % X, just to shift it back and forth a little, depending on where our mouse is. It's really subtle. You could probably do it a little bit more. But yeah, this is the effect. You can add more things to this. If you want to add a drop shadow to the image, you can definitely do that. Yeah, but it's looking pretty good. It rocks back and forth, and hopefully you are smiling in your picture too when you wire this whole thing up. Because our biography component is done. Well done. Next, we're going to work on this what I use, or this like tech list component. So let's get to it. We can start by heading to Slice Machine and heading into our page. We can create a new slice from within here. You can do it really either way, but if you add it to the page like this, if you create it from within a page, that will add it to the page automatically, and we don't have to do that later. So I'm calling this tech list, just like that. And now we click into tech list, and this is a pretty simple one. When it comes to modeling, I'm going to add a field, key text, and I'm going to say heading, and I'm going to add a group because we want to be able to repeat as many tech items as we want, right? So I'm going to say just item, not the most original name, but it works. You can say like, tech something. I don't know what the unit would be, but now we want the name. So like React or Svelte. So key text, we're going to say tech name like that. Then we'll add one more field, and it will be a color. We don't often do this. Honestly, for the most part, you don't want to open up all of the colors to your clients, to your customers. It's better to like lock them into just a few colors and not have them pick like a really bright pink or bright orange or something. But for our use case, we want to be pretty flexible with it. And so we're just going to say tech color, and we will add that there. And that's all we need. We just need the heading and each item and its color. So we can go ahead and review changes and push those. Let's actually go ahead and update the screenshot. Let's go back to tech list, hit update screenshot, and I'm going to go over to my finished version, and I'll just grab it from here. Just take a screenshot. It looks like that. And in slices, I'll paste that in, and we can go ahead and that should have a review changes, maybe not. Yeah, I reloaded, and now I can push that up. Just looks a bit better when you're in Prismic. So inside Prismic, I'm still in the About page. I'm going to change this title up here to About. And underneath Biography, we can add a tech list. There we go. I'm going to say tech I use, capital U. And for tech name, I'll start off with Svelte. And the tech color, let me go find the Svelte color. All right, so that is F03819. If you toss that hex in, we get the Svelte orange. Let's add another item. We'll say GSAP, and we'll use the color 33DE46. Don't expect you to memorize this or anything, but that's the GSAP green. Let's add another item. We'll say Three.js, and we're just going to do FF for a white because we have our dark background, and Three.js is pretty much a black and white branding as far as I can tell. And for a fourth item, we can go ahead and add Prismic. And the color that we're going to use for that is going to be 8142E6. It's this nice purple. Hopefully that's going to be accessible in the dark background, but we can always change it if we need to. I'm going to hit save, and let's go ahead and hit publish. Before we jump into building out that component, let's do something about this. We see over here, we have live editing configuration needs to be finalized. So normally we would have some nice live previews of our biography and tech list slices, but because we haven't set it up, we don't have that just yet. Now, normally we would set this up by pointing to a live page, but we haven't deployed just yet. We'll do that a bit later, but the cool thing is we can actually use our local host URL and put that in here. So I went and copied everything. I'll copy everything before the about. And if you paste that in here, you should have HTTP, no S because it is a local unsecure thing, and that's fine. Localhost, your port should probably be about the same as mine, 5173, but whatever you're running. And then this should automatically be put there for you, slice-simulator. And if you hit save, we should see exactly that. So we have that about Andy slice. Now remember, we haven't built the tech list out yet, so this is what we should expect. But look at that. And we can go in, and if we wanted to change this, we could say, hey, fellas. There you go. And we have that live update. That's really nice. I'll change it back to about Andy. And yeah, it's just a really handy feature that lets you edit your content and understand what it's going to look like when you push it live without having to hit publish just yet. So I'm going to save again and hit publish. And back in our website, we should have this placeholder component for tech list variation default slices. Cool. So let me close that. Let's head into our code and let's open up our tech list. So we have this index.svelte here, and we can go ahead and get rid of this placeholder. If I can select it, there we go. And normally I said we would be changing this section to bounded, right? But here's the thing, check out our tech list. It does not, it is not bounded, right? Like we want it to go to the ends of our screen, but we still want to align this what I use part with the rest of it. We don't want that all the way over on the left to look kind of just not great. So how do we have it so that these parts can spread to the edges, but we still align the what I use? Well, we can use the bounded element inside the section. So first with this section, we want to make sure that when these the text elements here are off the screen, that we don't get horizontal scroll bars, because that can ruin an experience. So on the section, we're going to put one class, and that is going to be overflow hidden. And that will prevent that. Inside the section, let's go ahead and use bounded. And that should import nicely. And we're going to say as div. And inside here, we're going to use our heading component. It's already coming in handy. It's not importing though. So I'm going to say, oh yeah, because I need to have the angle brackets. And inside heading, we're going to say size is equal to XL. Class is equal to MB8, and so that's going to be margin bottom 8. And the tag, we don't want another H1. Remember, that's the default for this, so we need to specify that this is going to be an H2, because we already have an H1 on this page. Open up your heading, and inside here we'll say slice.primary.heading. Awesome. And if we save that and go to our version, we should see tech I use. Awesome, looking good. And you can, the content changed a little bit, but that's fine. Put what you like. And now we want to go outside of bounded to create this tech list, and we're going to map over each of these items. And now we can go ahead and type out the each and kind of figure it out based on the types and everything. But I want to show you the awesome feature that Slice Machine has called show code snippets. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Show code snippets is, if we toggle that, we now see that we get this each block, and we have the item tech name and item tech color inside. So if we copy that, I'm going to pop that right there, and then we'll render the content for items. So I'm going to copy that, just paste that there. We're just going to render out the color itself, or like the hex value for now. And if I come over here, we see that we get Svelte, GSAP 3, and all of those hex values just like that. So really handy way to write less code and just copy paste. I mean, that's what we love to do, right? I'm going to get slightly fancier by destructuring item. And I'm going to say tech color and tech name like that. And then we can just wipe these out entirely because we're not going to just use them by themselves. In here, we want to put a div. So each time it iterates, it's going to create a div. And inside that, we are going to have another each block. This one's going to be a little bit different. So each, and we're going to say array, capital A, R-R-A-Y, parentheses, 15 as underscore, comma, index. So this is going to create an array of 15 elements, And we just need to loop 15 times to create all of these React, right? We need to create a bunch of those. So let's close this each. And inside here, we want to create a span for each of these iterations of the array. So we'll say span. And inside that, we want to say tech underscore name. We'll add a lot of classes and styles and things in a second. But let's just see if that's working for us. So GSAP, yeah, so that's exactly what we want. Now time to make it a little bit fancier. First, let's get the circle. We're just going to use an SVG from our icon set. So say circle and this one right here. So baseline circle, that should work just fine. Unplug in icons, and I'm going to go to the top and paste that in. I'm going to change this to icon circle. And underneath the inner span where we have tech name, I'm going to have another span, and this is going to have a class of text 3XL, and we'll change the style on the rest. But I'm going to call inside here the icon circle. And if we do that, we should see some big circles and svelte. Cool, that's what we want. Inside our top div here, we want to add some styles. So say class equals, and we're going to start with a class just for the animation in a little bit. So we're going to say tech row. That's just what we're calling it. And then we're going to do some actual styling. So MB is 8, flex, items, center, justify, center, gap 4, and text slate, and it's going to be 700. So we'll have a much darker text for the ones that aren't really being highlighted, and then we'll use our brand color for the other ones. Then we want to do inside this span, go ahead and say class equals tech item. So that's just for animation later. And we'll say text 8XL, font extra bold, uppercase, and tracking tight. Sorry, tracking tighter. There's also a tracking tight, so make sure you do tighter. And then this is kind of the trick that we're going to change the color on. So we'll say style equals color colon. And inside here, we're going to have some curly brackets, and we'll say index is equal to 7. So if the index is equal to 7, and we're going to say and tech underscore color. So if tech color exists, right, we want to check for the index being in the middle of this 15 or middle-ish, right? So if it's the middle-ish element and tech color exists, it's not just an empty string, then we're going to return tech color for color. Otherwise, we want to just inherit. So if it is not either of these, it'll just go to inherit and it'll keep the text slate 700. So we should have some dynamic colors based on that. And there we go. That is, I'm scrolling expecting it to animate, but not yet. But we do see the result that we wanted. And remember, if you want to change the order of those, it's as easy as just going boop, hitting save, and then hitting publish. And then we'll have Three.js above GSAP. So these are not fixed in stone at all. Nice, they're looking good. They are centered, and we have our text over here, but we have one accessibility problem, is that if a screen reader comes along, it's going to do what I was doing for the last few minutes, going svelte, Three.js, right? So we don't want that. So what we actually want to do is come back to this div here, and we're going to say aria label, and we will say curly brackets tech name or undefined, like that. So if there's no tech name, then we're just going to return that. So now it should say svelte, Three.js, GSAP, Prismic, and we don't have to worry about all these repetitions. These now should get ignored. All right, that's already a pretty cool looking effect, I think, but We want to have some scroll effects now, and we're going to use GSAP scroll trigger for that. If you want to see a really cool demo, essentially, of what's possible with GSAP scroll trigger, you can go to gsap.com/scroll, and this entire page is just kind of a joyful ode to scroll triggered animations. You can go back up. There's lots of cool stuff to inspire you to add more and more things to your portfolio as you go. Yeah, I love what they did with this new GSAP site, so have fun with it. But we are going to go to the docs, or at least I'm going to. You don't have to. I'll show you what to do. But we need to register the plugin as we use it. It's already part of the GSAP package, so we don't have to install anything extra, but we just need to make sure that whenever we use Scroll Trigger, we have to register it as a plugin. And then really, the code is as easy as just adding another property to a GSAP.2 tween. So let's get into it. At the top, we are going to import a couple things. We're going to import on mount from Svelte. We are going to import GSAP from GSAP. And then we are going to import, in curly braces, scroll trigger from, and make sure we follow here. So GSAP, dist, D-I-S-T, and then scroll trigger. This is because of Vite and modules and some like build step stuff that I'm not super versed in, but basically you need to use this version of scroll trigger if you are using SvelteKit or really anything that's like Vite based. So just make sure that if you use scroll trigger on your projects in the future, if you're getting some errors about builds, try the dist directory and that might help you out. So from here, we want to register scroll trigger. So underneath our imports, we can go ahead and say gsap.register plugin, and we're just going to pass it scroll trigger. And now GSAP knows that scroll trigger is in its arsenal. So just under this let slice prop that we defined, we want to create a variable for the component to bind to. So we'll say let component. I'm going to type that as an HTML element. Now we can go to our section and say bind this equals component. And now this component references this section directly. So we don't have to do any kind of like getting through JavaScript. Go ahead and create your on mount. And we're going to make an arrow function inside there, open that up, and we will say const TL equals gsap.timeline. Call that. And we want to pass that an object. And here we're going to define scroll trigger on our whole timeline. So we will say scroll trigger, and then we're going to use an object inside, or we're going to pass scroll trigger an object, and we'll say trigger, and we will pass it component, because that's the item that we want to trigger on. And I will show you all this stuff in just a moment. We'll say start, where we want the animation to start from. We'll say top and bottom. And this means when the top of the trigger hits the bottom of the scroller. And I know those words don't mean a lot to you right now, but they will in a moment. And then we'll say end, bottom, top. So that's when the bottom of the trigger hits the top of the scroller. And then we're going to say scrub, and that's going to be 4. So it's going to give us a 4-second delay on our scroll effects, essentially. That's what makes this kind of like so slow to update. So like, see how it takes a little bit of time to slow down? It's got like some momentum to it. I stop scrolling and it keeps moving for a little bit. That is the scrub 4 at work. So let's add another property here that we will remove in a little bit, but we're going to say markers true. And this is going to be really helpful. This is basically like a debug feature built into scroll trigger that shows us where the trigger start and stop is. And it allows us to like finely tune this. And now if we hit save, I don't think much is going to happen. I think we need to add an animation. Oh, we're getting an error. Let's check that out. I found that it is you need to import GSAP inside the curly braces like that. So it's not a default import like this. Go ahead and surround that in curly braces so that we import just that for the purposes of using a scroll trigger with it. So once you do that and save, yours should not error either. Now over here, we see these markers. So we have scroller end, start, scroller, start. So the scroller is just the whole window by default. You see this start right here. That is because we've said that our trigger is going to be the section component. And just for the purpose of this, I'll say border and then border red 400. You don't have to do this. You can, if you would like, just so you can see the outline of that section. You see that it is exactly aligned with the start there. And if we scroll to the bottom, the end is aligned with the end. So what we are saying in this, where is it? The scroll trigger code here, we have start, top, bottom. So when the top of the scroller, the top of the trigger hits the bottom of the scroller, that's when we want our animation to begin. So the top of the trigger hits the bottom of the scroller. Yes, we start out with that already true, but that doesn't matter much because our scroll is going to happen over the course, our animation is going to happen over the course of us passing through this component. And then it will end when the scroller when the top of the scroller hits the bottom of the trigger. So that is essentially what we want here. You can change these values for different types of animations, but this is precisely the effect that we want. We'll keep the markers on for a little bit, but let's go ahead and animate. Inside your on mount, create some space, and we're going to say tl.from2, and we're going to pass it the period tech row like that, and we're going to pass it two objects as usual for from2. Open up that first object, and in here we want to say x, and we're going to pass this a function. Yes, with GSAP you can pass any property a function. It doesn't just have to be an integer or a string. We can actually pass functions, and that makes this really, really powerful. So we are going to make an arrow function just like that. And inside here, we're going to say index, and we are going to return index modulo 2 is equal to 0. So we're checking to see, is this an even or an odd number? You're probably familiar with this kind of setup. We just want to see, is this even or odd? And if it is, then we want to say gsap.utils.random. I'm going to say 600, 400. If not, we're going to say gsap.utils.random, and we're going to say -600, -400. So we want to pick a number between 600 and 400, and you can reverse those. I'm not sure why I have it bigger to smaller. It shouldn't matter. It's going to pick a number between those. But the x position is going to be either a positive number or a negative number to shift it either left or right. And then so for our to object, we actually just want to copy this x over. And what we're going to do is we're going to reverse it so that if it's an even number, then we want it to end on the opposite side. And we'll say positive, right? So we want maybe even numbers to start on the left and end on the right, and vice versa for odd numbers. So let's also add an ease right after the x, hit a comma, say ease, we'll say power 1 in out, like that. And if we hit save, we should see this. There we go. So once again, you see how I'm going to scroll up as much as I can. So the 0 index, which is even, starts off to the right. So that is our positive value here. And then it's going to end at a negative value. And I just like the random because it makes it feel a little bit like messy. If you want to do just a hard like 500, go for it. But I kind of like that they're a bit staggered and not like lining up perfectly. So that is the effect. It's really just a few lines of code and one property that we change. And the scroll trigger stuff is pretty simple overall once you kind of see how start and end work. We're gonna get rid of these markers now that we don't need them anymore. But if you ever want to debug it, feel free to put those markers back. I'm also gonna get rid of that not so pretty border because we don't need that either. And if I save, which I did, we should not have markers anymore, not have that border, and just have a cool scrolling animation. Nice. Next, let's go ahead and finish this page off by creating this experience slice that we can use twice on this page. And you can repeat it as much as you want. So to get started there, let's head to our page types and our page, and we can create a new slice from in here. I'm gonna say create new, and I wanna call this experience. Hit create. And then we want to go into our experience slice, and let's take a look at the final version and see what we want to add. We have a heading here that we're going to use a key text for. And then right now for each of these, we're only using one, but of course you want to be able to list many companies that you've been to. And so we're going to use a group so that this is repeatable. And we're going to have the title, like your job title. We're going to have the time period. We're going to have the institution, or that's what we can call it, or like the company, but we want to use it for education or anything else too. So we'll say institution. And then we want to have some rich text. And I know these are very small and very silly, but you're going to want to actually put some real bona fides of what you did at this job. So that's going to be like the description in rich text. So let's mock that, or let's model that, I should say. Go ahead, add a new field. First, it's just gonna be heading at the top, heading, and then we'll add a field for group. And I'm going to say just item. Works for me. And then we want to add that first one where it is the title, or like our job title. So choose a key text, and we'll say title. Then inside this group again, we're going to have another one that says time period. And another field, another key text that is institution, institution, institution. And last, I believe, we have that rich text that is the description. Oh, if only I could type. There we go. And inside rich text, what we can do is go ahead in here. I don't think I've shown you this yet. It defaults to allow multiple paragraphs. We do want to keep that. And it also defaults to pretty much let you use anything. If you ever want to turn any of these off because you don't want, let's say, images in like a hero description, you can go ahead in here and toggle those off. So this is what is available to you in the page builder if you ever want to limit that for a client, which you probably should if you're working on certain sites. So we're going to say done, and we're going to go ahead and review those changes. Let's go ahead and throw in a screenshot. So I'm going to click update screenshot, go over to my final version, and just choose that. I'm going to do the whole span of it. That's where I want to go. Cool. And we can push this experience slice up. And now if we head into our, if you see the error, it's just because we're using the localhost version. That's completely fine. If you just hit a refresh, it should come right back. So don't worry about that too much. Ooh, that animates in real fun, right? Now we should be able to go in and choose experience. And here I'm going to choose a heading that is, let me see okay, experience, engineer, 2020 to present, Prismic. All right, so experience, the first item is going to be 2020 to present. Title is engineer, time period is 2020 to present, institution is Prismic, and description is I made a bunch of apps and websites. Great. Once again, you can put your description there that fits you a bit more, but we're just going to keep it to that for now. And the preview is, once again, what we would expect because it's just that placeholder text. If we go to our About Andy Bryant, I'm going to reload, and we see our placeholder component for experience. And let's go into our code. We should have an experience slice here waiting for us. And you know the deal. We wipe out the placeholder. We change the section to bounded. It's going to be a pretty fast component. We have that heading we want to pull in. So heading like that. And we want to say tag is equal to h2. Size is going to be LG. Close that heading. And inside there, we want to say slice.primary.heading. Just like that. And after that, we want to loop over those items. So let's come back to slice machine, come back to that slice. Here's our experience slice and show code snippets. So I'm going to grab this, nice and handy. It saves me, like a little bit of time. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab this item.title just because I would like to. Inside here, wipe out that comment, and we're going to first put a div like that. And we are going to use our heading element again. And we'll say tag equals h3 and size is small or SM. And we can close that. And inside, that's where we're pasting our item.title. Below that, we want to open up another div because we see that we want to wrap or like we want to have this all on one row. So we're going to have a couple of spans that handle this. We could do a paragraph too, up to you. You know what? Let's do a paragraph. That might be more semantic. So I'm going to say paragraph, and then inside here, I'm going to say span, and we'll do item.time period. And you're going to have curly brackets with a quote in here that has a space. So curly brackets and then a quote or quotations is what I'm trying to say. And then just a space, so that will make sure we have a space between. Do another span, and we're just going to put a slash in there, another space, and then another span with item.institution. If we go ahead and save this, let's see what we're getting out over here. 2020 present Prismic. Good. Obviously not styled, but we will get to that. Next, we want to give our description. So we're going to drop down into a div, and inside here, we're going to use Prismic rich. Oh, I need to put an angle bracket, Prismic rich text, and we're going to pass it the field. And that is going to be item.description. Thought it would autocomplete for me, but it did not. All right, so I made a bunch of apps and websites. Great. On this div for the Prismic rich text, let's add class of prose. And prose LG, prose invert to get that white text. And we want some margin top of 4. Add that, and that's looking a lot better already. On the span for our /, let's style that a little bit. So we'll say class is equal to text 3XL and font extra light. And that gives it a bit of a larger footprint, kind of like how our footer does, right? Just a bit of a stylistic change. And then for this paragraph tag here, we want to say class equals MT1, so margin top 1, flex, width fit, items center, gap 1, text 2XL, font semi-bold, tracking light, and text slate 400. If we hit save there, now it's looking a lot better. So the font semi-bold makes it pop a little bit more. And we have flex and item center, which makes that slash right in the middle, where before it was a bit bigger and off. If we get rid of the item center, you'll see what I mean. See how it's just not, it doesn't feel good. So keep that item center in there and it'll look a lot nicer. Now this engineer is way too close to experience. So let's head to this div right here. And we're going to say ML, oh no, first you need to say class. Class is ML6, MT8, max with prose, MD ML12, MD MT16, And if we hit save, we should have both the spacing on the left to indent it and the spacing above. So it feels a little more like a resume, right? Like that's where we're getting that style from. And if you add some more, it would look pretty good as well. I'm just going to say, I'm just going to kind of copy these just to get another version of this. I'm going to say I also worked at Google, and that was from 2018 to 2020. I left Google for Prismic. I created Gmail. Hit save and publish. Let's see how that looks. Where's our site? Here we go. Great. Engineer, I created Gmail, and so you can keep adding to this. And remember, you can add bulleted lists and everything to this rich text, and it's a really nice rich text field. So if you're used to Notion, it works in a very similar way where you hit / and then you have an option to use any of these sorts of things. So bulleted list, you can come in and just say created other other things. I actually want to see how that looks with our styles, because we added prose to that field or to that rich text. And so we automatically get some nice bulleted lists. So if you want to do that for all of your accomplishments, go for it. I'm just going to get rid of it so it's not this one weird bullet. All right, that's enough playing around with our experience. Let's add one more for education and call it a day for our biography slice. Instead of adding an item here, I'm going to add another slice. We do that over here in this table of slices. I'm going to say experience, and this one is going to be education. And I think I say, what do we put over here? Big old degree. I'll just say, I'll say bachelor's. It's a bachelor's? I think it's, there it is. Always get that one wrong. Let's say 2016, and institution, Yale. It's near me. And then I'll say description. I don't know, what do we put here? I did so well. Graduated with honors. I know it's like summa cum laude, but I don't want to have to spell that. So save and publish. Let's see how it looks. Boom, we have education, and you can continue to add things there. Looking good. Here's our about page. It is pretty much set. Fantastic. And now that we have stuff beneath the tech list slice, we get to actually see it go off screen and back on. So that's super fun, just flying by that. All right, next we need to completely create a new page type and change the way that our routing works. So we've got a lot to learn for the projects and blog. So if we click projects, we see that we go to this projects page. But if we click into the book library app, we actually go to project / book library app. And we're also going to build out this blog post style page. We are using Tailwind typography for this. So we get a bit of nice typography out of the box, and we're also going to use some tags. We've got a lot to learn here, and it's going to be pretty nice. We even have an intro animation there and this cool hover effect. And remember, it changes color depending on which one you're looking at. So let's get into this. First, by creating a blog post type. So remember, the difference between page types and custom types is pretty much, do we want this thing to be its own page at some point? Does it make sense if it is its own page? Blog posts are definitely their own page. So we're going to say create. We're going to say reusable type, and we have a little bit of helper text here that it says yeah, we're going in the right direction. So we're going to say blog post like that, and we're going to say create. Cool. We now want to add some slices. We can start with our rich text slice. We haven't done much to that. It's still pretty much the default out of the box one, but we're going to make it a little bit better in the way that we want. So select existing and go for this rich text slice, and we can click add. I don't really want to put any of these other ones as available in my blog post. It's your site. You can go for it if you want. But I don't think any of these really belong in a blog post. So I'm not going to make them available. And this is just a good practice for making websites for clients so that they don't shoot themselves in the foot and like add a hero in the middle of some technical blog post. It would just be kind of ridiculous, right? So we're going to add just the rich text for now. We'll create a couple more slices specifically for blog posts and project types. But for now, rich text will do. We do need a couple other fields in what's called the static zone, which just means that there's going to be one of these, and then the slice zone is where you can add your slices. So we're going to say add field, and for this, we want a date. Find the date right here, and we're going to say date. This is obviously the date that the blog post has been published. So here we see Monday, December 4th. And if we go back, we also want to add the hover image for that one effect. So we're going to call this hover image, and that is for this cool effect. You'll be able to change that. So we have this, and the cool thing about page types, if I haven't said it already, is that we get the metadata for free. Like we don't have to go in and create these. They're just already created for us. Now, this is the first page type that we've created together. Remember, this page type came already created, and now we just added our blog post. So question is, if I create a blog post, where does that go? How does that get rendered in Svelte? Well, we need to set that up. And one of my favorite features of Slice Machine is that it helps us in so many ways. And one of those is the page snippet. So this helps us create this exact page, but we need to change it a little bit because it doesn't know how we want it to show in the URL. But we're going to add a new root by creating a source roots UID page server.ts file. But if it should be in a child directory, this is exactly what we want here. So source routes blog UID page server.ts. So let's go ahead and do that in our VS Code. I'm going to close everything. Source routes preview. We are going to create a blog folder. And then inside that, just like it says, we're going to create a bracket UID folder. Oh, I created a file. Let's do that again. And then inside that, we're going to create a plus page.server.ts file. So go ahead and create that file just like that. Now, normally we would have to, either copy this from the docs or write this ourselves. But if we just copy and paste, we have just fetched our data from Prismic for this blog post. And by this blog post, I mean that the UID that matches this blog post, or sorry, the blog post that matches this UID, because as we create new instances of blog posts, the UID is going to be the URL that matches with it. So here, making cool CSS art is the UID for this blog post. So when we navigate to it, it goes and fetches that from Prismic. And yeah, we don't have to handle any of this. It's just really handy that this is all pretty much boilerplate and Prismic takes care of it for us. We also need the page.svelte in order to render that out. But guess what? Where'd it go? In this page snippet, we also have that. Create your blog posts page component. And once again, it says, if you're doing it in a child directory, go ahead and create that. So we're going to create that plus page.svelte. And inside there, we're going to copy the little bit of code that's there, and we are set. Now, you might notice that the markup here is very sparse. It is literally one component, and that is essentially the component that renders out all of our slices. We call it the slice zone, and it just takes the array of slices, matches them to your local components from your slices folder, and passes this data to those components and renders the proper component. And it's really that simple. So it's a really powerful pattern, but we need it to be a little bit different here, where on our page type, it's the same thing, and that's totally fine. But with blog posts, I don't want to have to add, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. I don't want to have to add the heading and the tags and the date as like a separate slice, and then add these slices, that's just going to be kind of a pain. I want to have this locked in at all times so that I don't have to add that myself, right? So because of that, we're going to wrap some things around this slice zone. We're still going to use the slice zone, so don't get rid of it. But we're going to, give it some stuff above and around. So we're going to start off with our bounded element. And we're going to say tag is equal to article because we are making a blog post. So wrap that around your slice zone. And we're going to say div rounded to XL. So div.rounded to XL. And inside that class, we're going to continue border 2, border slate 800, BG slate 900, PX4, PY10, MD PX8, and MD PY20. So we are going to wrap the slice zone in this as well. And this is, if you can't tell, the background that we have here. So it's that dark background that just makes it solid. We don't want text on this gradient background. That'd just be kind of tough for people to read. Also with the noise, it's just going to make it a real strain on the eyes. Now we want to bring in our heading. So let's go ahead and say heading, import that component. Tag is going to be an H1. That's the default, but we can also specify so it's nice and clear. We'll say page.data.title. That should come in. I'm sorry. Our prop is data. So we're going to say data.page.data.title. Don't worry, we will change that in a little bit. Did we not add a title? Whoops, I completely forgot to add a blog post title. So back in our page type, add a field that is a key text. I'm just going to call this title. I'm going to bring it all the way to the top for a couple of reasons. It'll become obvious in a minute. But go ahead and push that up. And because we added it to our type in Prismic, in Slice Machine, we now have it here because these types auto-generate really quick. So now we are up to date. Isn't that great? I forgot to add it, and TypeScript helped me out because of these auto-generated types. It's just another way where you can mess up, but it reduces the chances. I would have been debugging that for the next 10 minutes probably. All right, so back to formatting our blog post. We have that heading set. You can go ahead and save. And we're not going to look at it just yet. We actually need to set up the routing first. Let's get a couple more things in here. We're going to do a .flex, open that up, add some more styles, gap 4, text yellow, and we're going to do 400. So that's going to be for the tags, if you couldn't tell. These tags right here. So inside, we want to loop over that array. We'll say each. I'm going to say page.tags. Oh, I did it again. Hold on. Data.page.tags as tag. And this is actually something that we did not model out, but it's built into Prismic. So you can see add new tag here. You can add tags to pretty much anything, and it'll come back as an array right on the element itself. So I'm going to say each page tags as tag. And inside here, we'll do a span with class text XL. And inside that span, we're going to add tag. I'm going to have one more thing on this class, say font bold. All right, that's looking pretty good. Let's go down here to just above the slice zone. And we want to add our date. So we're going to say paragraph. And inside here, I'm just going to say date for now because I need to add some styles. And we also need to format this date because if we just try to render the date out, it's not going to be all that great. You'll see what I mean. So we'll say class equals mt8 border bottom, or B, border slate 600, text XL, font medium, and text slate 300. Save that, and then we can go to our slice zone and wrap this in a div, kind of a container of its own, and we want to add pros to everything inside the slice zone. So around it, we're just going to type period pros, wrap it around, and we're going to say pros LG, pros invert, margin top is going to be 12, width is full, max width is none. I'll explain why in a minute. And MD is going to be, so for medium and above, let's say MD, and then MT 20. So we want a bigger margin top on big screens. Now, this max with none is so that we can actually use like a full width image, because pros, I don't think we can see. Oh yeah, here you go. Max width 65 CH. We want to kind of undo that. So that's where the max with none comes into play. And yeah, it's just undoing that max width because we want some full width images as a possibility. So now we've done all of this work. Let's see if we can actually see anything, right? So let's go back to Prismic, to our page builder. And we should have pushed up, yeah, everything's up to date. So I've pushed my blog post up. If I create new, I have the option of a page or a blog post. I'm going to choose blog post, and I'm going to start to copy some of this content over. Say title is making cool CSS art. And the reason why I put the title up here is because look at our UID now. Our UID is auto-populated from the field before it. So that is a really nice feature. That's why I always put the title above the UID. If the UID is first, you're not going to get that benefit. For the date, I'll just say it's my birthday. And for our hover image, I'm just going to pick a, let's go with one of these cool fruit pictures. I'm going to do that. And then up here, because it's a CSS blog post, I'll say CSS. And we get to create this CSS tag and also say art. And we create that art tag. And now when we create more blog posts, those will show up as optional tags that already exist. I'll hit save. And then we can go ahead and add slice. Remember, the rich text slice is the only one available on this page type. And that's just fine with us. I'm going to copy just some of the tag. I'm going to copy down to the image. Copy there and paste there. And you can see the formatting worked. It copied over the headings and the bullets and everything. So we can hit save and we can hit publish. And now, because we don't have any like proper links going to that page, let's go ahead and try to navigate it to it ourselves. So remember, we're looking in the blog folder. So we'll say blog / and then we want the UID of making cool CSS art. I'm going to copy that and bring that over. Let's see what happens when we go there. It works. It's not looking great, but it worked. We have a little bit of funkiness. I'm not sure why the background is textureless. Let's refresh that. Yeah, we can dig into why that is exactly. But we are seeing that it is working. I think I'm zoomed in a little bit. That's why it's a little bit bigger than our final version. We have a couple other differences. You can see like we have undefined for our title. We have a few things to fix, but overall, yeah, we're getting there. All right, we got a few things to do. We want to fix this date and we want to fix this rich text slice. Let's start with the date. We need to format it. So we're going to actually create a new folder here, a new file here inside our lib. Go ahead and open that up and we're going to say new file and I'm going to say format date.ts, just like that. And it's just going to be a little utility function that we use. We'll say export function. I'm going to call it format date. And this is going to take a date string, date str, we can call it. And we're going to type it as a date field. And we're going to import that from Prismic client like that. And we're going to return a string. So we're typing it like that and open up your curly brackets. And we're going to start by saying if no date string return an empty string. So if we don't get anything there, return an empty string. Yep, it's just yelling at us because we're not returning anything yet. That is fine. Next, now that we've handled the empty date string, we're going to say const date equals new capital D date string. So we're going to create a new instance of a date based on that date string. And now we want our options for formatting. And this is kind of a classic thing that you have to do with the JavaScript date object. So we'll say const options, and we're going to type that as intl dot date time format options, just like that. And that's going to equal an object, and we're going to say weekday. See how the typing helps us immediately? Weekday is going to be long, and once again, we have some help. We're going to say year is numeric. We have a month. That is going to be long. And day is going to be numeric. Oh, I need a quote, numeric. And that is it for the options. We just now need to return a new intl dot date time format parentheses, and I'm going to use my locale. I'm going to say en/us. I can't possibly tell you all of the locales, so this might be something that you have to Google if you don't know yours. And then we're going to pass options to that, and then after we're going to chain a format onto that, and we're going to say date, just like that. And we're passing in this date from before, because this just creates the date time formatter, and we can use this a bunch, right? Like we didn't pass the date string here, we just passed our options and our locale, and then on top of that, we need to format our date. So that's what that does. If you hit save, we want to now import that inside our blog post page.svelte. And here, let's just say const formatted date is equal to format date. I'm importing that from lib/format_date.js. I'm going to pass it, let's see, the data.page.data.date. A lot of data date. And now we have this formatted date. Are we getting an error? That might be an error. Okay. So our auto import it from .js. That's a little funky. And if we remove that, does that work? That should work a little bit better. We're not showing it just yet, but yeah, just make sure that because we made a TS file and it just auto import went to JS. Not sure why, but I'm going to swap out that date with formatted date inside curly brackets. If we save, we get Wednesday, June 19th, 2024. If you want different styles, if you just want to say like wed or anything like that, you can come back to format date and play with any of these. I wanted, the weekday to be a long one. You could have it as, what are the other options? Narrow or short. So play with it to your heart's content, but I like the look of that. Next, let's go ahead and change the way that our rich text slice behaves. So we need to go to our slices, that's in lib, and rich text. We haven't touched this just yet, but it comes with this label component. We don't need this. We can just go ahead and get rid of this. I'm going to say delete. We'll have to delete the import from here as well. So it's going to yell at us a couple of times. Delete that out. And we can remove this style. This is what is like centering it. If you see the margin is 6M and auto, that is why it is centered here. We don't want any of this. So go ahead and delete that and hit save. There we go. It's, it's different, but that is a really long line and we don't want that. We only need just a little bit here. I'm actually going to change this section to just a div, because we are going to be using this only inside our blog post. We don't want it to be section inside of an article. And for class, we're going to remove container and say max width prose. So this is us bringing back that max width of 65 characters. That is nice for text, but we just didn't want it to constrain our images also. And the Prismic Rich Text field can stay just fine. That looks good, and boom, this is already looking way better. So much better that I'm going to update our screenshot so it looks a little bit more like what we're expecting here. Going to go into Slice Machine, our slices, rich text. I just want it to match the rest of our color scheme. So it was kind of the odd man out. Go ahead and push, and that's a lot better. Now I want the option to also add like a full width image to my blog post. So I'm going to create a new slice called image block. And once I'm inside here, the only thing we're going to really add is just an image field. What you could do, say image, is have a Boolean that toggles whether or not it is full width and maybe some other styling options, but I don't really want that. We're just going to go ahead and work on this one image. I'm going to add it just to the blog post. So it'll get its second slice, select existing and image block, add, and we can go ahead and review our changes. We're pushing up an image block and a blog post. Go ahead and push those, and let's work on that image block. So it's right above our rich text, index.svelte. We can wipe out this entire section for the first time, I think, and we'll say Prismic image. And we're going to pass it, I'm going to close it, I'm going to pass it the field of slice.primary.image. And I'm also going to put a class on it. I'll say not prose, and this basically undoes any styling that comes from prose. I'm not getting an autocomplete here, but it's a helpful like escape hatch if you are rendering something inside of a prose block, which this is going to be rendered inside of. We're also going to say width is full, height is full, rounded MD for a little bit of styling. Margin Y is going to be 10. On medium and above, MD colon MY 14 and LG MY 16. So the bigger the screen, the more space we want to give this. Go ahead and save that. And this is really all we need for that image block. Now, if we go to our Making Cool CSS Art blog post, we should, let me see if we can refresh this and get some better rich text. It's still coming in black. Oh, do we not have the right styles on that? You know what that is? I think we have the styles on its parent. So we might want to figure out how to get it on the rich text as well so that it shows a bit better. But for now, let's go ahead and add that image block. And I'm just going to say select image. And I'm going to come in here and choose. I'm going to go for the default fruit. Oh, you know what? Let's do a search. Let's say computer. So there we go. Man in a laptop in an office. The classic. And look, gives us some default alt text. Man operating laptop on top of table. Perfect. I'm going to hit save. And I'm going to hit publish. And if I come back here, let's see if our new slice works. And it does. Nice, big, full width slice that doesn't mess up the rest of our text content. And we can have more rich text after and, you know, create a whole blog post. And you can add as many different slices to your blog post page type as you would like. The world is your oyster. But for this tutorial, we're just going to create these two. All right, I'm going to do something that I probably should have done at the beginning of this course and just add a default color to the body. It's like a just off-white of E. So if you want to go in your app.css and add that, it shouldn't overwrite anything, but it you know, how many times we've seen like dark text on this. Yeah, it might just make going forward a little bit easier. Sorry, that should have came first. That will change the text here, but once again, the prose is being set in an element that isn't being rendered here. So that's why the rich text is going to look a little bit funky there, but you still get the idea. And most of what you're working on is going to be here in your rich text field. So not too big of a deal in my book. All right, there's one more thing that is not great about, oh, actually, that EEE, let's undo that because, see, you know what? Let's actually just fix our button because we should be declaring an actual style there. So go to your button. or undoing the rungs of the last hour. Button, we're going to add, I'm just going to throw it on the link itself. I'm going to add a text, slate, let's go 900. And there we go, looking better already. And we'll see if we find any more of those. None down there, looking good. Cool. So what I was going to say is that we have a title here that is not great, right? That's because from our page.server, we're not really returning what we need to. If you look in our layout.svelte, we see if page.data.meta description, then we're going to render a meta tag with description. And same with OG title and the actual title here, right? Like that's why undefined is showing at the top, because this isn't defined because we're not returning it from our page.server. So let's go ahead and set that up now. All we need to do is add a couple more properties to this object we're returning. After page, say title, and we'll say page.data.meta title. And we'll say meta description. Make sure you do this exactly because the layout.svelte is expecting it to be meta underscore description like that. And we'll say page.data.meta description, comma, meta title, and page.data.meta title. And last is meta image, page.data.meta image. Cool. Save that, and we now have null. That is progress. That is what we call a new error. So that is because over here, we don't have a description or a title or an image. So we can set those, but what I actually want to do is have a fallback in case we haven't set that yet, because really the title here should be what we're using for the blog post. So here you can do this two ways, right? So you can have it as meta title or page.data.title, and that will fix it so that if there's no meta title, it's going to fall back to the title, and that gives us making cool CSS art. Great. I kind of like it the other way around. I think meta title should stay as meta title, but let's actually just keep the title as page.data.title. And let meta title be, the meta title, and have the regular title as the fallback there. That makes more sense to me because I'm pretty much always going to put a title here. It's like the first thing I fill out. The SEO metadata tab, maybe I kind of forgot about it, but I don't want to get like clobbered on both SEO and the embarrassment of having undefined as my page title. So I'll say page.data.title as the fallback here. And now we have making cool CSS art as our title, and we can add better SEO content and things in here, and that'll help Google and the OG image, all that kind of stuff. We're not going to worry about that right now, but yeah, now that's handled. Now let's say we wanted to link to this blog post from our about page, right? Like we have here in our description, we want to link over and say, check out this cool blog post that I just wrote. Using Prismic Link, we actually wouldn't be able to link to this right now. And that's because our router doesn't know about it. So if you go to prismicio.ts, it's in your lib folder, remember this routes array. We need to update this because we have a new page type with a new path. So at the end here, we want to have a comma, and I'm just going to copy this one from, let's say from right here. So copy that second one. And instead of type page, I'm going to say type blog post. I believe it's underscore. It might just be, let me double check the type. One sec. I'm going to go to custom types. This is where this is stored on your system. And I'm going to go into blog post, and I think it's just blog post, all one word. Yeah. So ID is blog post. So come back here and remove that. By the way, I highly recommend you don't really edit this for the most part. This is what the Slice Machine UI has been creating for us, but that's why we use Slice Machine and not having to edit all this stuff. So it's there. It's good to know about it, but you don't have to touch it. So blog post, we want to actually send that to /blog /:UID. And the colon just shows that that is like a dynamic value, like that's the variable. If you were to do this, that would literally be blog /UID, not the UID. So make sure you have that colon there. And if we hit save, now we should be able to route to this blog post. And that means we should make our blog page, like our list of blog posts like this, right? So it's time to make this. This is going to be just a page that we have. It's going to be a page type. I know it gets a little bit confusing by saying page type, but we can go into Prismic and we can create a new page just called blog. And we'll say blog. And we can hit save because we don't have anything, we don't have this slice just yet that lists content. So let's go ahead and make that slice. Now we're going to use it for both projects and blog. See how it's like the exact same slice. So we're not going to call it like blog list. I want to call it content index. It's the name I came up with. Feel free to name it something else. I'm going to create it inside slices. I'll say content index. And here we want to start by creating our heading. So I'm going to choose key text and say heading. Then we are going to add another field, and this will let us toggle between whether it's a blog or a project list. So we're going to use a select right here, and we're going to say content type. And we're going to add it and then go into the edit. And we don't want options 1 and 2. We want blog and project, just like that. Don't check that. We want to be able to select it or like, yeah, just don't check that. And then we want a description. So I think we have descriptions. Yeah, I read about what I've learned. So add a rich text field. So we want to be able to let you put as much as you want in there. So we're going to say description. And normally I would lock this down, like I would remove headings and things like that. So you can go ahead and unselect all, bring back paragraph and bold and italic and maybe links. But I don't want like bullets in this little section here. That's not for a ton of content. So just to show you how to lock things down, and then we will have fewer options in the page builder. Next, I want to add a field, and we're going to have key text, and this is going to be called view more text. And by not like that sounds like a button to like view more text, but by that we mean read more or view project. It's this text right here, and it's kind of like context specific, and it's nice to give you that option to change what that says per page. So that's the view more text, and then what we want to have is a fallback image in case we forget to put an image on our blog post. So like if we didn't specify one, we want something to show. We just don't want it to be empty, like no image back there. So we're going to have a fallback image. So I'm going to add a field, image, I'll say fallback item image there. Let's go ahead and grab an image of what it's going to look like. I'm going to snapshot this blog here. And in content index, no screenshot available, update screenshot, paste that in just like that. And now we have a screenshot. So we can go ahead to, first we want to add it to our page as an option. So add slices, select existing. We want to add content index. You could also add image block if you want. I'm not going to. So add, and you know what, actually I'm going to go one step further and I'm going to remove rich text from my typical page. You can keep it, it gives you more options, but we're not using it on a page in this course, so I'm just removing it. And now we have a couple of changes. We've changed our page and we've created this new content index. I'm going to push those up. And then in Prismic, let's go ahead. Yeah, we've created this. We should be able to add slice. Content index, there it is. And I'm going to say heading is going to be blog, content type, blog, description, what do we have? I write about what I've learned so that others can benefit. ahead and paste that in. View more text is read more. And fallback item image, let's just create something techy. Tech. Cool. Code looks good. All right, actually, I like that better. That's just cooler. It's not exactly techy, but it's neat. Nice. We're gonna hit save, and we're going to hit publish. Now, because this is a page type, we should be able to get there just by going to /blog. Let's see if that works. Placeholder component for content index. So yes, it did work. Now, let's edit this content index slice. Here it is right here. Open this up and wipe out the placeholder content inside. We're going to do a very simple version of this to start because the hover effect list is going to be a little bit involved, right? Like it's going to be something that we bring some JavaScript into. So we're going to say bounded and make sure we import that from our components folder. We don't need to add anything else to bounded, but inside we're going to say heading. See how much we've used our heading component? It's really handy. Size is XL and class is margin bottom 8. Close that up. And inside it, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to have it self-close. That's better. Because inside it, we need to put slice.primary.heading. And underneath it, we want to say if is filled. Remember this helper? And just make sure is filled is not typed, right? It's not a type, it's a function. Is filled dot rich text, parentheses, because we're calling this function, slice.primary.description. So if we have a description written, then we want to render that description. Inside, we want to say dot pros to open a div with class pros. Add a couple more things here. Pros XL, pros invert, and MB10. Inside here, we'll use our Prismic rich text and pass it the field of slice.primary.description. I hate that when my field isn't closed, the autocomplete doesn't help me out at all, but we got it done. If we save, we should see blog. I write about what I've learned. So we have that part set, but now we need to handle that list. Now here's where it becomes a little bit tricky. Here's our problem. We need to get all of the blog posts that we have in our Prismic repository inside this slice, inside a page type that is versatile and can hold anything. So we don't want to do is we don't want to call for all of the blog posts on every page we navigate to. So like we don't want to get all the blog posts here and send that as our data bundle because that's going to be part of what we send to the client. We just don't want to do that. We don't want to make the fetch to Prismic. We don't want to send that data to the client for no reason. It would just be bad practice to call for that in our layout. Let me see, where is it? In our layout.server or even the page.server of UID. We don't want to call for all of our blog posts and all of our projects and anything else that we might use. That's just not good practice. But we also don't want to call for it just inside this content index because we would need to call for that on the client. We don't have a like a server version of this where we can just call for it on the server and it would come in here. If we called for it in here, we would have to call for it on the client, and that's just bad practice in general. So we do have a solution that basically says, if you see this content index slice, call this function and fetch this data. But if you don't see it, don't call it. And that's what we at Prismic call a slice mapper. So go into your content index folder right next to your index.svelte. We're going to create a new file. We're just going to call it mapper.ts. This isn't like a special file name with SvelteKit or anything. It's just the convention that we've come up with to handle this exact use case. So we are going to start by just creating our mapper. We're going to say const mapper. Now it's going to be a good amount of typing here. And by typing, I mean like TypeScript typing kind of thing. So we're going to say slice mapper. I'm going to import that from Prismic client. I think we're going to only have types in here so we can keep that type outside just to save a little time. And then we're going to have an angle bracket like that. And inside these angle brackets, we're going to say content.content. Oh, actually, sorry, we need to import that. So content from Prismic client dot content index slice like that. It knows about our slices once again. And we're going to say component props. And that should come from Svelte. That is a type from Svelte. And we're going to give that some angle brackets on its own. And we're going to say content index. And we're going to have to import that ourselves from the local file right here. So we're going to say import content index from /index.svelte. And so now Svelte knows about the props that content index is expecting. And then after that, we are going to say context, but we need to make this type ourselves. So right here, we're going to say type context equals, and we're going to say, we're going to give an object, and it's going to have a property of client. And that will be client, capital C client from Prismic client like that. And that will take angle brackets. I know it's a lot of types. Stay with me. Content.all document types. So that is the context by which we want our client to have. So we're saying that this mapper is of type slice mapper, and it is going to have as props given to it content from this content index slice. It can have component props from the content index, and this is, once again, a Svelte function that allows you to get props of any component. And then we have the context, which points to our Prismic client, and we give it all document types so that it can just know everything about all of our docs and then return documents that are typed based on that. So now that we understand that a little bit better, we're going to say equals async. And you know what? I'm going to see if I can save this so that we can get a line break. Async and parentheses, arrow function. I'm just going to go ahead and save that real quick. Okay, so inside the parentheses, we want to destructure slice, context. Like that. We want both slice and context off of that. Open up the curly braces, and we're going to say const curly brace client. I'm going to destructure that off of context like that. And then const items equals. Now what we want to do is we want to fetch the, we want to fetch either all blog posts or all projects. Right now, because we only have blog posts, we would kind of throw an error if we try to get projects, but we don't need to worry about that because we're going to check first. So we'll say slice.primary .content type is equal to blog. Actually, it might throw an error because everything's so well typed, and it's going to say that type doesn't exist. We can make it exist in a moment. We'll say await, and we're going to use our client to call get all by type. That means we're going to get everything that is a blog post. So if type is blog, then get all the blog posts. Otherwise, I'm going to copy this bit right here, and we're going to paste that in. And what we're going to do is we're going to change this to project. And you can see that it's immediately going, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. That's okay for right now. Let's just finish typing this, and then we can go and create that type super quick. We're going to return an object that has slice and items on it. So we're returning the original slice content that was passed in. We're not touching that, but we are also passing some items back in there. And then at the very bottom, we're going to say export default mapper. So we can just have a default export there. Once again, project is going to yell at us. Let's quickly head to Slice Machine, and in our page types, we have a blog post. Let's create a project. Reusable type called project. We don't have to do anything to this just yet. Did it already fix? It already fixed. Awesome. Cool. Now, this mapper is not going to call itself. Just because it's here doesn't mean it's actually going to work yet. We need to create a file that pulls in all of our mappers. Right now, I think for this project, we're only going to have this mapper, but you could, basically mappers are good for anything you need to do on the server for an individual slice. So if you need to do some wild calculations that would just be a terrible idea to do on the client, you can do it in a mapper. If you need to format a whole bunch of HTML with syntax highlighting, that can be a little intensive to do on the client. You could do it in a mapper and send already processed markup to the client from the server. But right now, it's not going to run all by itself. We are going to borrow a pattern from this index.ts file that you have in the root of your slices folder. Here it says code generated by slice machine. Do not edit, because you'll just it won't be great. So just don't do it. But we can see this pattern. We import biography from .biography index svelte, and what we do is we export a components object that has biography on it. So when the slice zone sees a biography object come in from the API call, it says, oh, okay, I know what slice to get for that. I'm going to get the biography slice. So we're going to have a similar import export feature like this. So in the root of your slices folder, we're going to create a new file. Let me fix that. There we go. And we're going to call this mappers.ts. And inside here, we're going to do a very similar thing. We're going to say import content index mapper from /content index /mapper, just like that. And now that we've imported it, we want to export a const called mappers. And that's going to have an object with content index. I think it's going to be the underscore, and we'll say content index mapper, just like that. So we are importing it, and then if we have a whole bunch of these, we're still going to have this one mappers object with all of our mappers inside. It is still not going to get called. We still need to go one layer deeper. So if we go to our routes and our UID, here in page server, what we're doing is we're calling for the page, and then we are returning the page. This page server file is where we want to do that work that the mapper is doing. So we are going to use something called map slice zone that we're going to import from the client. So right next to as text, we'll say map slice zone, and we will say const slices equals await map slice zone, and we're going to pass that the page.data.slices, as well as our mappers, which we need to import from lib slices mappers.js. Sorry, sorry. Remove that JS. We're using TypeScript. It's not going to be happy. We'll figure that out in a sec. And then last but not least, we want to pass this the client so that it can call that. So it's going to use our client to make this call to Prismic. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. So now that we have this map slice zone function, we can go back to our mapper and see how the type matches up. So I'm going to put them side by side, actually. So map slice zone takes page data slices, and here's that content index slice. Then it takes component props, which is coming from the mappers, and then we have our context, which has the client on it. So we pull the client off of our context. So that's where that all matches up. And now all we need to do is return slices. Now we are using this page over here, but check out how we're using it. We're only using it to pull the slices off of it. So we don't actually need the full page. So back in our page.server, I'm going to swap this out for slices. We really only need the slices. Now that I've swapped that, we need to make sure we fix this, I'm going to say data.slices. So it's a little bit tidier, a little bit shorter. We didn't need all that other stuff. We were not using it. Now, if we save this, let's see what we should expect in our content index file. I want to see if we can console log. We haven't done that this much. I'm going to console log. First we need to take in items because we aren't, there's not going to be on slice. We need to say export let items. I'm going to type this as content dot blog post document array, right? Because we're going to get we're going to get an array of them, or content dot project document array. Awesome. Now let's log items. Let's see what we get back from that. And if I reload, we have an array that has making cool CSS art. There's our blog post. It's our one and only, but that's what we want. Perfect. Let's remove this console log and let's create a new Svelte component. It's going to complain that we're not using items. That's fine. Let's create a new Svelte component inside content index. We're going to call this content list. And that's why I didn't call the parent content index, because the naming gets funky. SVELTE. And from here, we want to create our script tag, lang equals TS, and close that. Inside here, we'll say export let items. And we can go ahead and copy that whole line. So actually remove that. And yep, that's what we're expecting. Go ahead and import content from Prismic client, and we should be good. Yep, we'll say type if your import screwed up. Go ahead and fix that. We're also going to say export let fallback item image. And that's going to be an image field type. Import that from Prismic client. And we're going to say export let view more text. That's also going to be a key text field. And it's going to default to read more, just in case we forget to add it on that in that document or whatever. All right, so we have our three exports and our three types up there. That looks good. Let's go ahead and create an unordered list. Inside that, we're going to have an each block, and we'll say items as post, comma, index. And then we are going to give each a key. So after index, we'll just say space, and we'll say post.id plus index. And I'll explain that in a little bit. But we have our each block. Inside that, we want a list item. Open that up. And inside the list item, we're going to have a Prismic link. Let me try that again. There we go. And it auto imported, looking good. I'm going to close that, not auto close, but just like that. And I'm going to go back to it just because the autocomplete works better that way. So document equals post, and class equals, real quick, document. Okay. Prismic link takes either field or document. We are passing it a specific document, like we are passing it the blog post itself, and Prismic link can then figure out where does this exist as far as a URL goes. So it can figure out the URL for this document, or if you pass it a field that is a link field, it can also handle that. So it's a very versatile component. Just didn't want you to be confused because we've only used field up until now. So for class, we will say flex, col, justify between, border t slate 100, py 10, text slate 200, md flex row. And we hold off on the aria label for right now. Go ahead and create a div with flex and flex, period flex col, like that. Inside there, we can go ahead and create a span with text 3 XL and font bold. Inside the span, we'll say post .data.title. Does post not have a title? Interesting. I think post doesn't have a title because we, we're very brief with what we did to this project. I'm going to map this out real quick. So go into your project, choose image block and rich text as the two slices available on it. And then we can have this match our blog post type. So if we go back to page types, choose blog post, we want a title, a date, and a hover image. We want all three so that what we put there matches up. Because if you look back here, post can either be blog post or project. So it's only going to give us things here that are shared across both. Nothing that's unique to one or the other. So we want a title, a date, and a hover image. So if we go back to our page types, project, we want a title. Move that to the top. We want a date and an image called hover image. And if we go ahead, actually, we don't even have to push it. It should just be updated. There we go. We now have a title on that item. We don't have a lot here yet, but this is good enough for right now just to see, is this working? So let's import our content list in our content index file, and let's see if we can get it running. So underneath the if, say content list, and I'm going to close that. And it's saying, hey, you need to pass us some stuff. Fallback item image is going to be slice.primary.fallback item image. We're going to have items, just like that. Our items are items, right? Passing that straight through. And we'll say view more text is going to be slice primary view more text. Save that. I'm actually going to move items up to the top just to make it a little bit cleaner. That's like the main thing there. And there we go. That is our item, making cool CSS art. And actually, if we click it, it works. The navigation is working because we set that up in our prismic.io.ts file. The routing is working. This isn't the flashiest list just yet, but it's already functional. So that's really awesome. Let's continue in our content list because we got a lot to do in this one. After our span, create a div with class flex, and I'm going to continue chaining it. Say gap 3 and text yellow 400. There we go. When it's only a few classes, it's really fun to chain those classes. So let's say each, and we're going to say post.tags as tag. And then inside, we want to span with class text lg.font bold, just like that. And we'll say tag inside. So we're looping over all of the tags on the post and outputting them inside a nice little thing. There you go. That's why we have this yellow bit here. So looking good. Let's continue. Just before the Prismic link, open that up a little bit, and we're going to say span.mlauto.flex. I'm going to stop there and add some more classes just because when it gets really long, it can sometimes get a little hairy. Items center, gap 2, text XL, font medium, MDML0. And inside the span, we want to say view more text. And then at the end, we want a nice little arrow. So let's see what arrow we have for our blog. We have a cool little up arrow. So let's go to icons and we'll say arrow and we'll see what we get. Yeah. Did we already use this arrow for, I'm going to grab it. Yeah. Okay. It's the same arrow as our button. Of course. So let's go to our button and just steal that one. Button and icon arrow. I'm just going to copy this line, go back to my content list, and I'm going to import it at the top and we'll put it right inside the span. So we'll say icon arrow like that. And that's the live version. Let's see our version. And that looks great. It's exactly what we want. So that's most of our markup. We just need to add a couple classes to the UL and the LI. We kind of jumped past that. So we'll say class on the UL is grid, border B slate 100. And then on the LI, we want to say class equals, we're going to add a class for animating content list item and opacity. You know, we'll change the opacity later. So we'll just, for now, leave it as a content list item, and then we can come back to opacity 0 and the tricky stuff because we want this to animate in. But this is what adds the border at the very bottom of the list. Without that, it doesn't have a bottom to it. Each item adds a line at the top, and the UL adds one at the bottom. So making cool CSS art looks great. Let's actually add this to our top nav so we can tell if we're on that page. So go back to Prismic, and we are going to go to our settings. And instead of linking to google.com, I know they need the traffic, but we're going to actually link to a Prismic page, and that page is going to be our blog page. And I'll say blog. Save and publish. And if we head back to this and reload, we have the underline on blog, just like we do when we go to the about page. Very cool. So now one of the few things left to do is to actually create that animation, both the entrance animation for these items, right, that little bounce in, as well as this following the cursor image trick that we've got going on. So in our content list component, we're going to do some stuff. Let's start by adding that image element to the very bottom here. So I'm going to have a little comment that just says hover element. And then we are going to make a div with class equals, I'm going to call this hover reveal. And that is just for styling and animation purposes. Well, only animation purposes. I'm going to say pointer events none. So we don't want the mouse to have any effect on it and interfere with the clicking of the links. I'm going to say absolute left 0. And top, screwing this up, left 0, top 0. We're not doing all of them, so that's why we're not doing inset. We just want those two. I'm going to do negative Z 10, so it's going to go to the back. We're going to have a height of, it's going to be a hard set value, so we're going to say 320 pixels, px, and then a width of another hard set value of 220 px. I'm going to say rounded LG, BG cover, for background cover, and BG center. And we are going to leave the opacity at 100 for now. We'll change it to 0 in a second, but I'm putting it at 100 just so we have like something to edit easily. And remember to change it. Transition, we're going to just say background. If you specify like this, you don't get all the other things. So it's kind of nice. And duration is going to be 300. All right. We don't actually, we're not going to put an image inside it. What we're going to do is we are going to set a background image on this depending on which of these items we are hovering over. So we're going to have to do a few things like create an array of those images and then figure out the index of the blog post that we're hovering over and show it based on that. So let's go to the top and define a few things after this view more text export. One thing we need to do is we're going to have to capture the last mouse position. So we're going to say let last mouse POS equals X0 as a default and Y0 as a default. And it'll infer the type from that. We're not going to use that just yet, but I just want to get that declared. We're going to say let current index, and we're going to type that as a number or undefined. It's going to start off undefined because we're not giving it a default, but usually it's going to be a number. Now we want to have a reactive variable here. So we're going to say $: content images equals items. And we have that items coming in. It's either going to be a blog post document or a project document. Items.map. And we're going to do an arrow function inside here. Make sure we get item as the prop passed in. And we are going to say const image equals isFilled.image. Oops, I need to import this isFilled. Let me do that again. There we go. Make sure it's not a type. IsFilled.image. We're checking to see if this is filled item.data.hover image. All right, so this will return false if there's no image and true if there is an image. So if it's true, if there's an image, we're going to say item.data.hover image. Otherwise, we have that fallback item image, and that's what that's for. Awesome. So now we have an array, or sorry, we don't have our array just yet. We have that image. So we want to return, and we're going to call as image source from Prismic client. This is a handy function. Let's see if it has a description. Returns the URL of an image field with optional image transformations via the image imagix URL parameters. So we are going to pass it this image field, and it's going to return an image source. So like something that we can, if we were doing like image src, it would work for that. So as image source, parentheses image, it first takes that image, and then it takes an object with optional properties there. We're going to say fit crop. I'm going to say width 220 and height 320. So this matches the specific size that we gave it. And if it's like a wide image, it will crop it so that we don't essentially waste data sending a bigger image than we actually need. And we'll say exp is -10. And what this is, let's see if it tells us. Nope. But that's the exposure. So we're going to make the image a bit darker because we don't want it to be like super bright and punchy. We could do that with CSS, but why not do it with the image parameter? So it's a little bit darker than we would normally see that image. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And let's see if we can't go down and force this to show us an image, even though we don't have one selected. So say style equals, and we will just do curly braces because we'll have to do that in a second. But I'll just do backticks in here, and I'll say background image URL parentheses, and inside here we need to do our $, and curly braces. We'll say content images, and I'm just going to say 0. Normally this would be the current index. I think we set that above. Yep, current index, but that's not used yet. That'll be updated as we hover over things, but since we're not doing that, we're going to hard code it to 0. If we save this and head back to our thing, we see this image up there. That's fine for where it is. We are going to make it follow our cursor in a little bit, and we're going to make it not visible if we're not hovering over something. But we see that we've cropped it and it's looking good. Now what we want to do is we want to play in animation and also call for the image so that it's already loaded as soon as each of these list items comes into or is attached to the DOM. Now normally that would be an on mount, but unfortunately I was running into some trouble when we toggle between, here, let me go back here, toggle between blog and projects. It would just keep the same first item, or at least it didn't recognize that it was unmounted and mounted again, because this entire component doesn't demount. When we go from projects to blog, SvelteKit is really smart and it says, okay, this is the same component. I'm just going to swap out some of these properties, but I'm not going to mount again. It's just going to run that one time. So we can't use on mount. But luckily, Svelte gives us a lot of options. And what we're going to do is on this li, we're going to say use, and this gets called as soon as we as soon as the li is attached to the DOM. So it's specific to this element getting attached, not to this entire content list component. So it's perfect for what we need. I'm going to say on item enter equals index. So we're going to create a function called on item enter, and we're going to pass it the current index. So in our script, let's go ahead and make that. We're going to say const on item enter. We're going to type this as an action. We want that from SvelteJS/kit. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, we want that from Svelte action. So remove SvelteJS. So Svelte/action. All right, there we go. So that is, and that should be a type. Good, it is type. And from there, we're going to specify HTML element is the first thing we're going to get. And then a number is the second. That's the index. And I'm going to say equals. I'm going to do an arrow function. And in here, we're going to get node and index. The item itself, this li, is going to be that node. And that's why we have to type it as an HTML element. Open up your curly bracket. And we're going to say GSAP, and we're going to import it from GSAP, just like that, from to, and we are going to say, hey, we want to animate the node. And we're going to pass it, or we're going to create our two objects, and then open those up. Inside here, we're going to say opacity, 0, 0 like that, and y, 20. In this second object, we're going to put a few more things. We're going to say opacity is 1, y is 0, duration is 1.3 seconds, ease is elastic out, and we're going, oh, sorry, I need to be in a string, elastic out, and that's going to have the values of 1, 0.3. It's going to give it a little bounce. We want to stagger each of these. So I'm going to say stagger 0.2. And we are going to bring scroll trigger into this, because once you have a full list of items, and I can show you like a simulated version of that in a second, it's nice if when you scroll, they come into view and they're not just already there. So it's a lot more fun. So we're going to scroll trigger. There we go. And I need to register this plugin, make sure we remember that. I'm going to say trigger is the node. Start is going to be top. And then we say bottom, just like last time, minus equals 200 pixels. And we can turn on the marker so you see what this is. But basically, I don't want it to trigger as soon as the bottom of the viewport touches the top of the element, because then it's going to just animate in way too quickly. So we want to give us about 200 pixels of space, and then it'll animate in, and you'll see what I mean. We'll say end is bottom center, and toggle actions. We haven't touched this yet. So toggle actions is going to be a string. I'm going to say play, none, none, none. If we check the GSAP docs for this, here's toggle actions. It determines how the linked animation is controlled at the 4 distinct toggle places: on enter, on leave, on enter back. So if we scroll back up, and on leave again. So it's basically like if we treat this as our blog post in the list, we are entering right now. So that's on enter. What does it do? It'll play. On leave, we don't want it to do anything different, so it's not going to animate. Like you could reverse it, or you could do something else. And then when we come back in, that's on enter back, and then when we leave again, that's on leave back. So those are the 4 things that we have to edit at our disposal. And you see we can do like play, pause, resume, reset. But for us, we just want to play it the first time and then leave it there. Sometimes you'll see on websites when you scroll down, something animates into view, and then you leave, and then you come back and it animates again. Personally, I kind of hate that unless it has like a good reason to. But if it's like text blocks, like don't have those disappear again. So animate it in and then keep it there. But not every animation is created the same. Like our about thing, we don't want this to animate once and then just freeze, right? Like we want to be able to come back and have it continue to animate. So that's a little bit of a different thing. Here, we just want it to play and then just kind of the animation might as well be just like yanked out of the DOM at that point. So that's our animation. I think if we save, we should see, there we go. You see our little bounce in. What we want to do is we want to add an opacity 0 on our list item. So we'll say opacity 0 because it didn't have like the best entrance. See how that's a bit better? You can even add a delay to that, but I don't want to add, I don't want people to think that the website's slow, right? So a nice little bouncy intro is good. And then what we can do is we have our, where's our items? So if we say, this isn't the best, but yeah, it's a good way to test this. We'll say items equals, and we'll create an array, and we'll say, we'll spread items, and then we're going to select that. Oh, make sure you get all 3 dots, and we're going to spread it a few more times. What's items complaining about? Hopefully that just works. Let's see. Yeah, so here we go. We get this nice little, we're not getting the scroll trigger. You know why? Because we did not bring scroll trigger in, and we did not set the plugin, or we didn't register the plugin. So let's do that. Didn't mean to import that. Let's say import curly brackets scroll trigger from this one right here, GSAP dist scroll trigger. Why did it remove? All right, that's what we want, GSAP dist scroll trigger. And let's import GSAP as a named export like that, just to make sure, because we got in trouble last time. And after our import, we want to say gsap.register plugin, and we'll say scroll trigger. That should fix our little problem from before. Yeah, it does. There we go. So we see that we start to get that nice little effect. And when we go back down, they don't animate again. Like they're not disappearing on us, but we get a nice little, we put quite a few in this list. So that is pretty fun. And that works. So we can get rid of our items, our long items array. It's just a nice way to check when you don't have much content, but you want to see how that kind of thing would work. That's a nice little tip. Now inside our on item enter function, but after the GSAP from to, we want to now call for the images before they are hovered over. So right now, with how this will work, once the user comes and hovers this, that is the moment where the browser will fetch that image, and then it'll bring it back and it'll display it. So it might take a second until they see it, and then they're going to go hover over here, and it'll call for a new image and take another second, and then when it comes back, it'll have this image to show, and this will be nice. But then once again, a third, right? Like it's going to be really bad if we don't have those images already downloaded. But because of the way that we're adding it, we're not adding a bunch of images to the DOM. We're just changing the style on this div as we go. So we need another way to have the images already loaded in the browser without throwing a ton of image elements in our DOM. And there's a cool way to do that. And we're going to say const image URL equals content images at this index. Remember, we passed in that index so this is 0, 1, 2, and I know it's all the same, but you get what I mean. So we have that image URL. We pulled that off of the array. And now what we're going to do, we're going to say if image URL, just to make sure. We'll say const image equals new, and we're going to use the image constructor to make a new HTML image element. And for this, we can say image.src equals image URL, just like that. And that's all we have to do. We can save that. And now, when we load this, let me see, like we only have the one item, or yeah, this. And so if we go to network, Yeah, see, like it's already loaded there. So let me see. I'm going to get rid of this div. I'm going to comment this out just to show you. You don't have to follow, but I want to show you that we are calling for that photo. See how it's called there? It doesn't actually exist in the DOM, but because we are creating this image constructor and then assigning this URL as its source, it then creates, it goes and fetches that photo. So our hover effect will be nice and speedy, and it's going to do that for each of the items as they enter the DOM. So that gets around our little problem there. I'm going to uncomment this so it comes back. And next we need to set the current index based on what item I'm hovering over. So to do that, we want to handle it in kind of a similar way to how we did the avatar. All right, so we need to get the mouse position much like we did with the avatar component. We're going to do it a slightly different way, not for any reason other than to show you another way to work with the window on mouse move event in Svelte. So what we can do is we can actually use this Svelte component, say Svelte, and we'll say window, and then we can say on mouse move. Like that, and then we will call a function called handle mouse move. And now we just need to make that function and close this Svelte element. Pretty cool that we can do this. This will kind of hoist it up, even though we are in a component, this will add it to the window and handle that event listener for us. So now we want to create const handle mouse move. We're going to make an arrow function. We're going to take E as a mouse event. Type it like that, and then open up your curly bracket. We'll say const mouse POS for position equals X, and then we're going to type that as, sorry, we're not typing it. Every time I see colons, I'm like, that's a type, but it's not. It's actually just going to be E client, E dot client X, and then we're going to have Y is E dot client Y, and plus, it's going to be e.client_y plus window.scroll y, just like that. So the reason why you have to have this is because otherwise y is going to be equal to where the mouse is relative to like the browser window. So let me show you what I mean. If we look at this blog post, if I scroll all the way down and then put my mouse cursor up here, y is going to be 0. Like it's going to be still 0, like it's or 1, right? It's going to be very small. But if we add the window scroll, then it's going to tell me, oh, okay, you're like 5,000 pixels down or whatever. And then up here will be y0, and that's what we want. We don't want it relative to where it is within like the window. We want to see where it is on the full page scroll included, because that's where we want to put our image. So we're going to say const speed, because we want to calculate the speed and direction now. So const speed is going to be math square root, or sqrt. I'm going to say math.pow, so for power, and we will do mouse pos.x minus last mouse position pos.x comma 2. All right, so what this does is we need to check between the current mouse position on the x-axis and the last mouse position on the x-axis. So it basically finds the difference between those. And by squaring it and getting the square root, we have a guaranteed positive number. So we just want to know how far has the mouse moved since we last recorded it, right? And that is how we are going to do this. Where is it? Projects. You see how it like has like an angle as we move it. That's how we're doing that. That's why we're not checking out the Y, because the Y doesn't affect it. If you go up and down really fast, it doesn't change it. But if we do that really fast, we have to rotate the image. So this speed is how we're going to rotate our image. Next, we need to make sure that our image doesn't go outside of our window, right? It could go out and it's going to look bad. So we want to have say const max y equals window.scroll y plus window.inner height minus 350. I'll explain that in a sec. I'm going to say const max x equals window inner width minus 250. So I explained the scroll and the inner height part, and 350 is, I think, like something like half, or no, it's the full height plus a little bit. It's just basically what looked good to not to, as we're scrolling down, not have the image just like go off the end. And and it might center it. We can play with it. And then the same for the X. I just didn't want it to completely go off the edge. So that's why we have these max X and Y values. Next up, let's go ahead and do our animation. So we'll say GSAP.to parentheses .hover reveal. So we're going to move our div that has the image background. Open up an object, and we're going to say X is gsap.utils.clamp 0, max x, mouse pos.x minus 110. I believe that is the centering. I think this just gives us a buffer. I'm trying to remember exactly. Yeah, that's the centering because 220 and 110. So that centers it over the mouse so that it's not following us at the corner. See how it's right in the middle? It just looks a lot better that way. So that's our X. And now for our Y, gsap.utils.clamp. And remember, clamp, we'll keep it between 0 and that other value. So 0 max Y, and we'll say mouse pos.y minus 160, once again, to center it. We want to add that rotation based on our speed. So rotation is speed times parentheses mouse pos.x is greater than last mouse position x. So we're checking to see, is this greater than where it was before? In other words, are we moving to the right? If we are, then we want to multiply it by 1. Speed times 1, right? So it stays a positive number. If mouse position, the current mouse position is less than where we used to be, then we're moving to the left, and we want to multiply that by 1. So we are basically adding rotation based on the speed and direction. Next, we want to say our ease is back.out, and we're going to say 2. And last, we'll say duration. It's going to be 1.3. The longer you make this, the more like slow it catches up. See how like that takes a little bit, right? It's like 1 Mississippi, and then it like bounces back in, right? And that's what that back ease does. It goes a little bit past, and then it comes back. So if we save this, I'm not sure if this will work just yet. Let's go back to our blog. Yeah, right now it is doing some wild stuff though. That's actually kind of fun, but very distracting. It's really not. It's kind of like a ninja star though. I don't know. If you want to keep this, rock with it. I want to fix it though. And here's why, I believe, because we instantiate this last mouse position, that like we declare that variable, but we never update it. So it always stays the same. So underneath the hover reveal, we want to set last mouse position equal to mouse position so that it will update once we handle our mouse. So every mouse movement, it's going to run through these commands and change the last mouse position. Let's see if that does it. Let's reload the page. There we go. Better depending on what you want to go for. But when we get to the edge, you see how it doesn't go off the edge. That's what the negative 350 and 250 give us. If we get rid of that, just to show you, hit save and reload, it goes off the page, and then we get scroll bars. Ugh, right? So it's not just a stylistic thing, it is just like a human decency thing. So bring that back. Don't give your users scroll bars. Yeah, I was there for a second, but I think we're good. All right, cool. Maybe make that number a little bit bigger, but actually it shouldn't even matter because once we're off this, it won't show up, but your call. Now let's make it so that this only shows up when we are hovering over the list. To do that, let's make two really simple functions. We're going to say const on mouse enter equals index, and it's going to be typed as a number. And here we're going to say current index is equal to index. So once we enter over the list item, we want to call on mouse enter. So go to your list item and say on mouse enter equals, and then we're just going to call this as an arrow function because we need to pass the index. So we have to say on mouse enter index like that. So we can then have an on mouse leave that we're going to put on the actual UL, not on the LI. And I'll explain why in a second. Const on mouse leave equals, we don't need to get an index because we're just going to wipe it, say current index equals undefined. And like I said, we're going to put that on the UL. So you can say on mouse leave equals on mouse leave. All right, great. The reason we put it on the UL is that way we don't have this toggling every time you leave a list item. If you put both of them on the list item, you get this weird flickering, and sometimes the image doesn't show at all because like it entered a different list item. So if I show you here, we go from this one, like, okay, it entered, and then right now it both leaves and enters, right? We don't want that because sometimes we're going to get it as undefined and sometimes we'll get it as this new index. And so it's just not great. Instead, we want to set it once you leave the entire list, or I should say unset it, right? That's when we actually care, is when you leave the whole list. Otherwise, let's just change it to the new index and then we wipe it. So if we save this and reload our page, nothing changes because we are still hard coding our value. So change this to current index. And it's going to say, yeah. So it's not going to be happy here because this could either be a number or undefined. Once again, types save us from grave peril. Let's first check for current index. So current index equal to undefined question mark. If so, we'll just set a regular string, right? Like an empty string, style, empty string, it doesn't matter. Otherwise, make the background image whatever is at that current index in the array. Now it's not yelling at us, so it must be happy. And if we reload our page, boom. So it's a little bit better. It's a little sudden. I think our other one fades in, doesn't it? Let's see. No, it's actually sudden too. You could make it fade in. I think they just fade between. But yeah, I'm good with it. Pretty neat. We have our back and forth effect. And yeah, it's looking really nice. And we click in, get our cool CSS art, go back to the blog. Love it. One thing we want to do that I skipped over is at the end of our action, we want to destroy this action so that we don't leave any, memory or whatever. I don't worry about that too much, but I know it says it in the docs that we should do it. So return, and return this object, and we're going to call it destroy as a function like that. And we'll just say destroy. All right, let's add one more blog post to make sure that the little transition between looks good for us. So I'm not going to walk you through doing exactly that. You can go ahead and create a new blog post and just put anything you want in there. All right, I put together a quick blog post just based on a title and some ChatGPT nonsense. Don't do this for actual content, but for, the sake of a demo tutorial site, not bad, but, So we now have our two items and it transitions back and forth just right. But I think changing the opacity to 0 here is kind of what we want to do as well. Let's see if that makes a difference. Oh, nope, because we never set it back. So here's what we're going to do to handle that. So we have a nice little fade in effect. We're going to say GSAP.to. We're going to do a different call. We'll do hover reveal again. And we're going to pass it an object. And here we'll say opacity is current index equal to undefined, question mark, then the opacity is 0 if it's true, and otherwise the opacity is going to be 1. We want the visibility to be visible, and the ease be power 3 out, and the duration we want it to be relatively short, is going to be 0.4. You can do 0.4, up to you, however you like it. So with that, we should now have a little bit of a fade in. We might be able to make this a little more dramatic, change the duration to 4, and we'll see how the effect goes. Yeah, so it'll still kind of like disappear off, but it'll fade in real slow. So you can change this maybe to like 0.6 if you want to be a little bit more of a fade in. But yeah, that is now working with the opacity 0 part. So turn off the opacity here, turn it back on with JavaScript. So that is finally it for this content list. Look at this whopping 139 lines here. This is the biggest component we've made so far, I believe. And yeah, it's pretty cool. You might get that spin in when you like come back from a different window, but don't worry, it's still working pretty well. And yeah, feel free to add any like hover effects where like this lights up or changes or anything. I just figured 140 lines was already plenty to make you type out. I didn't want to make these the most complex hovering links or anything, but that works great. And now let's just move really fast and create the projects part of this. So we have our blog. It's not going to take a whole lot to create the projects page here. Close everything. I want to go to Prismic. I don't think we have a projects page just yet. We have our blog page. We have an about page and our home page. We need a new page called projects. I believe it's with an S. Yes, projects. And we'll say projects. And we can add a slice. We want to add a content index. We'll say projects. Content type is project. Description, where do we put? The tech projects I've created. That sounds great. View more text is view project. I think that's pretty good. And fallback item image. Let's have someone like working on a laptop coding. Sure. If you identify with that person, go with it. So as a fallback image, that's pretty decent. And then we can hit save and we should be able to publish this. Curious why. Oh, so the preview here won't work great because we need to be able to handle the mappers. I don't think it's going to work in the preview. That might be why it's not loading, but we can maybe look into that in a little bit. But if we publish and we come back here and we just navigate to projects, let's try that out. And there we go, the tech projects I've created. We have nothing to show because we haven't even created, I don't think we've created, oh no, sorry, we have, but we haven't pushed it. We haven't pushed and updated this new project type. It's going, I believe in it. While it's moving, it just worked at the very end. Let's go ahead and create new, and we're going to say project. It's going to be very much like a blog post. It has all the other things of a blog post. You can use this book library app idea, or I don't know about idea, but you can just copy some of the text maybe. Up to you. We are just looking to fill this in for now, right? This is lorem ipsum essentially. So I'll say book library app. Although that sounds a little bit redundant. Book library, whatever. All right, I'm going to do that date and going to select an image and we'll say library. And yeah, I'm gonna stick with the one that we have from before. It's pretty cool. Add to page. it's a very cool picture. Brown wooden bookshelves in library. Nailed it. Great description. So we'll add some rich text and I'll paste in that content from before. I will add an image block and let's say library again. And let's just use these books here, add to page. And I'm going to do what we did on the example site and just paste in that same content underneath so that it has, what did this say? Assorted title book lot, books on a shelf. There we go. Fun fact, the Prismic image will automatically add this alt text to your image in case you were wondering. So we published that. Let's check out our projects. And there we go, book library app. We don't have any tags though. Let's go ahead and tag it. Let's say we did it in SvelteKit. And also we use GSAP for it. Cool, we have 2 tags there, publish, and we now have projects, great. SvelteKit GSAP, we can't click in because we don't know where to go. And we don't have a page set up for this yet, right? So we haven't changed our router and we haven't actually created the folder like we did for blog. So let's start by creating that folder. And inside preview, we go ahead, new folder, and we'll say project. And we're using the singular project because it is going to, like, right now, this is plural because we're showing all of the projects, but here we're showing a single project, and that is the book library app. That's the naming convention that I like. Feel free to just do projects and so on. Blog, it is singular and plural, right? So that's why that doesn't change, but for project and projects, I like to have that difference. That's me. Up to you, though. Create another folder called UID. And then inside there, we're going to use these cool page snippets. Go to your project and then up to page snippet. And boom, we have our page.server.ts. I'm going to first make that file. New file, plus page.server.ts. Hit enter. Copy this over. Hit save. And then same for this. Copy this over. And we're going to do plus page.svelte. And I'm going to paste that in and hit save. Now we're going to run into kind of the same problem that we had, or not problem, but same thing that we had when we went to our blog post. It's going to be just like the text there. First, let's edit our router. Where's our Prismic IO? I believe it's up here. Prismic IO.ts. We have type blog post. Now we want to do type. Let's see if this is typed. I don't believe it is. Nope. But we'll just say project. Nope. Clicked off. There we go, project. And then path. It's going to be /project /:UID. Just like the blog. No different there. Okay, once we save, we should, now we get a link. See how now it understands where this should go. But unfortunately, my UID got messed up here. Yeah, for some reason, it took the text from down there. That's a little bit funky. I have to report a bug for that. So make sure your UID is correct and hit publish again. I was noticing that if you look at the bottom of my screen, it says 1 period, Next.js and React. That's not what we want. There we go, book library app. So if we click that, we see, yeah, it's working, but this isn't what we expect, right? Now, we could go and copy all of this over. Is that good programming? Not really, right? I mean, look, I'm not going to judge you, but quickly once you have like essentially the same thing in 2 different places, any little update you do is going to start to like drift from one another, and it's just a pain in the butt to keep up with. So instead, we're going to create a component that essentially handles this whole thing for us. So in components, go ahead and say new file, and we're going to call this content body. And it's going to be just like a nice generic thing to wrap around any content that we have. So I'm going to say svelte, or I'm not going to say svelte. It's content body.svelte. So let's grab pretty much everything from in here, copy this, pop it into content body, and then we're going to have to edit some things. So first things first, we're going to actually take a page, say page, and that's going to be type content. Make sure we import that from Prismic client. That didn't work. Let's try that again. Nope, still not working. That's weird. I'm going to go ahead and do it manually. So I'm going to say import type content from @prismic.io/client, space the type and content out. Looking better, but yeah, it's just upset that I haven't used it, but I'm using it here. So we'll do blog post document or content.project document like that. Oh, right. We didn't set our language. I'm like, why does it not think we're in a TypeScript file? Because we weren't. Now we are. Awesome. And we see that we're getting out for data. That's fine. That's going to happen a couple of times. So go ahead and remove any data dot in here. Or any others, one more, not too much. Cool, so we have a little bit simpler inside here. This is a small thing where it's going to rearrange these imports a little bit. So we have the Prismic, the lib, and our other ones imported here. This can actually just be from, I believe, just from the local file. But anyway, that should be good for content body. And now from page.svelte, here's what we can do. We can erase everything above export let data, erase the formatted date, and erase everything here. And we're just going to say content body page equals data.page. And we're going to close that. And that should do it. So let's check a blog post out. That's not a blog post. In here, let's go back to our blog post, and it's still looking good. And now we get to port that over to our project. So we can, I think, just copy this exactly. So from blog to project to page.svelte, go ahead and paste that in. And now if we go to that project that I had before, here's our book library app project. And yeah, it's looking great. So we can use that same content body across, well, different types of content. And it works just like that. In case I went too fast at the end there, my blog and my project pages look identical, but are in different spots. And we have our content body component doing all of the styling and formatting and stuff for us now. So now we want to add that project. That Next.js and React thing went everywhere, huh? We want to add the project to our settings so that we have that item in our nav. You can add it wherever you want. Link to a Prismic page, choose projects, and our label is projects. And I'm going to move it up so it matches our initial demo. We can keep the rest, I believe. Yeah, that's looking good. And if we hit save and publish, oh, we have undefined here. There we go. We needed to do that same change. So let's see, where was it? In blog, we made this change, right? We sent back all that stuff. I think we can copy that over. And in the project page.server, go ahead and paste that in. Let's see if that fixes it. There we go, book library app. Excellent. And now we have projects at the top. We have our list of projects. We have our blog. But we're not getting that. Sometimes the background texture does not load in. That might be just a dev thing. We'll check and see if that happens on the server also. But there's our blog posts and our projects. Pretty slick. And of course, we love the hero. So one thing, we almost forgot. In the hero, let's go all the way back to the beginning. I'm going to close everything up. Source, lib, slices, hero. One thing that we forgot, or I forgot, I shouldn't blame you. I almost forgot that I wanted to add a mesh normal material. This is a very cool material. It looks fun, these cool gradient colors, and it's just kind of like a neat out of the box cool material. So let's add it every now and then. So let's go into our get random material function inside geometry.svelte. And what we're going to do is we're going to say const random int equals gsap.utils.random. And here we're going to set a min, a max, and also an increment. So I'm going to say 1, 10, and up here it says snap increment. So I can say 1 to make sure that we don't get any weird floats or anything. So now there's like a kind of a 1 in 10 chance of us getting a, sorry, I'll explain after this line. So if random int is equal to 1, so now, 1 in 10 chance, or it might be 1 in 11, not sure. Leave a comment. Return new 3.mesh normal material. And this doesn't take anything. It is just like, this is all it is. That's why we're not doing a bunch of them, because it's just kind of its own thing. And it's all based on which direction it's facing. So it's something that like game developers and 3D artists slap onto a geometry real quick just to see like the depth and the shape of it. So because it's just really nice at giving that quick information. You don't have to worry about lights or anything like that. It doesn't respond to lights. But if we save that, we can go to our scene and, oh, there we go. The pill is already a normal. If we keep tapping, there we go. We're going to get it like 1 in every 10 or so. So far, we've gotten it a lot, but the logic checks out. And you can make it less or more common, or you can just remove it entirely and just get rid of those few lines. But this is also a nice way that if you want to add some other materials to your scene, you can go ahead and do that. This was just a type of material that we couldn't add to our material params so easily. All right, we just have a few last things to do to get our site live. The very first thing what we want to do is push this to GitHub, and then we want to get it onto Vercel, and then we can set up things like webhooks and previews with Prismic. So first, GitHub. If you don't have a GitHub account, go ahead to github.com and sign up for one. It is free. This is how we're going to be hosting our code. If you have a GitHub account already, or if you just got one and you're in here, go ahead and click New. I'm going to create a new repository. We're not going to use a template. Owner is going to be you. Repository name, I'm going to go with, let's say, 3D SvelteKit tutorial. All right, great. And the description, don't worry about it. Public, yep, I'm going to have mine public, and you'll be able to see this. I'm not going to add a README. Nope. I'm going to say create repository. And now we want to say push an existing repository from the command line. First, we need to add our code to get. We need to initialize or initialize a repository. So if you are in VS Code, you can go to the source control tab and click initialize. Otherwise, you can go to your terminal. I'm going to close out of our dev server, and you can say git init. And you see everything gets added into our first git commit. We're going to go ahead and say initial commit. Let me try to spell that. INITIAL commit. And I'm going to add all of these things. Once again, we can do it through the terminal if you'd like. I just like using the GUI here. So I'm going to add everything. Everything is staged. I'm going to say commit. And then instead of publish branch, I'm going to grab this code here. You could really do it either way, but this works really well if you're already connected to GitHub, and I just don't know if you are. So instead, we're going to do it this way, and I'm going to paste that in. And we should, if we come back here and reload, see our code looking awesome. This is just the default README from the minimal starter. You can wipe that out and make that your own if you'd like. I'm not worried about that right now because now we have our code live on GitHub. That's cool, but like, how do I make this into a website? Well, that's where Vercel comes in. Just like with GitHub, if you do not have an account, it is a free account. So you can go ahead in here and sign up. like this is how we're going to host and deploy our website. Once you're logged in, go ahead and click Add New and choose Project. And we're going to import Git repository. If you are not already connected to GitHub, there should be like a window here saying connect to either GitLab, GitHub, Bitbucket, stuff like that. Connect to your GitHub, go through that whole process, and then we're going to choose the site we just made, and it should say like 1 minute ago or something. Project name, I'll just keep it as 3D SvelteKit tutorial. You can change it to whatever you like. Maybe like personal portfolio might be better for you. We have framework, SvelteKit, root directory, build and output settings, environment variables. We don't need to touch any of that. We're just going to go ahead and hit deploy. Vercel knows SvelteKit really well. Rich Harris, the creator of Svelte and SvelteKit, works at Vercel and makes sure that this works really smoothly, so we shouldn't expect too much trouble. I'm just going to pause and come back once this is done installing. Well, if you followed my directions exactly, you should have an error, but don't worry, I figured out what it is. It's a couple of things. First off, we have this layout.svelte file in the root of our preview equals preview. So, in the root of route. So source routes layout.svelte. Around line 34, we have this BG URL noise texture. And what I told you to do is just quote noise texture.jpg. The problem with that is that that's going to be relative to wherever you are. So if you happen to be on the project page, it's going to look for a texture at, the URL /project/noise texture, and it doesn't exist. So that's why it was fine if we were at about, but once we got to like a nested URL like this, it would start to not have fun. And Svelte wants to pre-render everything there, and so it kind of doesn't like when it doesn't exist. So make sure you put a slash there. One single character broke our build. That can happen sometimes. The other things we want to do are inside of, let me see, we have all these files open. All right, I closed them. Inside of our blog UID, we have this page server file. And for meta image, we want to add a .url to the end. Without it, this is actually an object with a few things on it. And you can see that if you put a period at the end and you get our autocomplete. We want URL because this has to be a string. Otherwise, we're going to render our OG image as as object. And it didn't break our build. Like it wasn't this part, but still something we should fix. So change it in both your blog and in your project. Add a .url to the end of meta image. Going to go ahead and add these to a commit, fix breaking build, and you're going to hit commit and sync those changes. Now we can see that back in our Vercel dashboard, we should see, hopefully it just keeps it. Let me see. If I go back here, 3D SvelteKit tutorial, it should be, yeah, here we go. It's building here. Yours should be doing the same. If you push it to GitHub, Vercel automatically sees that you've updated it and begins to build a new version of it. So I'm going to pause and hopefully this one works. All right, and we have a built site. So let's go ahead and there we go. We have our site live. This is at this, this unique URL for this build, .vercel.app. Let's go ahead back and find the actual domain that I have. There we go. 3D SvelteKit tutorial.vercel.app. And as you can see, it's live and it is working. There's our normal map that we just added. It's looking great. Let's make sure projects work. There we go. Our site is live. So now that it's live, we can do a couple things inside Prismic to make it so that if we edit and publish any content, Vercel knows to rebuild, as well as getting the preview feature going. So if you go to the course resources, we have this set up Prismic webhooks for deployment. I'm going to go into here, and this shows you how to create a webhook in Prismic. And then we also have Netlify, Vercel, and Amplify specific documentation. and it shows us exactly how to go through and connect basically Netlify to Vercel. So when Prismic to Vercel. So when we publish in Prismic, it sends a little message and it says, hey, Vercel, you should rebuild. So let's create a webhook. I'm going to close that and go into our repository. So in here, go to webhooks. There it is. And we're just going to call this Vercel. And the URL is what we need to get from Vercel. So go to your project, and we are going to go back to the 3D SvelteKit tutorial here, and then go to settings, and we want to go to Git, and we want, I think, deploy hooks. Here we go. So we're going to just call this Prismic, and it's going to rebuild the main branch. If you create this hook, oh, sorry, I didn't realize that that was, helper text main, create hook, and we get this hook. I'm going to click copy, and we are going to paste that in. Oh, wrong Prismic window. Paste that in right there. You could have a secret that I think you could hand off to Vercel. Maybe they don't support that. I'm not sure. But we don't need that. And what we're going to do here is we're going to uncheck everything that isn't publishing. So a document is published or document is unpublished is when we want to rebuild. For these, no thanks. So add this webhook, and now we have this webhook. Anytime we publish something, it will change. So I'm going to go in to, let's say, homepage, and I'm going to say creative designer. Save, publish, and if we go to Vercel, we go to our project, we should see that it is building. It's going to still be that that specific git commit, right? Like it's still going to say that it's building that one because that's the latest code. But I think somewhere it can tell us that it was triggered by Prismic. Actually, I looked around and I can't find where the source of that would be. So if you know how to tell what triggered it, let me know in the comments, because I genuinely do not know. I've kind of poked around here, but can't find it. So let me know down below. Aha, 1 second later, if you click here and go to deployments, this is via deploy hook. So that is how that got built. So we can see that now if we go to our website, we should see creative designer. Boom. So that's how we edit our content. Now that we have a URL, we can do a couple of things. We can go into Prismic. I'm going to close this webhooks thing. I'm going to change this back to developer. Hit save and hit publish, but that's not what I'm focusing on right now. I want to first turn on previews. So let's go to previews, and you don't have to worry about this because we have it already built in. This is for like just older sites that need script tags. For us, we are going to say production. That's going to be our production site. Domain for your application is 3D. So, well, you need to put your URL in here. And the preview route is going to match up with this API preview file that was built for us when we started the project. This just takes in that function and basically instantiates the create client with preview mode activated. So here in preview route, you want to say /API/preview. I'm going to create that preview, and we see this production. Now we don't need to publish to see our changes. We can go to homepage, and I can change Andy Bryant to Alex Trost like that, and I can hit save, but instead of publish, I will hit preview, and I'm going to choose the production. And there we go. I get to see my name in lights now. But if we go over here, or rather if I like open in an incognito window so that the cookie doesn't follow, you see that no one else is seeing Alex Trost. It's still Andy Bryant. So really, really great feature. If you are working with clients or anything, they have to have a preview feature for working with a CMS. So all we need to do to get rid of the cookie is hit the X, and it should reload. But if not, we can just go back and reload it ourselves, and we get Andy Bryant just like that. No, it's like, you know, working with a whiteboard marker or something. I don't know, bad analogy, but you get what I mean. I'm going to change it back to Andy Bryant and save. Cool. So we have our preview set up, but now we need to make sure that our slice preview is set up correctly. And right now it's not. So if you go up here to the 3 dots next to publish, we have these live preview settings. And right now, remember, we are still pointing to localhost. So I want to go to get my URL again in case you don't have it on your clipboard. And I want to paste that in, and it should add the slice-simulator to the end of that for you. Gonna hit save, and now we are using the live version of the site. And that's better because, you know, I'm not always going to have my local version running. In fact, if I kill this now and come back here and reload, this will still work because it's using the one that's hosted on Vercel, not my local one. So you can send that to other people and they will see the right thing. All right, we have a couple more things to do just to polish this site off. I already went into the homepage and I changed the title from homepage to Andy Bryant Creative Developer. I also changed the SEO and metadata to say the same, description to say a creative web developer specializing in Svelte, and a meta image. I thought I was recording, but I was not. So I'm just showing you what I did. So go ahead, save that and publish that. You see that it's working over here. And then this will get rebuilt. By this, I mean the Vercel app. And yep, and there it is. It's up there as well. Now, we want to do one more thing just to make this site a bit more accessible, because right now we have a lot of animations that are happening on this site, and people with issues with motion like that, vestibular disorders, or really just anything else, too much motion can be a really unpleasant experience. So they're able to tell their browser, hey, I prefer reduced motion. Give me less motion, please. And we can check that setting and we can change our animations accordingly. So let me show you how we do that. So if we come back into our index.svelte and we come into this on mount, we can at the very top say const prefers reduced motion. And I'm going to use a little bit of GitHub Copilot to sort us through here. Window.matchMedia, and then quote, parentheses, prefers reduced motion, all hyphenated, colon, reduce, just like that. And then at the end, matches, or sorry, dot matches. So yours should look just like that. And this is going to be either true or false. And if prefers reduced motion, we don't want to return, but we want to come in here and we want to actually set the name animation and the job title to just be there, and then we want to return. So right now, if we return, we hit enter, and then what we can do is we can come in here and change these settings in like an emulated way. We don't have to go into our settings actually, but Chrome lets us run these cool commands with this quick command palette. So if you open up your console or your dev tools in Chrome and then hit either Command Shift or Control Shift P, I guess for palette, you can then start typing reduce, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, prefers reduced motion. So you start to type any of this and we can then reload our page and we shouldn't see this fly in the same way. Actually, we don't see it at all, right? Because we are returning and not animating it in. So it stays its initial opacity 0. So let's quickly go ahead and say GSAP.to parentheses .name animation. And we're going to say opacity 1. We can leave the duration off. Just so that it has like a 1 second fade in. You could just do duration 0 also, but it would just be easier to do gsap.set in that case. I'm going to do the same thing for job title. And I'm going to save those. And if we reload, we see it just comes in like pretty much right away. We can do the same thing for these. So if we come into our geometry.svelte, we can reduce the amount of movement with those shapes. So if you come up to the let visible equals false, right under that, let's go say let reduced motion rate equal 0. So I'm going to come down to the bottom of the script tag. I'm going to say on mount, and I'm going to import that from Svelte, make sure that's imported. And inside here, we're going to pass this an arrow function. And this is just going to say const prefers reduced motion. Actually, we're just going to grab this from over here. It's going to be the same exact code. Copy and paste that. Const prefers reduced motion equals a window match media, all that good stuff. And then what we want to do is we just want to change that prefers reduced motion rate. So we're going to say reduced motion rate is equal to, then we check to see prefers reduced motion. Does this person prefer reduced motion? Then that rate is going to be 0, or it's going to stay 0 because we're kind of setting it to an accessible default. But if they don't have that preference, we're going to say 1. So in other words, we're going to either multiply our speed, rotation speed, etc. by 0 or 1. We're going to either just wipe it out or we're going to make it the same. Reduced motion rate. So come down here and we can go 5 times rate and do all of that. And we can just paste those in. You could probably set a new variable towards, actually let's do that. Const compound rate. I should make that a let. Let compound rate equal, and then we'll say rate times reduced motion rate. And then we can clean this up quite a bit. All right. Looks good. Now let's see. They don't move. And that's exactly what we would want. We can do the same thing handling that animation. But for now, I'm just kind of showing you how you would go in and kind of undo the animations that you've created. Let's hit that scroll effect super quick. And then I think, just want to make sure you understand this skill and can apply it, because there's not many others here that would cause like a vestibular disorder, or not cause one, but would trigger one. And yeah, let's hit the tech list real quick. So if we go to tech list, index.svelte, we have our on mount here. And at the very top, we're going to grab our const prefers reduced motion, paste that in, and you can definitely like abstract this out and handle it through like a Svelte store and stuff. But it's for right now, it's just kind of easy to paste that around. And because for this one, it doesn't start out as opacity 0, we can just return from this. So we'll say if prefers reduce motion, return. And so if we come back here and refresh, we see that we just get this nice like stacked list. It's still usable, it's still readable. We want to make it still like have the same kind of effect, just without any bells and whistles that aren't necessary. So if we come back into our DevTools, hit Command-Shift-P again and say reduce, do not emulate CSS prefers reduce motion. We toggle that, reload the page, and we get all of our good stuff back. Go back home and see that all of these animations are still there, except for our float. Something went wrong here. Let's check that. Geometry, prefers reduced motion. That compound rate might not be setting right. We need to make that reactive because this can change and this wasn't updating. So make sure it says $ compound rate equals rate times reduced motion rate. And we get our nice shapes back. So that's looking way better. Make sure you just make that little fix and we're looking great. All right, my friends, we are at the end. I hope you had a really fun time. I hope your site looks sick. I hope you take these skills that we learned and do some new stuff with it. Add these shapes to other pages, or like just do that same kind of thing where you're creating a Svelte scene and try some other things out. Bring in some other 3D models, check out the docs, see what you can do. Like pick apart other tutorials and grow your website, make it more yours. Yeah, this is really, really cool. Thank you so much for being on this journey with me. And yeah, please like and subscribe below. Drop a comment. Let me see your site. Tag me online. Yeah, just congratulations for getting this far, for getting to the very end. You should be really proud of yourself. This is a big, big course and you stuck with it. So thank you so much and hope you have a great one. Bye.